15个项目，然后很有自信去冲击更高的名次吧，就希望大家一起加油。
É algo bem grande, assim, porque como é um time muito grande, muito famoso e tem muitas modalidades, então tem um significado muito grande. A pressão é algo que me agrada também.
An incredible victory here for gen.g.
젠지가 7위 이상의 기록을 달성하면 좋은 일이라고 생각을 하고, 하지만 저희가 할 수 있는 일은 저희의 종목에서 최선을 다하는 것이기 때문에
이제 젠지 롤팀이 젠지가 7등을 하는데 좀 큰 도움을 줬다면 되게 기쁘고 올해도 그렇게 큰 도움을 주고 싶습니다.
저희 T1이 이번 EWC에 굉장히 많은 투자를 하고 있는 만큼 저도 이제 리그 오브 레전드 팀의 일원으로서 최선을 다하고, 그리고 많은 분들이 관심을 가져주시는 롤 종목에서 좋은 모습을 팬분들께 보여드리고 싶습니다.
어쨌든 EWC 대회에 많은 게임 대회가 열리는 걸로 알고 있는데, 그것들 중 저희는 T1에서 나가는 모든 팀들이 다 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 있고, 저희도 다른 팀에 대한 관여를 하지 못하기 때문에 저희는 저희 스스로 최대한 우승을 하면 더 좋은 성적으로 가지 않을까 싶어서 뭐 잘해야 된다는 부담감도 있겠지만 잘 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day, a single fight, a single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight. I also saw them fall. Kings, egos, names, all crumbled by one bad call, one missed spell, one doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought, a moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 here on the secondary stage. We are back here for day number 2. I am Valdez, joined once again by Huni and Jamada. We had a long day of games yesterday. We eliminated some teams maybe we weren't expecting to eliminate, and I hope that more interesting surprises do lay in wait for us here today. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, I mean, it was a banger day, banger series. So many things actually happened that unexpected. So today, I'm also really excited that, you know, like we're gonna see again, like whole team playing a game like from BO1 to BO3, and we'll see which key is gonna get crushed in.
Yeah, I think the fact that we immediately got some upsets just right out the gate kind of has me excited for what could potentially happen on day 2, right? MKOI losing out, probably like the biggest one is the European guy on the desk, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just looking forward to, you know, how teams like GAM, who obviously made the upset happen, end up doing today.
Yeah, GAM looked great. Also, I think mibr was a team that we were not exactly expecting to reach high highs, but they come in with a big surprise over Lion, a team who was top 3 over at MSI, and they killed them 2-0 as well, so very one-sided in that affair. The slow start for Lion was a slow finish as well. So unfortunate for them, they will not be here at the rest of EWC 2026, but there is still a long year to go ahead and more games to play. Definitely starting off with some interesting games today as well, because Gen.g is going to be playing here on the secondary stage up against Sentinels for our first match. Sentinels look pretty good up against Team Secret, but that was Team Secret, so curious about what's going to happen today. But guys, before we do get into anything more, let's take a look at the format of this entire tournament. As we do have 16 teams here in the group stage, that's what we're doing right now. And then trying to qualify for the playoffs are the 8 teams that will eventually try to fight for the trophy.
Yeah, so today will be the, you know, last, I would say, easy shortcut for the towards a playoff, like because of it's a BO1. You can definitely kind of cheese, you know, the strategy, the draft, like how you want to play. Like it could be really more extremely early game stuff. Like that's gonna be really interesting to see, and it's like easier to see. It's gonna be if actually upset happen.
Yeah, if you're kind of a big time underdog like Sentinels like we was talking about, this is your chance to maybe just sneak into top 8 real uncontested. Well, depending on who your opponent is, uncontested, right? But not having to go through the trials and tribulations potentially of a best of 3 is a very big deal, especially in the fearless format. Some teams fear better than others.
Yeah, they definitely do. A lot of money on the line here. Once again, 2 million just for League of Legends. And even though Lion and MKOI got knocked out yesterday, they still made 30 grand. So not half bad. Just the fact that you qualify to this tournament is pretty good. But every team is trying to get that first place prize, the 600,000 for the entire team. Definitely a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line. The title defenders in Gen.g will be playing in our first match, and they're going to be trying to defend that title. I know a lot of us are not necessarily expecting them to be the ones that defend it. You know, maybe some other teams that did better at MSI have a better chance here at EWC 2026, but you never know what can happen, and maybe Gen.g will build up over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's like a player perspective as well. Like, you know, if I get the first place, 20 times more money prize. The gap is huge. So, like, I want to win as much as I can. I hope also player think same way, and even coaching staff, right? Like I think it's for sure this is like great opportunity in playing international. It's gonna be also transit to their own league because it's gonna be happening like in 2 weeks, like 3 weeks, depends on the region. That's gonna be so helpful. How start actually this regular season goes on. Like I think the only advantage that they can actually take away from these international team, I think it's gonna be really huge advantage.
It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. It's a potential momentum booster if you missed out on MSI. It's huge. You know, you said defending gen.g. I have a feeling our first game there's not going to be a lot of defending on the gen.g side.
Yeah, a lot of attacking perhaps and taking down structures and stuff like that. Let's take a look at the groups that we do have here at EWC 2026 for League of Legends. Group A is an interesting one because we have G2 in it alongside d+k, Furia, and ag.al. And G2 versus ag.al will be happening today. That will be a best of one. We had an elimination match where d+k were able to take down Furia and make it to the decider match, trying to get that second seed into the playoffs. We'll see who they face off against, depending on who loses, between G2 and ag.al. And from Group B, Sentinels did take down Team Secret, and Team Secret did fall to Carmine Corp down in the bottom elimination match. Gen.g took out Carmine Corp. And so that's what leaves us with this best of one of Gen.g versus Sentinels to start off the day. And then Carmine Corp will be waiting in the decider match a little bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are trying to kill, attack the Gen.g while they're waiting and defending those. I think we can still say like huge favor for Gen.g, but it's going to be happening BO1. And also, there's still two teams can... like the KC and Sentinels, is even though like if Gen.g actually successfully defended, there's still one more spot for it, so they gotta deal with.
Yeah, and perhaps we can move on to Group C here, as definitely another fun one because we have a nice setup here in a best of one that will happen between T1 and BLG. Always a fun matchup. It is a best of one, a little bit different from what we do see. These two teams generally play best of fives against each other. So Gami Esports did defeat MKOI. That was a very close match here on the secondary stage. And so they did make it to the decider match. So they'll face off against the loser of BLG and T1. And I mean
T1 doesn't want to. Yeah, T1 definitely doesn't want to lose because they have experience against God.
Yeah, they do. I'm scared for BLG, man. I don't know why. Like, just no matter what, especially in best of ones, they're so liable to just drop random games. And hey, like even if T1 looked slow yesterday, like they can always just turn it on a dime.
Yeah, and for our Group D, HLE made quick work of mibr. I think that was the most one-sided game we've had so far. But then mibr turned that around. They were like, okay, whatever, like HLE or HLE, we don't care about that. Let's defeat Lion 2-0. And that they did, so they make it on to the decider match. JDG did defeat Lion to send them down, so that's part of what happened there. JDG looked strong, but also perhaps Lion were looking weaker than normal, so kind of hard to, relatively gauge which one of these teams is stronger right now. I would say HLE is the safe bet against JDG.
Yeah, I think had JDG attended MSI, I would feel a little bit more, confident in their abilities, but didn't get that performance. And so considering HLE went ahead and just won the whole thing,
it's pretty good.
Could be an uphill battle. I don't know.
I mean, also it's like I would say like HLE is like one of the only team that has shown on the stage not scrappy game, right?
No.
Like it was for sure the clean game against mibr especially, and I think it's gonna be a really good test. I guess it's like new environment, new atmosphere, new settings, new tournament, and playing against an actual good team. And they haven't actually faced them in MSI, so like I would say JDG also has a kind of small advantage that like HLE for sure as a draft wise, like it's way more exposed. They have so much data zone from the MSI, the previous event, but JDG, no one knows.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, Gala played Kaisa, so it's like, okay, this kind of makes sense, but also, like, what else does this team have in their pocket? So let's take a look at today's schedule and kind of break down what we are going to have for the matches today. As we will start off with two best of ones. It will be Gen.g up against Sentinels and JDG up against Hama Life Esports. Again, the winners of these matches, these two best of ones, they go directly to playoffs. So you win two best of ones, you're in. That's pretty good. And later on today, we will have a couple more matches. We just don't know exactly which teams will be in those matches, so they're not listed here. But definitely going to have more action on the day a little bit later, and those will be elimination best of threes that we do play.
Don't want to go down to those best of threes, man. Like, pressure is high. Again, I think there are going to be quite a few teams that are just not wanting to really play fearless right now as well. You know, we keep on egging on about those teams that attended MSI and the ones that didn't. I think there's going to be a very big difference in what they actually end up showing in those series if they make it there to those best of threes versus the teams that, you know, did go ahead to MSI, experience the meta, but still have to play that elimination match out.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be also matters about the seeding too, like for the playoff as well, and also you're gonna be able to know you will have to, if you lose like the B1, you will have to play. Maybe the worst case, you have to play 3 games that it's gonna be, you know, they're gonna be able to see the data for the playoff for the future, because the patch is still stays same until, you know, the basically tournaments end. So you really don't want to show as much as you can.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, for some of those teams that don't have a huge amount of practice, perhaps they can use that to try to bolster and get better on the stage, or at least feel a little bit more comfortable. So we do have Gen.g up against Sentinels for this first matchup. Gen.g, title defenders and Korean powerhouse. We all know this squad, led by Chovy in the mid lane, but stars across the board here. It's just that right now, you know, we have such high standards for Gen.g that whenever they're not at those super high standards, we're like, oh, underperforming. We're not sure what to expect. They're still a really good team, so I don't want you guys to get me wrong. But are they at their full power right now? Maybe they power up here at EWC. But coming into this tournament, they weren't at full power.
No, but oftentimes for Gen.g, like 50% power is enough for, oh, I don't know, like most of the world.
Like Sentinels
So,
yeah,
you know, I think they're going to be coming into this tournament a little bit upset, honestly, with themselves, because I think many people, you know, that qualifying series to MSI, they let themselves down in that series.
I mean, also, if I was a Gen.g, like watching MSI game from like the T1 game, especially,
oh no.
Bro, like, can you imagine these teams? How hungry are they?
You
gonna
guys
be,
let
like,
G2 beat us?
That's what I mean. Like, they went, like, it's not even like they got 3-0 against T1 for the qualifier. It was like 5 games, and it's like, they're gonna be so hungry. They're gonna be so angry today, and I think today is gonna be really good to show if they're mad right now.
Yeah, they looked pretty mad in that best one they played on the main stage. So I think that they're going to be still angry, even though they did get the win. And yeah, it was a close series against T1 to not make it into MSI for Gen.g. That did go 5 games, so pretty interesting. But for Sentinels, another team that were, you know, they came in as, I think Degon said they were the 5th seed from the LCS, which is a pretty low seed. Yeah, a pretty low bar, but they looked good yesterday at least.
Yeah, they looked not bad yesterday. I mean, again, just to rattle home the points if you didn't manage to catch yesterday, this team tend to just play to level their opponents, but it's the LCS, so like there's a lot of variance team to team. You know, I think their final series score was 3-4, but they actually had almost a positive game record.
Almost.
Almost. But that just goes to show how many times, practically I think all of their series went to 3 in the regular season leading up to playoffs. Now, playing to the level of Gen.g, that's definitely a different ask compared to, say, Lion or C9, but they're definitely capable of, at the very least, you know, trying to slow the game down and play things at their own pace, and whether or not, you know, Gen.g come in with the big old tractor and just run them over is basically the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main question is gonna be like, can they adjust the level of when they're facing against an actual good team, which is like Gen.g will be, like you mentioned, is like playing slow. I don't think it's gonna help them.
No,
like playing slow from the Gen.g phase. Like, I think that Gen.g really known as like they're playing as a value peak. Like, also they peak the value peak, but like how they play in only manage the early game, like those kind of stuff. Like, they don't start slow, you know. Like, they're just calm, and somehow they're just like 3,000 gold ahead. Like, even though it's like the game is core, even though they're losing, maybe the kills core they're losing. Like, there's so many time actually happening in LCK. Like, they're down 5 kills, but like they're just 3,000 gold ahead. Like, Drag is ahead. Like, this thing happens so frequently.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think, you know, Gen.g, not a team that makes a lot of mistakes, but if you're Sentinels, you got to wait and try to get that one mistake, get that one opportunity, and try to roll with it. You know, not a lot of pressure on Sentinels. They're definitely the big underdogs coming into this matchup, so maybe they can use that to say, okay, let's come in, play our best game. It's a best of one. Maybe we sneak one off of gen.g, and then we're in a fantastic spot. But gen.g are certainly standing in their way. So for our first best of one of the day, we are going to hand it over to Initialize and Pike. Take it away, gentlemen.
Appreciate you, boys. Thank you very much, Valdez, Huni, and Jamada, as ever, for their insight. And I think there might have been a touch of understatement there. gen.g standing in their way is one way of putting it. They're quite monolithic. Reminder, they are the defending champs here, and sure, Spring, not the best from them back in the LCK. But the ceiling on this team is best in the world.
It really is. You cannot understate that anymore. This is one of the star-studded teams. They have proven time and time again why they are one of the best. Returning champions looking to hold that trophy up high. The key is strong. It fits the door well. And now they're ready to keep it going. But they're up against an opponent that has proven against odds that they can get it done. Sentinels.
Right, myself and Jamada had the pleasure of casting their journey to get here in the first place through the quals in NA. And we got to chat a little bit to Golden Glue, we got to chat a little bit to Hui and a few of the other players and say, look, we're just a very inconsistent team. We can beat anyone, we can lose to anyone. They had a great run through quals. LCS was a tougher experience, I think is the way to put it. And that is something we need to see how they're going to turn up here at EWC. They won yesterday, as did gen.g, and they want to keep the ball rolling. We are into picks and bans for our best of one here again. Winner gets to go to the upper bracket. Loser ain't done quite yet, but it's still not what you want to see.
No, definitely not, as bans have come through, and they're looking pretty stock standard. Getting rid of that Ezreal is always a nice thing. We've seen so much. They've been so aggressive of late, but Poppy, Vi, Nocturne, and the Jace, Ezreal, and Syndra. So maybe we'll see a couple mages in that bot lane. I know I'm not overly keen on it, but okay, Lee Sin instantly locked in for Canyon is going to be a showstopper.
And it's a big one, because I think Canyon has started to have a few eyebrows raised about him. This man is arguably the jungle goat. He has been so good for so long, but the last year or two has not been quite as dominant as he might have been back in, say, his Down One days, his earlier days on gen.g even. And picking up a Lee Sin first pick is a strong statement that I want the draft prior. The response, though, is going to be a Skarner. It's going to be a Caitlyn. It is worth noting that we've seen a little bit of flexing on the Skarner.
Yeah, no, but that's also a thing, right? That's a big Scorpion you have to get through. Lee Sin being a bit more of that bursty sort of jungler that likes to get into these fights early, whereas Skarner very happy to sit back, even in the flex. They might just want to play it back and just look for those later drag and scaling too, but a Caitlyn has been so oppressive as well going forward. That range that you get, once you get those 3-4 items online, you hit like a truck. Maybe you hit like a Scorpion. We'll just have to see.
That'll be the plan, right? And again, with the Lee Sin being picked up by Canyon, it's also denial from Handbag, who loves that champion and the opportunities presented by the playmaking on the champion. If you're looking at like the playmakers on the likes of Sentinels, Handbag's often one of the first names that comes to mind. Even if Rahel has been probably the later game carry you rely on, that's a good sign for it. gen.g, though, have managed to pick themselves up a pretty deadly wombo combo of their own. Chovy has been allowed to have Orianna.
It somehow feels illegal at this point. It should have been there, but having this Orianna is going to be so big, and now you've got a Ziggs on the back of it. Ruler is going to be running amok on these towers, throwing out the satchel and just doing absolutely whopping damage. But it is, like you said, Chovy's Orianna paired with Canyon's Lee Sin. It's a combo that dreams are made of.
And look, I think for a long time, a lot of esports fans, League of Legends fans are going to go, yeah, what about that Orianna being banned every game thing that we saw for a long time? Over MSI, we did start to see it be let through and get beaten semi-regularly with the right draft. If you've got something like the Akali with a Lee Sin, some ability to outplay with your mobility and your burst, there have been enough nerfs to the Orianna that it feels like potentially you can manage it. It's not a guarantee, but it can be done, and clearly Sentinels are willing to take the risk. Second phase of bans coming on through. Pike being taken away from Duro. You've got the Ziggs, you've got the Lee Sin. You can leave the Ziggs alone. You can enjoy the Lee Sin. I see why that ban's coming on through. There's kind of been this trifecta of Camille, Pike, Nautilus, of those kind of roaming, hook, playmaking supports, and at least one of them getting taken off the board here. Worth noting, alongside there's that Nautilus. I wonder whether Sentinels might look to be saying, we can deal with a Camille, as on the other side there's some bans towards the top lane. Things like the Rumble away from Impact, who may have had a few years playing at this point.
Just a few. Too many. But no, still, at the same time, Bard has also been picked up as we sort of bring it back as well. That roaming support that does have those magical journeys, and journeys all over the map we have seen. So we're going to be seeing a lot of roaming. And that's right, you called out the Camille. I think that's a really strong point here. Leave Ruler to their own. Let them just scale a little bit in that bot side and let Duro just get out onto the map and wreak havoc as well. But Renekton, final ban over there for Gen.g. So they are going to be pretty comfortable in this towards this top side, getting rid of some very strong champions.
With the Renekton ban, I wonder whether they're looking for an Ambessa here. Decent follow-up, and again, the worst matchup for Ambessa is pretty much the Renekton. It's just miserable at most stages of the game. You have your shield breaks, your repudiate doesn't work, you have to be melee of a Renekton who out-heals you. It's tough. You're going to get the Victor locked in, and now between Victor and Caitlyn and Bard and Askana, if you get into a river first, if you set up around an objective first, you can set up a massive wall.
Yeah, and that Storm as well is going to be so big, especially when you will want this Lee Sin going in. Canyon wants to be in these fights. Dropping that Storm on his head, it's just going to chase the team away. So playing around these corners, there is the Ambessa being picked up there. Kin is going to be feeling so good on this and going to be able to just get to this backline so well. It's one of these champions. Oh, and there's the you just called it. Absolutely, mate. You are reading minds today.
Sometimes it's like I know what I'm talking about. Only occasionally. But yeah, I think the Ambessa made sense once we saw that Renekton ban, and with the Pike and the Nautilus banned, it was like, well, the Camille's up and you've locked the Bard. Difficult to get rid of that as well. But clearly they said, look, Duro, we're more afraid of you on the Nautilus than Pike version. And Camille, we have seen the highs of it, but it is one of those picks that you will die a few times making the plays more often than not. Last pick, though, might be something like this Shen. That could go top, and it likely will do, as we've not really seen the Skarner go on in, but this is something that Impact's been playing for years, and you can just say, Lee Sin, Camille are going in, Shen'll, no.
Look, and yeah, the Shen is such a big pick here as well. Like, you get those strong taunts. You do have the global, so it's not just a TP's available now. You can get to these fights a little bit faster. So it will be on Kin to be smarter about rotating with the team, whereas Impact is happy to sit in the side lane just a little bit longer, come in with a big shield, and cause the upset. So I'm excited to see how these team fights are going to go forward as well, because I'm looking at this Caitlyn Bard, and yes, Sentinels, they've been looking pretty good. Like you said, they have these ways of being able to either get really strong leads and take it all the way, or if they fall short. But Gen.g, they've come off quite a big break. We're starting to see them move a little bit differently. We want to see what they're bringing to the table after having some downtime.
Look, Canyon and Duro have got a lot of agency to them and a lot of weight on their shoulders in this draft. They're the ones with the big playmaking that needs to set up for that Orianna Shockwave, the Ziggs Bomb, the Ambessa following up with that public execution, and you want to annihilate whatever poor soul is caught within that Hextech ultimatum. That's the plan. On the other side for Sentinels, it's a lower floor to execution. They've made things a bit simpler in that sense. You have a Skarner, you have a Shen playing off on that side lane, you set up a load of traps, you set up a gravity field, and you say, get in, try and come into us. We dare you. You've got your own pick, and you try and keep that Victor and that Caitlyn miles away and make it a difficult choice for the Lee Sin and the Camille. That said, they better watch their flanks. The mobility, the flank options are through the roof for Gen.g, and if they can find a way behind or catch people in 3v3s, in 2v2s, in those skirmish scenarios, that setup of zone control will be a lot harder to come to fruition for the side of Sentinels.
And Gen.g, I would call them, they're almost like a loaded gun. You pause for a second. If you take too long, they're going to pull the trigger and they will just take you out. Doesn't matter. I'm really worried for this Caitlyn, who can get jumped on from afar. You talked about these unique angles that Camille can do, the Ambessa as well. It's going to be one of these things you have to be so careful. A single ward hop from this Lee Sin on Canyon could spell an absolute disaster. But here we are, getting ready for the first game of the day here on B Stream. Initialize, it's going to be a doozy. Gen.g versus Sentinels. I am excited.
As you should be, defending EWC winners in Gen.g. One of those teams that has been so monstrous for so long. Would love to kind of come back to the fore here. A little bit of time off, one at MSI, bit of time to right some of the wrongs, fix some of the things that was not quite right with the team. And for Sentinels, right, this is a team that has been mercurial, to say the least, looking, understandably, to kind of prove that the underdog can be a dangerous beast indeed. Darkwings went up from that academy system up in NA, played over in NACL and a few other places as well. I want to say it was a collegiate scene as well, but do forgive me if I'm off on that one, but has been kind of one of those players that's kind of around so many veterans at this point, like Huhi and Impact are two of the longest standing names in esports, never mind the LCS as a whole.
Yeah, well, that's so true. Like, every single player here has got some great experience, but it's the Sentinels' maybe lack of international experience that we do need to talk about as well, where this is a team first time coming out into the open and seeing what these teams are going to be made of. And going up against Gen.g, that's a tall order. That is a big drink to sort of scull. But I think they're up for the task. I think they've got some moves. They've got some plays. Headed up by Golden Glue, their coach, I think they've got a good game plan ahead. They've clearly, like you said, drafted around this mid, and already Duro looking to be very offensive on the level 2. But this is what you like to see, but the Electrocute proc, a little bit rough, taken pretty low.
And we have seen the Camille picked into the Bard semi-regularly as something to say, look, Bard has been the support you can't give up, particularly to say a player like Carrier, God forbid, or something like that, right? The playmaking, the roaming, the pick potential, the slipperiness of the champion of the magical journey can get very challenging to manage. Camille does that better than most, particularly once you get the level 6 top side. Some aggressive trading, but neither necessarily feeling it. What's the timing flash? Doesn't quite land.
Oh, but nothing too big of note, but I like the aggression coming out of Impact there. Clearly knowing that Shen level 3 is quite strong, the taunts are good. You can make some aggressive trades, and taking Kin out of the game just a little bit early, gaining some tempo, means once that level 6 comes online, maybe they can roam, but already Canyon spots it out and says, maybe we can go for something here. Impact has to be careful. Canyon's full HP, the ward hop, just to get behind and slow it down a little bit more. And I think this could just be first blood, as it is picked up by Canyon.
It is. Keen gets the assist as well, which is very nice. Canyon skips out on taking that blue buff to get on over and be on a slightly awkward timer. Catches Impact, undoes some of the shove, and again, that trading earlier, both top laners left low. Well, it's easy pickings releasing.
Not the end of the world still. Couple objectives still on the board coming up at 1.5 minutes. We got that drag, and so I guess we'll have to see where these teams are going to get priority, but let's look at this replay of just this nice little gank. It was nice to see Canyon getting that early rotation.
Yeah, really was. Gets the ward hop behind Impact and says, look, there's no way you're getting out here. Hits the Sonic Wave and says, at this point, I'm just going to auto you. Not going to press the Q2 and lives Impact with very limited options. Back to life, though. Duro has to flash away as Handback gets a drive into the wall.
Straight back in, but Canyon's very happy with this. Able to just ward hop out, get under the tower, is able to stay out of danger. But nice proactivity again. Sentinels being aggressive in the jungle. I like to see it.
And this is something we've seen a lot from LCP, from LCK, from LPL, a lot of our eastern regions in general. Junglers can choose to make early plays. They can choose to drop a camp or two and look to get some gold, but it often comes at cost in the mid game because you guarantee your opposite number will be taking more camps, and that gives you a level advantage, and it feels like that level advantage can often outweigh 1 kill, 2 kills. You really need to make sure that kill was worth it.
Yeah, 100%. We're already seeing just a 1k gold lead already at 4 minutes heading over for Gen.g. Clearly a lot of that is on that first blood kill, but it's just a death by 1,000 cuts, it might even say, is just getting those little CS leads across the board too. You can see that early gank sort of put Canyon back just a little bit. It's only about a camp or two, but it's not the end of the world. It's a Lee Sin. They like the early ganks, and getting that first blood is going to help accelerate them even further.
What it does mean for Handback, though, is it means he is going to be a step closer to the level 6. And if you look at level 6s generally across the board here, I don't think you have to be particularly good at League of Legends or a big esports knower to notice there's some pretty scary ultimates on the board here.
Oh, yeah.
And Skarner in particular, that Impale, is right up there as one of the highest power budget ults in the game.
Oh, yeah. It is so huge, and again, it's one of these things that Gen.g, they want to be grouped up in these strong team fights and get onto the back line. Putting a Chaos Storm over the top, I said it in draft, it's going to be getting so much maximum potential in damage, depending on how Darkwings is going to be able to hold on and maybe scale as well. You're up against Chovy of all players, a player that is known to be incredibly good at farming. You can see Magical Journey, who he looking to come down onto Ruler. Here's Humbuck as well, but sent back into level 5, flashes traded, and it is Ruler able to get away.
Didn't need to burn that flash, though. It would have been a lot of danger. Duro's now roamed down, but it's only level 3, really. Same as Huhi, as we noted. But that'll be Dragon spawning. Flash taken off. That Ziggs could be at risk a little later on. It's actually started with the Hex Tech actuator here as well, interestingly. It means probably not going towards the Luden straight up if memory serves. Dragon being contested. This would be the level 6 Scuttle Crab. Eyes on Handback and how aggressive he wants to shove this. Darkwings around as well. Huhi with a Magical Journey. Won't necessarily find what absolutely everything they're looking for. Is the heal comes on in, looking to slow down with the command distance. The stun is there.
There's the Impale. It's going straight on in. The slows are good. And nice pickup by Darkwings. They played it so well. It was just a clear cut forward, caught him unawares, and a nice lockdown. Really well done by Sentinels.
Sometimes it feels good to set things up a little in advance. We say, yes, Lee Sin's gone for this topside play, but it's slowed down his ability to get to level 6. Handback is in the river first. Handback gets the level 6 Scuttle Crab. You got a magical journey and an easy Impale.
Yeah, and it was even Huhi landing the stun there too. Like, that was just
Predator.
absolutely magic, setting it up. Impale was perfectly landed, and once you're locked down, there's nowhere you can go. So, really good proactive play, and a battle of inches and miles, and Sentinels are keeping pace.
They are. It's still 1,000 gold lead to Gen.g, and again, some of those CS numbers will be notable. Chovy is, well, Chovying up about that 10 CS. We know what this man is capable of and how dangerous he can be given a laning advantage. He's got the Dark Seal, and that Catalyst of Age is going to be going towards the rower build. And sometimes I'm a big fan of that if it's into a burst comp. Not so sure whether it's needed this game, but hey, that survivability is never anything to be sniffed at for a player like Chovy, who likes to stick around in fights best he can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at the other side too, you do have a Skarner. It's quite a bit of tank on the other side too. Shen as well. Like, these are members that are happy to stick around in these fights. You can't really blow them up too quickly. So I think going for this rower is going to be the right call, where you can just keep the scaling going. You're going to move along with them, and you will be able to do a lot more damage as you start to build a little bit of burn, maybe some bursts.
Look, I can see the argument that you're drafted a burst comp, and your win condition is not killing the Skarner, it's getting to the backline and ensuring that Rahel and Darkwings never get to play the game. And with that in mind, I could see an argument to build for something like a Luden Shadowflame and just say, pop goes the Weasel.
Yep.
That's not the decision here. And to be fair, the extra HP will help. There's a little bit of an interrupt here towards Ruler again. Doesn't have that flash, gets eaten by the electrocute, and there's a Shen up.
Shen's coming in straight on down. Let's see if they can cause it out as Ruler has to use the satchels, dodges out, but still gets turned up.
Oh, lovely.
God. Ace in the hole. A beautiful executed play. A couple ultimates spent, but gold in the pocket.
Good proactivity here from Sentinels. Again, they're coming in with no weight on their shoulders. They are here to prove exactly what they can do. They're going to get a dragon on top of that as well. And all the while, there is a topside play. Teleport's coming up. Keep an eye on that Bard as well, who's on a reset, potentially looking to go topside. Won't happen. But now Gen.g make their own TP moves.
This also means that Kim can play a little bit more aggressive, right? Like, the ultimate's down for Shen. You can't really do too much, so Impact's not going to be able to move around the map as fast. Void Grubs have now been picked up as well by Gen.g, so they got those trades. But now, this is what I was talking about. Where do they go? But the public execution is good. It might be caught underneath as they say, you try and take out Ruler. We'll come for the middle. Kim is low. He has the flash. He has been taken out. Impact in a 1v4 secures 1-2.
He gets
Eurodose as well. Oh, but it's an execute.
I thought he got the auto off there, didn't quite. Ruler will be able to get the first turret here off this as well with the grubs on top of it. Impact nearly got away with murder. Alas, he only got the one. 2 murders would have been too much, you know?
Oh, but what a great play from Impact. Still able to survive just that little bit longer. The slight overstep by Kin, but at the end of the day, they still secured it. First tower, it's these little wins that they're getting over it, and this is what Gen.g does so well.
I mean, Spirit's Refuge proved to be so annoying there. Keen goes in, having landed the ult, and has half his damage immune by the fact that Shen pressed W. Like, it's so annoying. And as a result, the taunt, the fact that he didn't have that ability to flash because he'd already blown it, proved to be a step too far. Hey, it's still a 1-for-1. You still get the turret. You don't have the insult to injury with the kill also going on to Jiro, who does get away with the execute, thankfully.
Yeah, and it's good that we watched the replay here. Public execution was nice, but started tanking a little bit. Duro, you can see, got taken quite low, tanking up initially, but just took one too many, had to burn that flash, and now getting caught once more. Duro tanked it up before, so took about 4 tower shots in total. It's just so much, but still an execute. Not the end of the world.
No, exactly. And you still got that turret. It still extends that gold lead somewhat. That's great news for Gen.g, who I think, again, with the Lee Sin, with this Camille, are going to want to try and accelerate the game to some extent, right? We'll get another look at what happened while we were in a replay. As it looks like there was this bot side play onto Ruler that we saw earlier with the Shen ult. Just a really nice play, right?
Yeah.
Ruler doesn't have the flash. With the Shen here as well, Ruler's got very limited options to escape. Doesn't have that much damage yet, and we even get the cinematic death there. That is a great shot.
That was pretty good. I do like following an ace in the hole. It is pretty simple, but we're not playing golf here, unfortunately. It's League of Legends.
That's now, definitely under par.
Yeah, stop it. But now, game slowed down. We're only at 10 minutes. Dragon up in 2.5, but also Rift Herald in 4. You can see here, plates are looking really strong. Gen.g have just been so aggressive on these towers, and you'd expect it when you do have a champion like Ziggs, and when you do see this Shen that has to rotate around, but We'll have to see where these two teams are going to scuff out next.
Yeah, and you look at a player like Rahel, right, who has been very much, actually might have to hold on that, his impact's been left quite low here. Don't think they're going to full send. There is a ward over there and Huhi around, so that'll be the end of the play for now, I think. But what I was going to say is, like, look, Rahel's come over from SK Gaming over in EU. Was a good player on a team that was struggling. Has come over to Sentinels, has really been one of their star carries. If you've been looking for someone to carry games for Sentinels, often been Rahel.
Public execution,
gets in
straight
trouble.
one in, caught out by 3. This is just Gen.g with Imagine the Dragon's Rage is good.
Nice.
And Duro picks it up, and a nice secure inside Sentinels jungle.
Yep, that's very smoothly done. Evens up the kill score, and again, the gold continues to grow here for Gen.g. We've seen good proactive moves from Sentinels, yes, but as ever against a lot of these LCK teams, it's the minutiae. It's just the amount of resources they're picking up on the map. You can see the gold leads in for Canyon. You can see the gold lead in for Ruler, who got those plates and that initial turret kill, and that's giving Gen.g a scary platform, especially with what Sentinels need to do, which is stack those dragons. Minute till that next fight. Probably we're going to see those resets coming on through, and yeah, quoted out there by Mike Focaster. Look at some of those items.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We've got 2 Eclipses already being picked up for the side of Gen.g. Canyon and Kian very happy to have these. The trading's going to be really good, but the rower as well now completed, so the stacking is online for Chovy. We're going to start seeing them joining these fights a little bit more and maybe rotating down to this bot side just to get a little bit more farm. We'll have to see. His Dragon up in 50 seconds. Great proactivity from Sentinels to get that early vision.
Okay, so eyes on people like Rahel. Has not completed the cull, hasn't got the first item. We've got Ludens, we've got double eclipses. Gen.g at a real point of power here. Handback does at least zone Duro away, and what Sentinels do have is good control of the river. They've got the Scuttle Shrine, they've got the wards in play. They're going to want to try and make sure they are forcing Gen.g to come into them, which is a harder task in general.
I'll have to see, though, because we do see Impact is going to have that ultimate up, so it's going to be available to join these fights. So you can sit in the side lane a little bit more, but TP is still available for Kian. So the side lanes are still going to be able to get to these fights, but Drag number 10 could be caught out as Chaos Storm is there. Shockwave as well used. Darkwing being sent back is a lot of damage from
Chovy's in trouble here.
Handback has to come down, looking for that slide, but is not going to be able to make their mark. Chovy taken so low, and we're already seeing Darkwings has to back off, so whether we see Gen.g pull the trigger on this dragon is a different story.
Yeah, I wondered there with Handback having the flash and the initial Ixtal's impact to work with, whether he might full send. There's a bit of a play topside. Keen ends up putting down that Repudiate, gets the Eclipse Shield, but won't lead to too much. Again, this will likely be what Broken Blade lovingly dubbed the zombie build, where you go Titanic into Dusk and Dawn, and you get those double Titanic procs that get very obnoxious. Duro on a potential flank angle here. Maybe they look for Darkwings under this turret.
Yeah, it could be fun. They've got a good vision on it, so they know exactly where they are. We'll have to see as the rest of the side. Yeah, really far behind. The flank is impeccable. As they do start up the drag,
they don't know.
Looking to secure, but now Canyon, now looking for a little bit of that rotation, but the pink ward spots out just that slight bit of vision that Canyon's trying to put out. There is a TP now coming in. Looks like they're going to try and take the contest. Duro's right in the backside of it. Humbug might be caught unawares. There's 4 members, but Humbug has to flash away. But look at Ruler's getting caught out by 4. They traded wide, but no, it's too good. Rahel has picked up Ruler. The backside public execution. Ruler's just on the backside too, getting caught too. It's too much damage taken out. Let's see if they can continue this fight. Duro is going to go for a little bit more. Huhi getting caught, a lot of damage.
And all the while, Huhi just about surviving, and the play's gonna kind of fiddle out a little bit here. Fizzles out, and again, you get the dragon as Gen.g. You get a kill back, what looked like a solid pick onto Ruler, and you do get Duro as well, so to apologize on that one makes it a little more even.
And now that that fight's done, they can slow down, they can reset for a Rift Herald. That's where the next big fight's gonna be.
And look, the thing is, for Gen.g, look, the gold lead's kind of been shrunk somewhat. That's unfortunate for them, but they stop the dragon stacking. Rahel gets a second kill. Have a look at this replay, because it ended up very split. Initially, I thought Duro's flank was going to be very, very dangerous, and somewhat it was. You see Handback gets that one, but the problem is, the moment Duro comes over the wall, you get this full send onto Rulu. Does a very good job of dodging quite a lot of skill shots there. The problem is, you can dodge all you want. Auto attacks are a little harder to manage. Keen, though, great public execution means that Rahel's got limited options, and that gives him the kill back.
I think the big thing there as well is as the fight continued here, and not a huge amount really came off it, a flash was burnt by Impact, a tempered fade as well was used, so it's a lot going on, and now the fight's kicking back out. Canyon's trying to land a resonating strike, seeing if they can get onto Humbug, but the tankiness is there, the heart steal's online, another tower secured.
And look, end of that fight, Duro went in, ended up getting blasted on the way. Darkwing's been left a little low, doesn't quite die yet, the Sonic Wave just wide, and Darkwing's holds his nerve.
That is honestly well played. A little bit of the side steps, and maybe Canyon was saying, oh, maybe we just don't want to go for it. Like, that's fine, let's not worry. But Rift Herald still on the cards. They see the play, they don't get the pick, but they still say, let's go to the Rift Herald. These objectives is what Gen.g does so well, is control, control, control.
Reminder, Sentinels banned out the Pike, they banned out the Nautilus. Duro gets the Camille, currently 1-3. Overplayed in that last fight. It's a really good flank, and then at the end, went over the wall and immediately got blasted. Like, literally got Death Raid, Siphoning Power, and died. And you have to wonder whether potentially it's a question about, hey, we're more afraid of that Pipe, more afraid of that Nautilus, and it's not a great space for the Camille right now. We've seen this happen before, where the Camille dies early, still managed to get involved later, but you really do want that snowball. You want the Bloodsong. You want the Sundered Sky as early as you can get to not die every time you make a play.
I think the big side of that as well is you got that Hextech ultimatum from the Camille. That is just the perfect target for a Tempered Fate. The second you go in, you've just got a target put on saying, if I stop them here, we can delay the fight a bit more. So it's one of these little macro counterplays you can do with a Bard when it is this Camille looking to be proactive in these fights. But now, sieging on mid, let's see if Humbug wants to make a play as they are being taken out. There's the Shockwave too, Dragon's Rage is nice. Tempered Fate keeps them alive, but they're just a little bit too far forward. The damage is good, and Chovy picks up their first kill of the game.
Yeah, and sometimes the Tempered Fate's all well and good, but all it does is delay things. And the other side of that, as we kind of potentially think about it as well, is look, you've got a Shockwave. That's faster than Tempered Fate in 8 out of 10 times. If you're on it as Gen.g, the safety just isn't going to arrive in time. The cavalry's on the horizon, but it ain't the dawn of the 5th day yet.
That's it. And I do also like something we haven't really noted. With Gen.g picking up these Void Grubs, especially with the Ziggs, towers are just gone. It is so quickly destroyed. And that's why you can see it is 3 towers to none to the side of Gen.g. They're moving Ziggs around the map. It is Ruler able to make these plays and get that extra goal lead. And it's why we're seeing 3.5 for Gen.g.
Yeah, and part of it as well, right, is we're in a meta and a general state of League of Legends. I'll have to hold on this one for a second as Chovy, I think, is going to get jumped on with this Shenhold as well. Hello, Chovy gets stunned up.
Enough. It's too much. Just a great lockdown. And it is Darkwing picking up their second kill. They're going to be feeling really good moving into this mid-late game.
And it feels like the Bard has been the primary Shen carrier because he can turn up at really odd places. The magical journey allows you to pinpoint Shen into very easy shadow dashes. Chovy goes down. Yeah, he's got a rower. He's a bit tankier, but not tanky enough as yet. And again, still credit to Sentinels. They haven't been shy of making these proactive moves. They still need to pick up some structures. It's 3 to none right now, and that's where a lot of gold from Gen.g is sitting.
I think let's take a quick second to look at some items as well that are on the board. We've got a couple nice big ones, but Dragon coming up, we need to take that skill check.
Exactly, and the thing is, with those items coming, Sentinel's going to say, we're going to go and get this turret, look for a reset, and you're right, those items are pretty significant with Keen getting a Black Cleaver, with the fact that Ruler's got his 2 items as well. We'll get this replay onto Hambak, who got kicked out from under his own damn turret. That's very rude.
Yeah, just the safety as well. Like you said, sometimes when you get that Tempered Fate, if you're a little bit too far forward, they're happy to sit on top of you. It's a bit of a rough one, but end of the day, got to make those plays and hope for the best.
Yeah, and again, with that play topside for that turret afterwards, means the Sentinels aren't realistically in position to contest for this Dragon. It would only be second anyway for Gen.g. So I think with some of these item spikes being what they are, there's Chovy with the Chovy belt. We've seen the Black Cleaver in for the side of Keen on this Ambessa. It might be why I say, look, I would rather play for another item on this Caitlyn, for another item on this Shen, and just give it a Drake.
I have to see is they're, again, trying to get a little bit more vision control here for Gen.g as they do go start up the Dragon. Maybe this is one of those signs that Sentinel says, let's just give it. They're already here. It's a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to wait for a couple more items to come on in. So I love this proactive play. Gen.g, second Dragon.
And look, literally as we speak about it, Raha gets the Infinity Edge. If you have that 30 seconds before, we might be having a different conversation. But you don't have it at the time, and you would have been into Luden's Rocket Belt, to mostly stacked Rower and the Rocket Belt. You know, you've just seen that Sundered Sky get completed from Canyon as well. It's just a rough point in time to be fighting, and one of those things that I think a lot of teams who are still struggling a little bit fall prey to is, I think we need to fight for this Dragon and just go, well, there's item completion to no item completion. Yeah. And there is very rarely a bigger discrepancy in League of Legends, even if the gold is close.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, 2 items apiece. Starters come online. Luden's and a Proto Belt being picked up by Ruler 2. So a little bit more mobility in the burst is going to be really nice to see. I think that's also why we saw Chovy going a little bit of that Rod of Ages sort of build. It's getting that mobility, but scaling as well.
completely out of game here, but I'm smiling into the distance as there's gen.g mascots wandering around the arena, smiling and waving at the game. And maybe we'll look at the game. Oh my god.
Canyon able just to ward hop very cleanly as the Rift Herald has been charged for, but no tower secured.
That'll be what they were cheering for then. Just about getting away with it on there, as they will now escape back with that magical journey. Get the chunk into mid lane. The Tempted Fate use an attempted pick off there, but gen.g survived the little attempt from Sentinels onto the mid lane tier 1. Chovy and of course Canyon topside. Keen also shoving against Impact.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Couple crystalline growths to pick up, but getting taunted out, so have to be pretty careful as you are now tanking up a tower, but that damage is really starting to come online. You said the Black Cleaver is going to start getting through these shields quite well. I have to see as they go straight onto Humbug. Caught out, Duro's here, Impale is good, but just sent flying too. I think this one was kicked over the wall. It's going to be enough, and Canyon picks up the kill.
Look, they try to come in with the Steadfast, the Stand United, that's the one, not the Poppy W. I sometimes conflate those two abilities, but it wasn't enough. Darkwing's now teleported in to try and make a counter play.
And as the Chaos Storm does go forward, the flash is good, the safety of the tower is going to be nice, but who he is here doesn't land the stun.
I think he's in
Let's
trouble.
see if they can go for a little bit more. Public execution doesn't land, and a shutdown for Darkwings. They're looking fantastic. 3-0-2.
Hang on.
Baron's been started.
That it is, and again, Handback was the one that was picked up. This won't be a fast Baron, but it will be healthy enough. Canyon's got a fair amount of sustain. Ruler and Duro now here as well. I'm not sure Sentinels know about this.
They're just doing blind, like there's zero vision on the top side for the side of Sentinels. Let's look at the replay. I think the Baron might just be gone.
Look, Handback's about to get picked off here. He's very alone, and Canyon and Duro pair up with Chovy and get the pick on the jungler. And this is what gives gen.g license to start the Baron, especially because Sentinels choose to try and make the map or cross-map play all the way on the bottom lane, miles away from Baron. And when we come back to live, you will see that Baron power play is active. gen.g secure it.
Look, picking up a Baron at this point in the game, still only a 3k gold lead for gen.g, but they're securing towers on the other side. Darkwing picking up that tier 1 in the bot, but this Baron's going to be so powerful. The second you start trying to push, there's going to be Void Mites everywhere.
Yeah, and again, we had this conversation, well, we started to, and then Chovy got picked on that side. We ruined the whole point. Thanks for that, Chovy. Unnecessary flame. There we go. But the point is, we are in a meta of League of Legends where AD carries aren't that necessary in the way they were years ago to take turrets. Ziggs is so good at turret destruction, especially with the grubs, that you can just play for Siege using an APC here.
Chovy has to be careful here. Humbug was coming through, but spotted out on vision, so good work on gen.g, just covering their bases as well. Duro taking to about half health. It is still a lot. Ace in the hole now, too. Does get a chunk. 1/4 health now for Duro. They might have to look for a reset as they are starting to siege down on this bot side. Should be fairly easy with a satchel to lock it down. So just another tower taken up. 4 towers to 2. The side of gen.g, the lead is starting to creep up again.
That it is. So, gold lead 3,500. You've got that second dragon. gen.g at a good platform here in general. Minute on that dragon will be soul point potentially for gen.g. Of course, the resets coming on through with those Baron empowered recalls should be relatively easy to get back up on the map. Sentinels, though, taking the opportunity to try and get that mid-tier 1. It's only got the 2 turrets and have been trying desperately to get rid of that, but you're into a Ziggs. It's always a nightmare to get through the wave clear.
Yeah, it was funny. He just took that 1 tower shot like, yeah, I got it, guys. I got it. Don't worry.
You take what you can get.
But okay, Canyon looking at impact on the top side. Level 14 to level 16. It's a pretty big Shen at this point. You've got to be a little bit careful, but Canyon is so far ahead. 2.2k gold lead. It's pretty big.
And they might just say, look, we don't care about this dragon right now. We'd rather get the pressure on the rest of the map, pick up some more gold. And Canyon, a player who was first picking these Lee Sin, who has been criticized recently for his level of form being nowhere near his personal extreme highs of best in the world. So far, so good. 303, 100% kill participation, up 2,500 gold. It's vintage Canyon as far as I'm concerned.
It feels like Canyon's really back. Like, I don't think he really left, in my opinion, but I honestly think he's looking on form in today's game, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to do as the dragon does get started up.
That it does. Teleports come flying. The Caitlyn traps are there. Chovy does step on one, but there's no punish. Look at Duro on that flank as well. Canyon looking to split up a little bit, but impact here. The danger's good.
It's going to be too much for Canyon. Has to get chunked out a bit too much, but Dragon is still low. But look at Humbug. They've left the Dragon. This is not ideal. Tempered Fate does keep the Dragon in play a little bit longer. Humbug has the tank. He's starting to move forward. It's going to be a smite off. It could be a little bit. The shockwave does come through. Look at the backside as well. Duro has to leave, but Ruler taking some shots. Ace in the hole is going to get gets stopped by Canyon. What is going on?
Impact managed to zone off 2 people by himself. This will be the Smite fight.
But now they're going for a Mega Inferno Bomb. Is there? Smite one is good. It's Canyon locking it out. Now they just need to survive the fight as it is still 5v5. They need to be careful.
That was a very tense moment there for gen.g. I got a little nervous with Juro and Keen being zoned off. They might still be in danger as Chovy has to flash.
Good flash out is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but that's Darkwings with the Proto Belt forward. They need to be playing it safe. Rule is their final bomber. Canyon, where are you going there, my guy? It is not the place to be. Trying to hold on. Does get the hop over, but now Tin is in the wrong spot too. Maybe they're looking to go for this tower too. They take the dragon. Maybe they can push the play. The TPs are good. They get those big shields. Let's see what they can do.
Sentinels got nothing there. They got very close to getting a few things. Dragon kills. They get nothing, and gen.g get another turret, get Soul Point, and are beginning to just run away with the game. That gold lead, step by step, inch by inch, grows larger and larger and larger.
And we can talk about Soul Point all day till the cows come home. 4 minutes on the timer, but there's a Baron in 2.
Yeah.
We're seeing every 2 minutes there's going to be something big coming onto a screen here, and it is EWC pulling out the goods as gen.g are just taking it to Sentinels.
And look, Darkwings, you've got yourself a solid gold lead. You've got 3 items. You're nearly at 3 for this Caitlyn. In some ways, wait, that's a decent flash away.
Ag.al ultimatum is good. Ruler picks it up. First kill of the game with a Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, that was the combo we were afraid about. It was supposed to happen at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They make it happen here. Rahel tries to back away with the 90 caliber net. Juro says no. Flash, ult to follow, and that's a dead Caitlyn.
Oh, it's opening up this base now too is so big. It's all a bit of that defensive play. They need to get the smart wards out and just keep this line of vision available, because as it is, Impact is quite overstepping. Doesn't have ultimate available to get out. Might have a TP, but Canyon's already there looking for a scrap. Trying to take it on, level 17 to level 15, but here comes Juro looking for a little bit more.
Fair.
Gets the taunt straight on in, 2v1. Oh, Keen's not even joining this fight. I think Impact is just no longer for this map.
He's trying to get a hold of the wave. He gets most of it, but not enough. And actually, as I said, that it was only the single auto he managed to get down. It will finally give Sentinels that mid lane tier 1, so at least they trade their top laner for something there. But still, nice play from Canyon, who basically said, look, I've got teammates coming, and gets to pick that up with a little assistance.
I'm liking this little bit of the vision control that we're seeing out of Sentinels now around the Baron. 20 seconds on it spawning, so looking towards this top side, they open up the mid tier 1. So it's nice to see they're still trying to make these little moves, even with Impact being targeted.
Look, it's not really been about Chovy this game, but it's worth noting he's now picked up a death cap. That damage is going to get very high, and Rahel could see very little indeed there.
Oh, yeah, we can see that's just rough. The bomb lands perfectly. It's a target if ever I've seen one.
Look, I think realistically, Rahel has to go for the flash 90 cal net just to be a little bit quicker, but Juro just isn't given the option, and once you're in the cage, there is nothing you can do. That was a Ziggs with 3 items. You'd already lost a bit of HP to the Camille, who's got a Sundered Sky. You only need that to be genuinely chunking people, and the Caitlyn suffers as a result. Baron is up. gen.g undoing all the vision control that Sentinels did a little earlier on. They got that 1 ward just into gen.g jungle, so potentially a teleport angle for the likes of an Impact if they want to make it happen. Looks for that Shadow Dash, can't quite find it, and Canyon happy enough. Rahel gets chunked by that bomb.
Yeah, you can see as well, Shockwave onto Humbuck down here. Public Execution does get sidestepped. Keen unable to lock it down. Have to see is it Canyon.
Does get some damage, gets to back away, but that's not bad from Sentinels to hold the line there. Canyon goes back in, he's quite low here.
Oh, gotta be careful. There's the GA pump. They're caught out. The rest of the team's gonna go around, but has to flash over.
Oh,
Dragon's
boy.
Race, ward up into the Baron pit. Canyon survives what looked like a secured kill.
There was no Caitlyn nearby to get the trap underneath. Normally GAs are baked into Caitlyn because you die, she sticks a trap under you, and the moment you resurrect, you ain't Lazarus, you're just dead again. This time, though, Canyon's able to escape. He oversteps, but manages to finagle his way out, leasing things, I guess.
And I guess both sides aren't really thinking about the Baron right now. It is this big play on the Dragon. 45 seconds. We're seeing Canyon saying, all right, you got my GA. That's fine. I'm going to get all the vision control I need.
And crazily enough, Darkwings is very happily leading the way in damage, and he's having a good game here. 3-0-2 needs to deliver in this soul fight.
Victor, not often known as one of those big carries, but Humbug here, TP is going to be used. It is Impact joining the fight.
Hang on, Hui.
Juro's on the other side,
Oh.
getting caught out. Hui wants a little bit more, but there it is. They're trying to take out Canyon. Shockwave is good. Could be caught. No GA to keep you alive in this one, but they do get the Dragon's Rage. It pulls them back.
All the while, Sentinels now in the river. They've got the jungler chunk, but so is Handback. I think both teams are still ready and willing to fight. Do we get to set up some of the zone control?
I have to see. We didn't see the Impale being used in Juro. Now getting jumped on. Magical Journey is good.
They
Blast
flashed.
goes forward. Hui trying to keep them in this fight.
No.
Go for the Hextech Ultimatum. Mega Inferno one hit, but it's Canyon picking him up. It's all too much for Hell taken off the board. Now they're looking for a little bit more as Keen has that Black Cleaver. Double kill for Canyon on the bot side. Humbug just gets destroyed. Keen is looking so strong. The Satchel pushing back Darkwings could be their first death of the game.
All the while, Ruler and Chovy get to go in. Impact flashes, and the zombie build comes to life. Chovy in danger, needs to run. Darkwings goes golden.
Going golden is going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but Chovy still has
Victor,
to damage
Victor,
Canyon.
Victor,
Going for it.
Victor.
It's too much. Look at Keen. They've teamed into the base. They're looking to end this game. They've taken out all of Sentinels, and Gen.g get the ace, and they're looking at the Nexus.
They just had an eye elsewhere. Keep him busy, keep him involved. Key TP's in, and the Ambessa breaks the base.
Gen.g taking it all the way in this best of one and able to lock this game down. Sentinels, they were holding on, but you can't hold on for much longer against Gen.g.
That last fight, there were some moments there where I wondered who he flashed in to block the hookshot escape. And then the Mega Inferno bomb comes in, and then you lose the Smite fight, and Chovy and Ruler just proved inevitable. They didn't even need Keen. They sent him to end the game.
And it was just so good, and it just goes to show they're thinking layers upon layers on how to win these games. They don't need to fight. They can send one to look at these inhibs, and it's exactly what they did. They closed it out cleanly and got the game under the belt.
I think that's a fair way of putting it. And again, we expected Gen.g to come in as favorites. There were good moves from Sentinels. We saw some good proactive moments, but the gold lead kept ballooning. And those team fights, Sentinels just struggled to get what they came for. They didn't get the kill. They didn't get the dragon. And as a result, as the game went on, it just felt more and more was chipped away from the foundation of Sentinels. But from myself and Pike, we get to take a breather. Analysts, you can take it away from here.
Thank you very much, guys, as it was a slow and steady performance here from Gen.g, but it was the victory going their way at the end of the day. Nicely done from them, as gotta hand it to Sentinels. You know, they made it pretty interesting, at least a couple back and forth moments, even from behind, but, you know, Jamada, it's Gen.g up against Sentinels. Gen.g, the title defenders here at EWC 2026, and I think in this best of one, Sentinels really weren't able to capitalize on enough mistakes, and Gen.g solid as ever.
Yeah, I think, honestly, both teams played to expectations. That, like, there was some punishes from Sentinels. I think the top dive wasn't the cleanest from Gen.g. I think that was like 8 or 9 minutes into the game. They traded a couple of kills back in, but overall, the team fights, the mechanics, everything just lent towards Gen.g. And yeah, we said, will they be angry coming into today about obviously not qualifying to MSI? And I think the answer is a pretty resounding yes, if the course of this game is anything to go by.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do still feel like Gen.g, even though they're winning these games, it's not like blowout performances like we saw HLE do to mibr, you know? As you were saying, this is the dive, right? Where it's like, okay, yeah, you got the kill, and kind of makes sense. The idea makes sense, but also the execution was kind of like, you guys were not checking all the boxes there.
Yeah, but like still, it's the classic Gen.g game where they're down a couple of kills early, but then like you look at the gold lead, it's like, oh, they're up 3,000 gold.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't matter in the end actually, and that just comes down to a lot of, you know, strong rotations early on, right? They took that whole top tower off the back of that dive. Ruler ended up being so strong. And very much useful with the rest of the dive composition, just chucking the ultimates. Maybe not so useful in that clip. Sending them able to get on top of him there. But it made them into this side of the map.
Yeah, and he dodged the taunt, so he lived for a little bit extra, and that gave some time for the rest of the team to come on over and kind of keep Sentinels around. It still ended up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Sentinels, but again, as you're highlighting, you know, Gen.g, they get behind on kills, it just doesn't really matter. You know, Hambach gets stuck here in like a million different bits of CC, and he goes down. It's a free pick for them.
That def, I think, was actually on a really important timer too. I think it was right before Dragon.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of death that really just ends up setting you up for failure, unfortunately. So Yeah, hopefully, you know, for Sentinels, they're going to end up playing an almost equally difficult opponent.
Yeah.
Depending on how you view things here. So,
This is just unfair. Like,
Yeah.
this is 80 carry in 2026 feels like 80 carry is very strong, but in terms of the meme, like, it's just like, oh yeah, I was just trying to farm and I guess I'm just dead to
maybe
Camille
this mid wave
Oriana.
wasn't mine.
Yeah. So you guys may be wondering where Huni went. He is on the stage because actually the match of T1 versus BLG is also going on the main stage, and we just finished our one here. Huni is stepping up to the plate, and he's going to be translating for the interview with Ruler, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's handy speaking multiple languages, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he will be our translator. And yeah, like Valda said, we'll be talking to Ruler, who had a pretty decent game for himself. Gen.g set him up to do well, and yeah, he did the Ziggs thing. He existed.
Yeah.
He pressed his R key. Carries lost half their HP at like every fight.
Mm-hmm. He died a bunch in random places. Wasn't the Ruler spot or anything, but he did kind of just
As long as there's
get
no
picked
Ruler
off here
spot
and
there
there.
in a game, I feel like it's probably a good Ruler game.
Yeah, he was fine. He did all right. He did some damage. If I had to pick like an MVP of this game, maybe Canyon.
It's probably Canyon.
Yeah.
I'd go Canyon. Argument for Keen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I'm okay with it. So yeah, we're just waiting for the interview to start. Actually, the group of fans we have behind us were going insane when Ruler took the stage.
They were very happy.
This is before the interview even begins, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Ruler!" And we have a surprise guest as well. It's not Huni up there on the stage. We actually saw all these Genrongis as we were walking over. There's like 6 of them.
There's
I don't
so
know.
many.
Like, there's
And they're so adorable as well.
yeah. And there's going to be one on stage, so that is the spoiler. So, guys, we do have Kitty on the stage with the Ruler and Huni for the translation alongside of Genrongi. So take it away, Kitty.
Congratulations to Gen.g for winning against Sentinels. By my side, we have Ruler and Geran, and of course, we have Huni for translation. So welcome back to EWC Ruler. This is going to be your title defending run since EWC 2025. So how does it feel to be back for the tournament and of course being held in Paris?
일단 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 그리고 이제 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 2025년도에 그 우승을 하고 나서 이제 다시 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 자리를 지켜야 되는데, 그리고 또 여기 파리에 오신 게 어떤 지금 기분과 감정이 있으신지 알고 싶습니다.
일단 되게 이런 분위기 자체를 너무 좋아해서 이렇게 파리에 왔는데 이런 분위기가 너무 재밌어서 너무 기분이 좋고 뭔가 느낌이 좀 좋습니다.
I really like Please. Like the fans are really crowded and they're really passionate. Like I really love this atmosphere and really feel good to be back at the EWC, and I love Paris.
We have a lot of passionate fans in the crowd as well. Thank you so much for joining us today. And of course, it's been a while since we've seen Gen.g on the international stages. So I want to ask, as a personal growth aspect, what changes have you made since first stand?
저희 국제 무대에서 지금 왠지 이게 마지막에 이제 퍼스트 스탠드 그때 한번 하고 오랜만에 뵙는 건데, 그때랑 지금 어떤 마음가짐이 좀 달라졌는지 그 부분을 좀 알고 싶습니다.
사실 마음가짐 자체는 좀 비슷한 것 같아요. 그냥 더 잘하고 싶다? 그냥 더 이거보다 계속 잘하고 싶다라는 생각이 좀 많이 있습니다.
Mindset, nothing really specially changed. Like I think it's just like it's our job to be like just trying the best. Like at the moment, I say every single time when we can. So that's our motto.
Amazing to hear as well. Since we're joined in by Geran and Ruler, can we please do a little cute interaction for the fans as well? Because Ruler is AD carry. Can we do bang bang to the cameras as we exit the interview?
저희 그리고 진랭이와 같이 함께 나와 있는데, 나온 김에 같이 이제 원딜이니까 뭐 재밌는 뭐 포즈라든지 그렇게 빵빵 이렇게 해주실 수 있는지 카메라에다가.
빵빵! 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Ruler and Genrongi and Huni, who absolutely killed it, as we knew he would. And we got a nice little cute performance there at the end. Always nice to see the fans still loving Ruler as they cheer his name as he's walking off the stage. We have so many Genrongis, by the way. There's like, I said 6. I think there's actually like 15.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
There's so many of them.
9 walking off the stage. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot more than we thought.
Yeah. You know, I thought there was just one whose name was gen.g, and I was like, okay,
no, it's a family.
That's the guy. No, it's
and
they have multiplied.
and that's the grandpa, and that's the uncle.
That's like the second cousin once removed.
Yeah.
Who's you don't see him very often, but they met up here in Paris. So gen.g, 1-0 over Sentinels.
Yep.
It is a best of one. Sentinels now have to fight in the best of three in the decider match. And it's kind of what we expected, right? Again, we're not beating around the bush here. gen.g are a very strong team, and Sentinels, you know, they got in, but have to go up against one of the best. And you can see that here, the goal difference over time was slow and steady, won the race.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at Darkwing's damage bar. It's one of those games, isn't it?
I mean, there were a lot of team fights, and he's playing Victor, so
yeah,
I get it. But also, what about the rest of his team?
Yeah, he just did a little bit of quick math.
Where were they doing the damage in the team? When did that happen? Where was the team fight damage for them?
He almost cleared his entire team.
Yeah.
He's like 3,000 short of clearing everyone on Sentinels. That's a feels bad-ish moment.
If you remove the support, he did more than the rest.
Yeah.
Whereas on the side of gen.g, it was very much, you know, pretty much across the board. Everybody did, you know, their job. So, yeah, I mean, what can you say? It is gen.g. Oh, welcome back, Hooney.
What's that, dude?
That was a great translation.
Thank you.
You were worried. Why?
You were killing it.
No, I was not worried. I was like, I've done it before, you know?
Have you?
Yeah, I've done it.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be that professional, but I can try my best.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a really good experience. Thanks for giving me this type of the opportunity. And what are you guys talking about?
We're just talking about all the gen.g's, you know, the family of like 17 over there.
There's a lot.
I want to take a picture with all of them.
I want to.
Yes, we should do it afterwards.
I will do it afterwards.
So, yeah. I'm not sure if we have like a bracket we could take a look at because, you know, gen.g did take the win. And one thing very important to mention is that gen.g make it to playoffs, which as we kind of expected this, but we weren't sure about their form. But yeah, they make it through 2 best of 1s. They go on to the round of 8.
And also, I know the KC fan were really cheering.
Oh, yes. Yes, they were. I mean,
they were like, please.
I don't think it's going to be an easy game for KC, dare I say.
Not at all.
I actually think Sentinels will, like, they'll stonewall them a little bit.
Yeah.
Do I think KC will win? Yes.
But, like, I think they play pretty decently well, especially they're considering playing against the gen.g and performing this much of the level of the League of Legends. Like, we were just talking about, like, their, the 5th on the LCS?
Yep.
Like, this is not like I think the putting effort like this much and then showing off like the international stage, it was awesome.
Yeah, they're a big step up to the plate team for sure. Even if they don't necessarily cross the line, they will never make it easy for the opponent regardless. And I think we kind of got to see that a little bit here against gen.g for like 15 minutes, maybe 20. But hey, you know, some teams can't even last 8 against gen.g.
100%.
So, you know, I'd still call that an achievement. And yeah, I think KC are going to have to be on their best behavior as far as, you know, the discipline is concerned. Otherwise, Sentinels can definitely sneak a game, if not the whole series.
Yeah, it's a best of 3. It's fearless. So, yeah, I have a little bit more time to get it done. And I think KC are probably still the favorites. They also have the backing of the entire city behind them. So I think that's certainly going to help, but we'll have to wait and see how that does go in the future. We are going to take a break and come back for G2G up against Hama Life Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down.
Hello and welcome back to the EWC 2026. We are getting ready for our second match of the day here at the Kadir City Battleground. It is, of course, JD Gaming up against Homolife Esports, and this one is a big one, guys. It is the best of one between two gigantic teams here in the scene.
Let's go, man. This is like team we waited for. We did call it like, from the pre-show. It's going to be really rough to actually predict. But surely favor for HLE because, like, you know, it's easy to say. It's like anyone will able to say, oh, they just won the tournament right before it's actually happening. But we've seen so many teams, not so many teams, especially Lion, I'll say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lion. Even though they got third place, they're knocked out already, having all three performances. And the key got crushed in. And time to figure out.
You guys are LCK guys.
Really? Am I?
Yeah. What? I'm XLPL.
Am I?
I'm pooping my pants. I'm scared.
Oh.
I'm scared. I love this JDG lineup.
I guess that's why I'm on hype.
Yeah. You guys are excited. I'm kind of worried. I think that whilst typically JDG are a very, very aggressive team, and that is typically driven through the first two people in these hero shots here, in Junjia and Hongkyu, I think that can very easily be shot down by the absolute psychopath on the other end, who was kind of forged in the LPL in terms of his aggressiveness that he's brought back to the LCK in Kanavi, and that's where most of my worries come from, especially because JDG, what they showed us in terms of the meta read, looked a little outdated, shall we say. I want to see something a little bit more up to date today in terms of prep, which, again, when it's a Tabe-led project, you always typically tend to expect.
Yeah, I mean, if Tabe definitely knows his stuff, and I think that he's going to have something specific prepared for this best of one because, again, it's a big difference in this format from just winning one best of one and going straight to playoffs versus you've got to play in a best of three, and you might not have a great performance there. If that happens, it can get dangerous. Maybe you get knocked out very early on. You don't even make it into playoffs. Like, in my mind, JDG should be a team that joins us in playoffs, as is HLE, obviously.
Yep.
So maybe you sneak a win here in a best of one. If you've got something prepared, maybe they cheese something out. Maybe we get some interesting jungle pathing from gen.g. I think there are ways to take advantage of HLE, to be honest. I don't think that they are immortal, right?
Yeah. I mean, 100%. And also, I would like to say the thing is, like, if they show same performances as what they shown against, like, the Lion game, like, especially the JDG against Lion game, like, if you see that, they were really, really, really not clean early game. Like, against that HLE, if they shown, like, same performances in the special early game, they're gonna get crushed. So, like, for sure, they have to take away those kind of game as a good, really good example. We can't do this against HLE.
They definitely can't do that at all, as we are ready, guys, to throw it over to the casters. Take it away, Initialize and Logan.
With pleasure. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk, as ever, for setting the stage here for a heavyweight bout. Make no mistake about it. JDG may have gone to first stand. The problem is on the other side, HLE just may have won a recent international competition called MSI, small thing.
Just a small one.
Yeah, not important. You know how it is. May also have put down a 90-minute victory yesterday, which, with the way League of Legends works right now, it's next to impossible. They are on rare form, and that means that JDG, as Huni was talking about, are going to need to make sure they cut down on some of those early game guns, because if HLE come out of the gate swinging, things get tricky.
Yeah, no, you are so right. The energy here in France is electric. The crowds are gathered.
We're actually out of space.
Yeah,
we are out of space.
Yeah. They need to make more because it is JDG of the LPL versus HLE of the LCK, the reigning MSI 2026 champions with household names, right? You say Gumayushi, you say Zeus, everybody knows that name, but equally from the LPL, you've got Gala, you've got Vampire, Xiaoshu, and the LCP's previous members, Hongqiu and Junja.
Look, I'm supposed to be here and I'm supposed to believe that my LPL boys have been casting them for so long, and I have to say I'm nervous. Look, Junja and Hongqiu had pretty good form over spring. I think Junja in particular stepped up where early on in the season was really struggling to be consistent. We had a bit of a joke about Junja Dice Gaming and how sometimes the game went as he went. He would go in and snowball, or it would go very, very wrong. At the minute, he's looking a lot more consistent. It was Gala who was struggling more in spring. It was Xiaoshu with a champion pool that needed a little bit more broadening. He's going up against Zeus here, and for all Xiaoshu, chatting with some of the Chinese casters, like shout out to Mac and Christina, who I was nattering with in the green room. It's been great fun. We're still saying, look, Xiaoshu's right up there as one of the very best top laners the LPL has to offer. He's still quite young, though, and has yet to show up truly on an international stage.
There's a level of maturity, there's a level of experience that Zeus just has over a lot of other top laners, as good as they are. He knows how to play these matchups. A couple of more nuances. Xiaoshu is good, but he is up against a great. So this is his opportunity to shine.
And he's going to need to do that here because you've got the Jarvan in for Kanavi. If you look up Kanavi's win rate on Jarvan, it's eye-watering. There was a conversation earlier in this split about the fact that he had to teach HLE to say, yeah, I don't go backwards on Jarvan. If you're going backwards on Jarvan, you're doing it wrong. He only goes one direction, and I'm not talking about the British boy band. Add in the Gnar, add in the Akali, we see what the game plan is here. Junja's got a hold of the Neferi, which isn't a bad matchup, into that, I was going to say the Gnar, but into the J4 can do well there. You've also picked up that Syndra. The level 6 kill combo is very strong there for JDG.
Very, very threatening. We see those bans, though, that Orianna, that Jace, that Lee Sin Gorn, that sort of really strong meta mid laner, that top laner that can be very flexible, as well as that hyper-aggressive jungler over on the side of HLE. They've taken away that Vi, that Vayne, that Poppy. They've seen the damage these champs have done at MSI, here at EWC 2026 at the Kadir City Battleground, and they are prepared. They've been doing their research, they've been taking their notes, and these drafts are showing us exactly what they're made of.
Battleground is right. I think this looks like a bloodbath to me. The moment the level 6s come on through, there is once again a lot of very committal engaged. We are not... you know, going half measures here.
They're one-way trips.
Yeah, you are going in on Neferi, you're going in on Ambessa. The same is true of all the champions there for HLE as well. The most non-committal here is a Syndra stun, which you know how that is, and you stepping up in range to do that puts you at risk of things like the Akali and the Jarvan looking for your head. And hell, Zekka's Akali is legendary. Zeus on the Gnar is legendary. There's a lot of champions here that people are very very comfortable on, and Gala's Kai'Sa gets taken off.
Also, the Bard has been taken away. That support, which has been nothing but trouble for anyone who's been able to get it through. I feel like Carrier might have been the big name that started that Bard ball rolling, but everyone who is good on Bard can have that same sort of impact, that same sort of shutdown and playmaking as well.
I mean, for the longest time, Bard was first pickable. Camille kind of changed that.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, you just couldn't allow that one to be an option. It has been support focus from JDG here, more towards Gala's champion pool as it stands from HLE.
One thing that I do love that you said about Camille, not banned yet as well.
No.
That hyper-aggressive, who I am referring to as the Lee Sin of supports, is still up and available.
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, right? They get aggressive level 1, they take Ignite, they want to get your lane ahead early, and they ban... Oh, okay. They've banned the Annie away from the mid lane.
Implies to me they think Gala will be happy to play the Syndra bot, which has obviously been a very viable flex. And Syndra, as with most mages, one of the reasons they feel really good is mages might not bring sustain, they do bring wave clear. Underline it a few times. The Mels, the Syndras, the Ziggs, all has a lot of wave clear, and that allows these roaming supports, your Camille's, your Pikes, in this case potentially a Shen as well, to get out and active early on.
One of the ultimate roaming supports, if you will, with that global at level 6.
You cheat, don't you? Get Bazaar.
Shen's
That's not fair.
I'm here! Much like a Nocturne with that paranoia.
Yeah, I need one of those, like, you know, surprise party fiddlesticks? I need the same with Shen. Just turn up with like a yay!
Flowers and balloons. But they have locked in that Shen, but they still haven't revealed the AD or AP, because as we were talking about, that Syndra could definitely flex to that mid or bot side. Whereas HLE, Ziggs, we've seen Gumayusi on Ziggs. He is good on Ziggs. That is a scare. And there is Camille. We talked about it. It hadn't been banned.
No, it had not. And we just saw gen.g run that Camille Ziggs combo pretty lethally there against the likes of Sentinels. So looks like HLE are going to continue in a similar vein. And of course, Gumayusi's Ziggs, once upon a time, was a bit of a meme. When he first picked up, he just wasn't comfortable. He has put the reps in though now, and he is now so much more dangerous on this champion. Twisted Fate gets locked in. I'm imagining that's for Hongq, because actually what we did see in general, that the Twisted Fate for Hongq, at least in the LPL, has been something that he was struggling with earlier on in the games. Weirdly, he became a team fight Twisted Fate. It was later on when he was porting into fights and repositioning that he found the most danger. And now with the Neferi, that ability to take the jungle mid lane and go towards an Ambessa or go towards a Syndra feels pretty good with the Shen following you up.
Some of the best Twisted Fate ults we've seen here at EWC are literally the short range ones. It's just you TP from in front of your team to behind their team, and you create that pincer maneuver. You gold card that back line, and it makes them vulnerable, and the rest of the team is able to collapse. You don't need to do that long range 1v1. You play for the team and get that backline access, because you may not think of TF as a traditional dive champion, but why not? He has the best dive tools. He just appears in your backline out of nowhere.
The thing is, on the other side then for HLE, you've got Jarvan and Camille and Ziggs and Akali. You get locked in that cauldron and you will have a very bad time. It's also, as we've noted, the player names that are associated with this. The moment you put those player names back on, you go, oh yeah, that's Kanavi on Jarvan. Oh yeah, that's Zeus on Nar, who has been basically asking that question, much like a player like Bin. It's like, okay, I'm going to pick this. Can you deal with it? Have you got anything in the champion pool to deal with this? Zeka's Akali was something he won a world championship on. He was famous, made famous by those melee mid laners, your Silas's, your Akalis. It's a meta where they are back and viable. Zek is not unpleased.
You could say Zeka's good at the champion, maybe even great. And
Possibly.
We are looking forward to seeing the hands that both of these teams have at the Qiddiya City Battleground, because as a reminder, this is HLE, the winners of MSI 2026, mere days ago. But we are on Summoner's Rift for the best of one here between HLE and JDG. It's the LCK versus the LPL, and the crowds here in France are loving it.
It is raucous. We are out of space. I cannot begin to tell you how many people I can see from eye to eye here. It is a pretty electric atmosphere. That is nothing to be sniffed at as we're going to look in at some of these rooms. It will be the spellbook for that Twisted Fate. Already Delight has found a level 1 hookshot onto Xiaoshu, who's needed to Drake Hound step out there. Loses a third of their HP bar, which is not what you were wanting to see, to say the least.
That will definitely slow down your sort of topside game. You need to play a little bit safer as we see Zayas getting aggressive early as well, really wanting to punish Xiaoshu there on that minimap. Has that ward forward just to get that vision. Gold card going down on Zeka just to get some early trading. But we take a look at the junglers for a moment. They have started on opposite sides of the rift as some early poke comes down on Gumayushi.
Indeed it does. Delight finding its own here. I'm really glad you called out that jungle path. It's not been the level 1 invade, but it is going to be some differing jungle paths. Clearly thinking for Junja that maybe he might go for a level 3 gank if he wanted it, but I think with the pathing directly towards Krugs rather than starting on something like those Raptors will be unlikely. There is a level 1 ward there from the side of HLE onto the Raptors, I will note. So in about 10 to 20 seconds, this Nefiri will be a known quantity.
That's it. Oh, they go in on Gumayushi.
Good chunk onto him. Delight gets that passive off to get the shield, but now he's in danger. Has to flash away as well. Heal for Flash. I think that's a win for JDG.
Yeah, it was a great timed flash there as well, able to dodge that stun coming out of the Gala Syndra there. If that had landed, I think Delight would have been in a lot more trouble. But right now, JDG, they have the early advantage. They've got more health pots, they've got more summoners up. HLE, they're vulnerable here.
By the way, you'll also see that Junja's gone over the Dragon Pit and is looking to go for the invade here with the priority.
Yeah, ping's coming down though. I think they know this is up. HLE, they've spotted Junja out. Delight is responding. Vampire has less than 50% health. They have the health advantage.
That they do. Delight managed to pick him up with a hook shot and a precision protocol part 2. Overcame the Twisted Fate, who's got the shove as well. I think Kanavi is either going to have to go for a smite fight or a leave things alone. They've got the Syndra with the force of will. No way to contest.
JDG brought all of the members. We even saw Hong Q rotate around. They really valued taking this blue buff away from HLE. They really want to inhibit what Kanavi can get done across this rift. So I love this proactive play here in the first 2.5 minutes of this game.
And when JDG were most successful this year, it was prio in bot lane to allow for early invades to get Junja ahead as well. Shove bot, invade, shove bot, invade, and they got so much value from it. And again, you get the bonus of keeping Kanavi down. That is a play you can never allow to get off to the races. Hell, go look back to MSI, go look back to the roads to MSI in the LCK as well, where teams were going straight to the wall to try and keep Kanavi out of the game. Fight bot side though as Vampire ends up a little worse for Webb. Will be able to slide back under his turret with a Shadow Dash.
That's it. There were 3 members of HLE there. They were looking for a dive onto Gala, but Vampire showed up in the nick of time, was able to prevent that all in, and so good play. Nice heads up, Rome, as the timers have started counting down. First Drake of the game, about 1:15 away, and I'm wondering who's going to go for priority on that, because right now, HLE, they've got that sort of bot side vision in the river toward their bot lane because they want to protect this duo in the bot. They want Gumayushi to be safe, and we're just waiting for these supports to start roaming. And you take a look at that. Delight in the top side jungle of HLE, looking towards the top. Maybe they're going to make a play on Xiaoshu, but we have seen Vampire take a recall and is heading back out onto the rift right now. The numbers advantage topside in HLE's favor.
Is for now. Gala doesn't have his flash, had to blow that a little earlier. Delight down his as well, so couple summoners here and there down as Delight also on that run. Still level 2. Level 2, that's support life right now. Who needs to be in lane for XP? You can wait till 8 minutes for that.
That's it. That's it. That catch-up experience that you were talking about just yesterday. Delight will be spotted on that ward, though, so really great placement, really heads-up read from JDG here. Hong Q going, you know what, there's a support missing. I'm going to put some wards down and keep myself safe, which is just the hallmark of these professional players. They have a read on things that aren't there, the missing information, and they play around that. But Kanavi making good on his roams here. They will spot this ward out. Hong Q will stay safe, so nothing will happen there. But HLE have the priority for the first Drake of the game.
Speaking of pro play, we've got 3 teleports and 2 globals between Ziggs and Shen as well. So let's be real, it's also kind of a hallmark of pro play that you sneeze and everyone just turns up on the same screen.
We did see that yesterday.
It's true.
It was an all-in. 4 TPs committed within 1 second of each other. But this Drake is not long for the world. The Hex Tech three members of HLE. Gumayushi rotating around. We do see the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Uh-oh. Zeus is getting jumped on, though, as JDG see everyone on the Dragon and say, well, we'll pick up the Gnar. Instead, I forgot about another global. There's a Twisted Fate in the game, and he helps pick up a kill onto Zeus. It's Junja who secures it, and actually Honkyu didn't even get the assist.
That's it. It was so fast. Junja gets the one onto Zeus. Zeus caught in a really weird position, I want to say. Basically between four members of JDG there. A couple had roamed down to Drake to see what they could get, and they clearly decided, hey, you have that first Drake. It doesn't matter. We're going to get this kill and try and get our top side ahead. That ultimate comes down, so Honkyu zones Zeus down towards the Baron Pit into the waiting arms of Junja. Junja takes him out before Honkyu's gold card could land.
And he flashed for that as well. I feel for Honkyu. He goes all the way in there, burns the ult, burns the gold card in the flash. Still doesn't get involved, but there you go. He does in my heart. Still, you're not going to complain about getting a kill on Neferi early, make no mistake about it. And it is JDG with an early gold lead. It's not necessarily that extensive. It's nominal at best here at only 500. But again, with Neferi and the TF getting ahead of the game, that's great news because you want those two to be playing to the side lanes, make no mistake about it.
That's it. And so far, we've got some high damage builds coming through. Longswords and pickaxes on both, on Junja and Xiaoshu there in that top side. So it's damage not to be sneezed at here in this early game, but counter that, we've got a lot of health being built by Kanavi and Zeus because they recognize the damage potential from that top side of the Rift. But we are back to the regular action. We're just trying to get our CS. We're trying to get our experience, get our gold to buy those items to outscale our opponents.
Yeah, we'll need to keep our eyes on it. There's a good stun into the wall there as Xiaoshu's going to eat quite a lot of damage. I think he was unhappy about it. Has a large wave here to pick up, though, and with the level 6 already in, we'll have some Omni-Vamp courtesy of that passive part of Public Execution. It's the reason Ambassador doesn't have to build armor pen and stuff. You get it natively from your ultimate, which is slightly obnoxious, it must be said.
Ever since that nerf on Ambassador's ultimate, though, the pro players have been able to sidestep it just
Big
a little
time,
bit
yes.
more. I remember reading those patch notes. I think it was something micro, like 0.2 of like it was 0.2 milliseconds or something. But it is still enough for pro players to go, I'm going to sidestep. They no longer have to commit the flash.
Yeah, exactly, because before you used to be able to time it to someone being caught in an auto animation or something. So that was enough time for a good player, and let's be real, pro players are quite good at the game, to find an angle to get that public execution off. If you're locked in an animation for 0.4 seconds, well, that sucks for you, doesn't it? If that ult timer is just that little bit longer, it's a breath of fresh air to get out.
And speaking of good players, just referring to Zeka for a moment, the first player to complete that Grand Slam, having won the first Stand Worlds and MSI. And he...
What, trifecta?
Yeah, that's it. And on the Akali, he's keeping up with Honkyu as HLE. They've got the numbers advantage, the priority here on the Grubs. But Zeka is keeping a pace with Honkyu in the mid lane. Normally a melee range matchup, you don't expect to see that. Fight, though, brewing.
Vampire flashes on in. Delight returns the favor. Junja will call the pack, but he gets caught in a cataclysm and flashes out to safety. No one dies. 2 Grubs to 1 to HLE.
Yeah, Gala did commit that TP a little too late, though, so he arrives and is unfortunately unable to have any impact. So you could argue that that was a spent summoner for no real gain. Vampire, all summoners gone. Junja with the flash as well. And I mean, you look at Kanavi, he still has flash. So there's that summoner difference in that jungle. Gold lead, though, right now, pretty close.
The resets came on through from HLE. That's a long, long way away from a Mega Gnar. And look, it might be an extended timer on the Ambassador ult. It's still not shorter than a gold card, and it makes it easy as you like.
That's it. A 3-man dive on the top lane for Zeus. Right now, I think JDG have identified that they can keep winning through this top lane if they keep overloading it, and there's nothing Zeus can do because it's not like Delight was anywhere near that top side at the time of that play. So these TPs coming through fantastically. These ults from Honkyu are play-making, similar to Rise with those Realm Warps, except it lands with a stun.
Very, very smoothly done. They do manage to get some more value. It's a little bit more extended after the Grubs reset from HLE, but they do find what they're looking for. Gold lead is still there for JDG, but again, it is very small. And reminder, you've got the TF in the game. Theoretically, he's cheating for you. He's stacking the deck. He's getting the extra gold, and as a result, that means that realistically, HLE are in a pretty good spot here, I feel.
Yeah, right now, at 10 minutes in, the gold diff is only 700 in favor of JDG. HLE would be happy with that. This is still a good position for them. The wave clear coming out of Gumayushi on this Ziggs, 15 CS up over Gala, so they do have that lead in the bot side.
Whoa. There's a bit of a taunt as Gumayushi finds himself face-checking Vampire, but will be able to satch his way out to safety.
Yeah, luckily with barely enough mana to do it, JDG hanging around, just making sure they get the info on Gumayushi recalling. They're keeping him here. They might be looking for a dive here.
He's got no mana. Here we go. The Hound's Pursuit comes on in. The Dark in daggers, and the power is unleashed. gen.g will be able to reset turret aggro because he has a W button.
I honestly think that W is so busted because it's like, how can you just avoid all of this? Easy. Riot gave me the ability, so I'm going to.
Well, you see what I do is I think about it, and I wait a second, and then I press the W button. Yeah, that's how I do it. What do you mean?
It worked. But JDG, they went from 700 advantage to 1.4k. They've just really reduced that gold lead for Gumayushi. He was 15 CS up, now he's only 5, so they've really narrowed that lead that HLE were trying to build for themselves as the second Drake of the game has hit the Rift. We see the vision control. HLE's is in the bot side jungle of JDG. They want to see where they're coming from as they've started up that Drake, Kanavi, onto it straight away.
Delight is here on her own, but so is Vampire. That makes it pretty spicy. There's nearly the Meganar. This gets difficult as a tactical sweep to teleports river. gen.g also around. The taunt makes things tricky. Meganar into the wall. Delight, and of course Zeka with the teleport. Goes back in, looks for more of a perfect execution, but it'll just be the one kill. And HLE finally on the kill board.
That's it, on the board, and in stylish fashion, Zeka arrives so fast, but look at these wards. HLE looking for more.
Xiaoshi's been left low, just a flash on in! And Gumayushi with the roaming Ziggs of all champions gets an extra.
You know why he did it? For the roll quest. As soon as he got the kill, roll quest completed.
Oh, very good.
That's our Gumayushi king, that's our committed king. But HLE, they won that topside fight because they got there faster. Zeka TPs, gets into the fight, claims one for himself. Gumayushi roamed up as well. I believe, just walked on in, flash forward to get that kill, and now they're back in this game fair and square. They have 3 role quests completed to 0 from JDG.
They had the extra member, right? You saw 3 members from the side. Actually, we're going to have to hold him. That's Kanavi in danger. Flash for the gold card. He's flagged and dragged out, but look what he's dragged himself into. It's a war. I don't think he can win.
What?
Oh my God.
He's still alive.
The Cataclysm and the Flash. I said he doesn't go backwards. He does get out, though.
Kanavi lives. What was that? You absolute master of J4. He committed his ultimate. He committed his flash, but he gets away because JDG committed even more. You've got to be, oh my goodness, these are the best players in the world, and plays like that are why?
Why did he have to leave us? I miss him in the LPL dearly. What a psychopath in the best possible way. Zeka's going to pick up the first turret in topside as well. And you know, I might be coming in with a touch of the LPL bias, but you just gotta love it, don't you? HLE are very, very good at the game.
You've got LPL bias, I've got LCP bias, so you would think we'd be like, oh, JDG, but how can you not credit credit is due?
Hang on.
HLE.
I'll do it again, surely.
Come on, Kanavi.
He doesn't have the ult, though, and gen.g doesn't want to commit any further, and that means it's a delayed reset, but no realistic angle at a kill. And we're gonna go look at our hearts being broken as Kanavi finds the angle.
That's it. JDG thought they found the angle on the Kanavi. Flash forward ignite to maintain the vision on Kanavi as he gets into that brush. He took maximum damage for the entire period of time, but we're back to live.
In they go. Xiaoshu buffers through the Meganar with a very well-timed public execution and gets out safely. Few ultimates traded, some HP traded, but no one dies.
Yeah, but back to that previous attempted on Kanavi's life, I do love that ignite call so that they had maximum visibility so they could keep punishing him, but he was able to Cataclysm out and then flash to get that distance that JDG couldn't follow up with because they'd committed it all at the start of that fight. So really heads up play as JDG collapse on Zeus.
Speaking of committing, they bring multiple members down. The Hound's Pursuit and the call of the pack. And Zeus, I fear you may be calling an ambulance. He gets bled out with the Dark in Daggers Part 2.
Yeah, right now JDG, they are running this rift. As good as HLE are, JDG are working as a unit. They're bringing more members to every single fight. The only one that HLE was that top side where they got to go quicker. They brought more members faster, and it was JDG on the back foot. It speaks to the initiative. It speaks to the proactivity. Whoever makes the play first wins the play.
And look, JDG have got themselves a great composition to play towards the side lanes. Delight, though, Tenchi in danger. Gala flashes away from a Cataclysm, and Kanavi says absolutely not. And with the Syndra chunked out, I wonder whether Guma feels like he can sit there and try and play for this turret. He certainly get another plate there with that crystallized proc. He's edging closer and closer to a satchelable turret. turret.
We do love that crystalline growth. That's a new thing that came in League of Legends in 2026. It's effectively a built-up of demolish over time. The more crystalline you crack it, you get more gold as delight. It's hook shots over the wall to get away from Vampire. And these supports, they have been roaming. They are terrorizing this rift, trying to get involved in as many of these fights as possible. But right now, for JDG, it's Junja. He's been involved in 3 out of the 4.
Gotta keep our eyes on the top left corner of our screen because it's 50 seconds until Dragon, and HLE are now ahead in the gold. Are now ahead in the objectives as well. For all it's felt like JDG have made a few more moves on those side lanes, it's still HLE with the gold advantage. They found a lot of CS, they found the turrets, they found the objectives, and I think if you do start grouping up, the ability to lock everyone in a Cataclysm, everyone in a Hextech Ultimatum, and then slam down something like a Ziggs ult, throw in that perfect execution and really try and blow someone up could get very, very dangerous. Junja said, I just want to get us some gold. Let me have a Herald so I can try and get a turret.
Critically, it is on Vision, so HLE do know this one started up, but the timing was fantastic. Kanavi on that recall, but they're racing out to the Rift Herald. There are pings coming down. They want to contest this if they can.
Vampire flash of the Shadow Dash, the Hound's pursuit. Honku turns up. Gala on the other side, caught inside the Hextech Ultimate, but lives! He lives! That's huge. Honku in danger. Gold card comes on down. Zeka inside that Twilight Shroud. Mainly start running away and does. Kanavi and Zeka here, but they are 2 members down. JDG pounce.
I love Kanavi. He's just standing here going, what are you going to do about it? I'm all the way over here. Bring it on. But the jungler still lives. And honestly, Gumayushi just got caught out there. He was too far up. And JDG collapsed and capitalized. But Zeus looking for more as JDG want this Drake.
Yeah, they're trying to prevent too much of an easy opportunity with the Mega now. The teleports begin to fly. Zaka into the backhand. On top of Junja. The stun in the wall. Zeus low. Not quite down. The exhaust. The Mega Inferno Bomb. Delight is delightful indeed as Junja also falls. And HLE, despite starting the fight down members, come away with the Dragon and more kills.
HLE, they were so far behind, but they just find the angle. They get the flanking TP. They get a great start to that fight. Zeus just outplays Libs on a sliver of health after JDG commits so many resources to him and are unable to play the rest of the fight. HLE zone them away, get that 3rd Drake of the game, and they are on Soul Point now here as we see this again. Zeus in Mega Gnar form. Xiaoshu goes in. JDG are deciding who do we want to go on here. Zeus goes into the middle of all, ults 1 and JDG go, we're collapsing on him. But Zeus gets out alive as he drew JDG in and oh my.
Back to life, Gala takes one with him, unleashes the power onto Zeka and puts him pretty low. Is Junja in range for an art? No, not quite. And that means that Zeka at least gets out that tower dive. A little ugly there from HLE.
That's it, 1 for 1, both I'm going to call them APCs because they're both majors right here, right? Both APCs taken out for both teams here. But I was saying, HLE now find themselves on that Soul Point. So that win condition is online. Another 4 minutes, and if they get that Drake, they will have the Soul, and they will be that much more potent. So really looking forward to that. But we take a quick breather. We have a look as things are slowing down. Recalls coming through, and they're resetting onto the Rift. The items, they're here. We've got 2 for Kanavi, the Sundered Sky with the Black Cleaver to chip away at the armor that some of the members of JDG have here. Xiaoshu with the Eclipse, able to trade a little more heavily. I love the steel cap boots. That physical damage reduction, critical in a lot of these matchups. Junja, also with the Black Cleaver. So they're really valuing getting through any sort of tankiness that either of these teams want to bring to bear. However, JDG, they're pushing the top side and an ult goes through to clear the wave.
Yeah, trying to push side lane against the Ziggs can sometimes be an effort in futility because he presses R semi-regularly. That said, they still have the Herald. That might give them an opportunity to make a move elsewhere with Shelly. Garlic clearing up the wave in the mid lane, does have Junja around theoretically, but Delight and Guma here making things pretty scary. Delight potentially getting jumped on though, as Honku TP's in with that Destiny Gate. Trying to blow him up, Hextech Ultimatum, Gala out to safety as Kanavi says, get off my support. Zeka's in the base, Delight is out, the fight is madness. Junja calls the pack, gets the kill, but doesn't get the opportunity to reset properly. Vampire gonna hold on the Shadow Dash as Zeus, nearly at the Mega Gnar, flashes in with a boomerang, and Honku is Honku queuing, crying out in his own base as Vampire in a 1v3. HLE just unrelenting, trapped under the turret though as Gala has got the advantage of having his fountain nearby and gets another back.
Feels like HLE got a little bit of happy gaming in there. They were deep under that inhibitor turret there, trying to just finish off the last couple of members of JDG. But what a terrific play here. Both teams getting equal kills, so ultimately walking away 2 for 2. But HLE's Delight taken so low, so early, and he sticks around to be able to threaten, to be able to come back late into that fight to force JDG to respect the potential CC that comes through from that combination. Baron on the Rift, 4th Drake of the game in 1 minute and 45. Vision control currently favored for JDG in their sort of topside jungle, but let's break this one down again.
That.
Yeah, thank you so much. But it's Delight here. Delight starts it all off by being caught out. He went for that flanking angle to get in the back lines of JDG, but he's spotted. They commit onto Delight. That Hextech ultimatum, the barrier, all of the shielding kept him alive long enough to flash out and escape. But JDG had committed their resources. So the rest of HLE collapsed down onto him. And here's the happy gaming. They're deep under the inhibitor turret. 3v2. Zeus has the aggro, but the stun comes through and down he goes.
Aftershock, Protoplasm Harness, a W as well with the Spirit's Refuge. It's just a little tankier than you thought he would be. And Vampire remains unkilled. A support that not so long ago was on an Edward Gaming roster that could barely win a game. They were not good. Vampire was not good. He has grown so much over the last few years to be one of the very best in the LPL. And here on the Shen has been a great playmaker. Of course, going up against HLE is no easy task. There is a notable gold lead now for HLE as well. 2,500. They got a lot of turrets, which is where that gold is sitting in general. All the while, of course, Xiaoshu in that last play at least got to have a very significant shove in that top side, because that was actually a 5v4 for HLE.
And we do see that the battle lines are being drawn. You take a look at where the vision control is for HLE, and it's sort of through the mid and the bot side jungle river, right? They want this Drake, and they want it bad. They're here with priority. They're here with vision control. It's up to JDG to walk in to HLE, and HLE want that.
Zeka with the reset now. I wonder whether he's turning that Dark Seal into something a bit spicy. It'll just be the Amp Tone. Shadow Flame completed. Has the teleport eyes on the Akali into the fight.
Yeah, really well-timed item pickup. These items can be those power spikes that make or break these team fights, because that is what this will be. HLE, they want this. They don't need this.
No, they don't. Vampire in on damage onto Delight, who is taken out, and Xiaoshu gets it. 5v4 now for JDG, who had to burn very little to pick off the Camille. Zeus around nowhere near the Meganar. The Scout of the Week lands. It's damage onto Guma. Loses 25%. Kanavi flashes for a Cataclysm, and it's the end of days all right for Jingdong Gaming. JDG, Jingdong, the witch is dead.
Just, they disappeared. Kanavi with the flash Cataclysm into the Mega Inferno Bomb from Gumayushi takes JDG's dreams and rips them apart.
This man on Jarvan is a monster. He flashes, he commits the R, he locks everyone in place, and the rest of HLE cracks their necks and throws everything at the kitchen sink. And it turns out JDG go down.
That's it. He knew that was a one-way journey, but if HLE could win it hard enough, they would still have the manpower to take that Drake down. And that is exactly what we saw. Zeus left standing alone, gets the soul, and it is a cloud soul, so they're going to have that extra movement speed, that slow resistance. They're going to be able to run JDG down wherever they find them on this rift.
Right, and you've got a Fed Akali to do that with, you've got a Jarvan to do that with. You use those R buttons, it gets scary, because again, this was 5 versus 4, and Kanavi says no.
Mega Inferno Bomb on to 3. It takes one out, and it rips 2 more in half. The follow-up from HLE, fantastic. Xiaoshu trying to do something, gets into the back line, takes one out, forced to flash, and Zeus Mega at the right time here to finish Xiaoshu off.
Gets to bring down the fist. The crunch and the wallop is all that is required to leave the Ambessa in the dirt. And now they find themselves up 2.7k. They've got the soul. While until an Elder spawns, but Baron's available.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at Zeka. 306 hasn't died yet. Vampire did die in that ace, in that fight. So unfortunately, he's not unkilled now. These items, so important. Like you called out, Zeka picking up the second completed before the fight, has now a 10-stack Dark Seal and an Arm Guard, so that extra security, that extra safety when he goes in.
Yeah, and right, Dark Seal, that extra 10 stacks. That is 700 gold worth of extra stacks. It means that gold lead is more like 1,500 really for the Akali. Really, really stings. Is nearly at the level 16 as well, halfway to that 3rd rank of the ultimate. And once you add that and Cloud Soul and an Arm Guard, all of the tools that Zeka has available here is going to be very scary. Never mind the fact that Gumayusi, for all he's 2 and 5, has just picked up a damn death cap.
That's it, Rabadon's death cap on these 3 item Ziggs now. And we saw before the highest single damage by any player is literally Gumayusi. They're making a play.
Gold card on to Guma, who's going to try and be saved by Delight and Kanavi. They jump in, the Mega Inferno Bomb is flashed away from Kanavi. There's the Cataclysm, deletes Honku. There's nothing to be done by the Twisted Fate. They try to run away, and Zayas nearly the Megador hops on in. It's a hop, a skip, and a crunch.
Oh,
the Megador's in.
Zayas!
Zeka's there. The perfect execution will decapitate him. Welcome to Paris. Eat a guillotine.
Xiaoshu tries to get it done, but he's 1v5. There's nothing left. Zeka with the Quadra rips them apart. HLE find the play, they find the team, and they might just find everything.
Look, the plays might have been back and forth, but the structures weren't. And in the late game, Hanwha Life Esports, MSA champions, are looking to return the favor and do it again. Instead, at Esports World Cup 2026, it's a battleground here, all right. And HLE are the victors.
Parlez-vous français, because you are going to need it here in France. HLE beat JDG in his best of 1 at the Kadir City Battleground. They are the defending MSI 2026 champs for a reason. JDG, they had that early game. They had small incremental leads, but HLE, they've been here before. They had the answers and they took the team fights.
Resilient has been the word that has often been used around HLE. They dropped to the lower bracket and MSI and had to run all the way to the finals. They won it. Then on a few days' notice, they fly all the way to the other side of the world and they turn up here and are looking like they haven't missed a beat. It was competitive. I think that's fair to say. You saw what JDG were trying to do. You've got Shen, you've got Twisted Fate. You can go play towards those side lanes. Well, you've got all of those pick tools available to you, but the fact that the structures kept falling, the dragons kept stacking, and then sometimes Kanavi, we nicknamed him on a couple co-streams the one-man army, because sometimes he just says, screw it, we go. 5 versus 4 wins the soul in a monster fight.
Absolutely, and Zayas, he was weak-sided in the early game. They did target him, they did pick him, but he came back for the team.
Look, we might be the weak side on the cast. Fortunately, we have the strong side of the analyst desk to pick up from where we left off.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful breakdown of that game. As for a while there, it was kind of even. We were watching backstage and like, hey, JDG's got something going here. You know, a lot of big picks from gen.g very early on. Kanavi, though, once he made this great escape, I think that kind of changed the tone of the game, even though it wasn't really a big deal within the game, but mentally maybe kind of made JDG not feel so great. And from then on, HLE were dominant.
Yeah, they definitely were. It's funny hearing that from you, Valdez, about how we were wondering if it would go one way or the other. Sat on the LPL side of the fence, man. this never really felt like it was going to go the JDG way. I mean, you can definitely see the makings of why this composition is so strong into this much mobility, right? The point and click CC of just the Twisted Fate into the taunt, into all of that burst damage can get those snowballing fights going for gen.g. But unfortunately, there's just so much AoE, and if JDG didn't get on top of Gumayusi, it just got a little bit too messy. And there was too much return damage off the back of those kind of fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that speaking of from the draft as well, I think it's just like harder to play like from the JDG side. If you see like the competitions, like there are less, like there's like way less consistent damage from like ranked champion especially. So I think it's a really easy. It was like easier to play from an HLE side. You just throw the bomb, you just make the wall inside, and it's like in the melee. There's so many. Akali can actually create the spaces for Ziggs and Gnar. Like if you see that, especially for the team fight, like this is a thing. Like this was like starting from the 4v5. Like it was really nice wall from the Kanavi, and the following up was perfect. But the thing is like the Gnar, just like no matter what, it's gonna be able to outscale in team fight, and it becomes a mini Gnar or like even Mega Gnar, just bring the CC or follow up. And the DPS wise, it's just like HLE side, it's just more natural. You just press right clicking, press Q, just basic ability. It helps so much for the team. It's just like, I think the TF, if they pick the TF, they had to be way more ahead in early game.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think once we got to like mid-late game, the consistent damage of the Gnar, the Akali was just way too much, not to mention the Ziggs. So everything you're saying there, definitely correct, guys. And I'm hearing that we have the interview ready already on the stage with Gumusi and Kitty. So take it away, Kitty.
Welcome, everyone. We have Hanolife Gumusi by my side. Would you like to say thank you for everyone joining the crowd today? We have so many fans today here for Hanolife.
일단 구마유시 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 지금 구마유시 선수 앞에 모인 이 하나생명 팬분들께 먼저 감사의 인사를 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요, 팬 여러분. 하나생명 e스포츠 원거리 딜러 구마유시 이민영입니다.
And of course, we are in Paris, and we know Gumayushi really likes Parisian croissant and bread. So what is your favorite Parisian dessert and bakery, if you were to choose one?
이제 구마유시 선수가 여기 저번에 한번 파리 와서 빵류를 굉장히 좋아하시는 걸로 알고 있는데 이번에 와서 좀 가장 즐기는 좀 파리 음식은 뭐가 있을까요?
이번에 와서는 저는 납작복숭아 많이 먹고 있습니다.
Well, actually, I can't take anything because the only thing I had coming to Paris was actually noodles. So.
Okay, let's get those bakeries lined up for Gumayushi as well. And once upon a time at MSI, you actually had an interview with ag.al, and you said that you hate AP bottom lane. So, for all the people that need to play solo queue and climb as an AP mage, which champion do you recommend?
이제 사실 MSI에서 이제 캐더럴님 앞에서 B1D는 좀 싫어한다 이제 얘기하셨는데 그래서 만약에 그래도 프렐레이를 좀 해야 된다면 B1D 챔프로 좀 어떤 챔프를 추천하시는지 궁금합니다.
제가 좀 많이 쓰고 있는 챔피언인 직스 추천하고요. 직스까지는 원딜이라고 생각합니다.
I would recommend Ziggs because I use them a lot, and I personally think Ziggs kind of gets into AD carry category.
Of course, so go practice your Ziggs. And of course, finally, we are in France, and Gumayushi is known for saying is good. So can we please say très bon for today to celebrate your win?
이제 구마유시 선수가 It's Good이라고 한 게 또 유명해져서 이번에는 프랑스어로 한번 트레봉이라고 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
트레봉.
Thank you so much to Gumayushi, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty, for that interview. Very good to hear Gumayushi's French now, as he's really expanding into many different cultures and languages.
Très bon!
Très bon. He's just a great interviewee. It's always good to have him on stage and hear what he has to say. I'm sure Ox would be happy that he said, gotta practice your Ziggs, gotta learn your Ziggs, get better at that. It's definitely a big meta champ. If you're an AD carry player, go ahead and play mages instead. I guess that is the message being thrown here. So we're done with our two best of ones. We are going to move into our best of threes now for the day. And again, elimination matches are going to be on the line. For this best of one, though, ag.al looking good. I would say that, gen.g are a very strong team. They were able to show some stuff early on in this game. Maybe it wasn't enough against ag.al, and I think that's a good sign for Hanolife Esports going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's no more shortcut left. It's going to be dirty. It's going to be packed. And they're already waiting for the teams are waiting into the lower bracket, and you just have to win the BO3. Otherwise, it's going to be what? What happened? The key is going to get crushed in. The flat is going to be booked in really shortly, and you don't want that. You don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, I think gen.g still put up a decent enough fight that I'm pretty confident they'll probably make top 8.
Probably.
Probably. There's a pretty good chance. It's obviously more about who they get matched up into in that top 8 in the first round, where it's like, oh, okay, can we squeeze the top 4? Can we not squeeze the top 4? Their level of aggression, I think, was still there, and I think that's the main thing about this team is they are so driven by gen.g and the plays he wants to make, and we've got to see that versus arguably one of the craziest junglers in that exact regard on the
Yeah.
opposite side against Kanavi. So I still think a positive showing regardless of the result.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not out of the tournament just yet, and we're not done for the games just yet. We do have GAM Esports up against Sentinels for our next matchup. It is a best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that one.
Great. AGC? A support? Support is kind of easy. Maybe now it's harder, but it's kind of easy. AGC is also
Now
easy.
it's not easy support.
Yeah, but before
easy, I agree. But now, no.
I guess ADC is kind of easy, but ADC has to play mages, so it's different.
ADC is usually playing only Earthing, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I give it to you. ADC is easier. I would change my answer. Jungle? Bro, it's not easy. Are you stupid? Jungle is the hardest role in the game.
I know it's hard, but in solo queue, so easy. For win
it's
to
not.
jungler.
No, it's not. In solo queue it's hard, and everyone will flame you. Every game
No,
you play.
jungler always 1v9.
No, yeah, but if you don't 1v9, they will flame you. Every day, people will say you are bad, very bad.
And play better.
Yeah, I guess. But ADC is easier. ADC
Yeah.
is fun as well.
Yes, I agree.
My Kalista is insane.
No.
Okay, so easy. Again, so easy. One. Shaco, bro.
Why
Everyone is
Shaco?
saying Yumi. I understand Yumi is cringe, but everyone is saying Yumi. She's not. It's so easy to play against Yumi, and when you have Yumi, it's like fine. But Shaco is disgusting. No one likes Shaco.
For me, it's kind of same thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's, for my team, Shaco is soft.
Yeah.
Enemy Shaco is
So hard.
soft. Yeah,
Yeah.
so hard.
Yeah.
And Yumi is same thing.
No, enemy team Yumi is so easy.
Not so easy.
I think it's easy.
No.
Okay, and we disagree. So easy, Kana. Oh my god, this is the easiest one. Mid?
Yeah, hey, wait.
You! What do you mean? I said yike.
Why? Why you write to yourself?
I can believe I'm the funniest, right? It's allowed. That's allowed.
No.
I think I'm funny. I think Yo is also funny.
Yeah, you is also funny.
Yes, but
I agree.
I gotta be.
I agree.
Look, he agrees. Coach.
Oh.
As a coach, who would be the best?
I'm thinking about the two players.
Khalid, yes. I mean, he's the youngest, but he's not like he's smart about the game, and he's actually good at like interviews. He's good at telling what he thinks, and yeah, I think he will be a good coach. But he's still young, so he will play a lot. Item.
Item?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know exactly English name, so.
What did you write? You have to translate that.
It's lighter. It's fire.
Fire?
Yeah.
Or like a lighter?
Yes.
Oh, not bad. I brought machete. Because
Machete?
Yeah, so I can like.
Okay.
Yeah, you like it?
Let's imagine. Okay.
Yeah.
If you have machete and then kill animal or
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah.
Then, how can you eat?
I will take sticks and I will do fire with sticks.
I don't think you can do.
I can.
No, it's hard.
Nah, I can. Lighter, yeah, that's try hard. Cringe. I like my machete.
Next one.
You have no job?
Yes.
At all? You use
I don't have.
only big? Same for me actually. So I will be homeless.
Yeah, me too.
No, we have to write something. Write something.
Yes.
You can't watch. I don't know if I spell it right though.
It's right?
Yeah, police.
Yes.
I wrote psychology, like something like with something with psychology to do. I think it's interesting for me. So
What is it?
Like sports psychologist kinda. Like Clem and UN, you know?
Ah.
But more like going into like emotions, understanding people, and you wanna be police?
Yes. How can I say?
You wanna like catch the bad guys?
Yes.
Ah, yeah,
Like
okay.
you.
The criminals. Yeah, you don't like criminals. You want less criminals in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, wait. Let me see. Who do I want?
Only in case.
No, anyone. Any
Anyone?
player. You can replace me with any player you want. I know exactly who I want.
What is the shy bro? I'm you.
You what do you mean? You want me still?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so nice. And I want to shy. Sorry, Kana.
No, it's fine.
Kana, I'm sorry.
You know why I take you? You know why?
Why?
Because you are in solo queue, so bad guy.
You
So
mean-
I wanna help you.
You wanna help me?
Yes.
Oh, you help me become better.
Mm.
You're so nice. And I'm sorry.
And you?
I mean, the shy, he's like so cool, you know? So famous, the shy. This is shy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 for League of Legends. We're here at the Kadia City Battleground. We're getting ready for our first best of 3 of the night. It is going to be Carmine Corps up against Sentinels. I said Gammy Sports earlier for some reason, but yeah, Carmine Corps is here and they are going up against Sentinels. And again, this is an elimination match, so whoever wins this best of 3 will be moving on actually to the playoffs this time around. If you lose, you are out. And before we do jump into anything further, let's watch a quick video with the Sentinels.
Of all teams in Paris, Sentinels look the least likely to belong. They earned their spot the hard way, grinding through the NA EWC qualifiers, defeating disguised Cloud9 before sealing it all with a commanding 3-1 win over FlyQuest in the final best of 5.
Sentinels will not be denied a win again!
I'm here to be like the international teams that we don't get that many chances to face.
Now they have their shot on the world stage. They carry North America's flag, but the gap between online qualifier and global contender is a brutal one to close.
There's more pressure, like especially playing on a big stage. We do have some players that it's the first like big international tournament.
They didn't fly to Paris to make up the numbers. If Sentinels are going to prove the doubters wrong at the Esports World Cup, it starts now, under the brightest lights in the game.
A very cool look at Sentinel's journey here, defeating a lot of big teams over in North America to earn their spot here at EWC 2026. And Yeah, I think the video was pretty brutally honest. Like, they probably don't deserve to be here, but they do because they made it through the qualifiers. And so far, I mean, they've been showing some good stuff. They won their first match, but now in an elimination best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta, NA gotta make some team to get playoff. It's a top 8. And they can't make any. What's that mean?
I think I know what it means.
I think I know what it means too. I mean, look, I think what makes this matchup very fun is I think a lot of the strengths of both of these teams are actually inverted, where I would say the strengths of Sentinels are about Humbug and Huhi, whereas on the opposite side, I think some of the weakest parts of KC have definitely been the Yak-Busio link-up. So that's going to be very interesting to track as far as like map movements are concerned. But then also, Yehu has like really stepped up a lot recently. Yeah. Which has been a very big departure from what I would say was passenger gameplay throughout a lot of winter and then even parts of spring early on. So there's a lot going on where if Sentinels decide to actually back up Darkwings here in this mid lane matchup, maybe they can disarm KC. And I think the same could be said for KC if they can get their act together in the support jungle situation.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely angles for Sentinels. I don't want anyone to come in here and say, oh, Carmine Core definitely going to get the 2-0 easy peasy. We've already seen some big upsets at EWC for League of Legends. And yeah, I mean, Humbug had a good first game. The second game there to start off the day against gen.g was a little bit less good. Yeah. But it's okay, you know, some extra experience.
I mean, I also asked to the Golden Glue, like, he was like, how do you feel? Like, I think they were like, oh, it was really close. Like, it was like closer than what we expected. So player feels okay with it. So, I mean, it's really sure, right? Like, you're facing against one of the best team in League of Legends history, so understandable.
Yeah. They're slightly good, this gen.g team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like with KC, though, on the opposite side, like I was alluding to, definitely a little bit more beatable if their MSI performance is anything to go by. And I feel like so far the showing that we've gotten from KC is, I don't think there's been much progression since MSI, which is a little bit disappointing because they've definitely got the talent individually, right? Like, Busio spent a lot of the last year and a half being considered probably the best Western support. Yike obviously was a part of that very, very strong G2 lineup, which unfortunately didn't end up amounting to much in terms of international accolades or achievements, but still was considered one of the driving factors of why that team was so good. And yeah, Kana, Kalist, Wonder Kid in the bot lane, they've been doing their part, right? So now it really is about kind of coming together and actually showing, okay, look, we haven't gotten the results we wanted so far, but against the Sentinels that, to quote that video one more time, probably the least likely to be here amongst the rest of the teams. This is where you want to just get the business done, quick and easy, don't make a mess of it, and just make it a 2-0 if you can.
If you can.
If you can.
Yeah. Just win 2-0, and then you'd feel pretty comfortable, I guess. I would expect this one to be kind of close.
It's going through games.
I think this is going through games.
It's going through games.
I would say,
easy to 30
Carmine
plus
Core,
minute.
there's a lot of pressure on them as well. I mean, we're here in Paris. Again, we're getting very filled up behind me at the secondary stage here, and everybody's just wanting this team to make it through as far as they possibly can. Whereas Sentinels, not... There's a lot of people coming over. There's like a whole huge stream of people joining us. The Sentinels are like, yeah, I mean, we weren't that likely to make it, but, we're here and we're doing our best. We're having a good time. We lost gen.g, but who cares? It's all right.
Yeah.
It was close enough.
It was close enough. Yeah, we don't care. It was pretty fun, and I think they just have the, 2 more to go for the playoff, which is I wouldn't say it's impossible for sure, because I think it's just how they want to approach the game. It's I think it's pretty close to the meta that all the team kind of want to play. But I definitely wouldn't say their top class can actually handle right now the meta stuff. But the thing is I think the enemy team also are not the best. They're also human. They're making mistakes.
Yeah, I can see the future. Sentinels will get one game and it's going to come off the back of Humbug getting Skarner. They're just going to give it to him. I think they're going to do what gen.g did. I think they're going to do the disrespect thing and give Humbug Skarner.
No, you were talking about Humbug Skarner, and I was getting hyped, and then he just
But look,
went
he was playing
0-3.
against Canyon on Lee Sin, bro.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not fair, rather.
Yeah.
That is true. That did happen.
true that it's not fair.
Yeah, it's true that it wasn't fair. Maybe a little bit of a more even match, although Yike is also very strong at this game. But either way, enough yapping from us. Let's throw it over to the other yappers, our casters here, Logan and Pike.
Thank you, Valdez. Much appreciated. Let's get ready, Logan, for our first best of 3 for the day. It's going to be quite interesting as it is the home crowd. It is KC's team. Paris is coming out in force, and now they're up against Sentinels.
Parlez-vous français? We have to here in France with the French team Carmine Corp against the American team Sentinels. This is going to be a banger.
Oh, look, the second KC get any sort of kill, the crowd's going to go wild, but still, it's going to be a force. Sentinels need to put on a good show here. They've had some good games, but is it going to be enough? Because they've got every single person here at EWC coming to support them right now, but draft only moments away. What are you hoping to see, Logan?
What am I hoping to see? I'm hoping to see some more proactivity out of the Sentinels. Unfortunately, they've had a little bit of a sort of slow start. Impact keeps getting run down. Yes, he's capable. Yes, he's a competent top laner. We all know he's an ex-world champion, but it almost seems like teams have identified him as a relatively weak point. I want to see Sentinels give him some priority, get him onto some comfort picks, and be able to hold his own in that top side.
I guess that's the big question, right? Is do you put them on something like a bit more like a bruiser? Do you get like one of those ambassadors in line? Or do you put them on a bit more comfort where they can go to like the Shen? Maybe they go to something potentially like a Scion. It's a best of 3 fearless, remember? So we will start to see some different games, especially. But Golden Glue, that is a phenomenal suit you're seeing on your screen right there. Coach has been prepping for this for quite a while. And you know what? The drip is real.
Not just in the drafts, but in the cupboard as well. The wardrobe, he's looking sharp.
Oh, look, and I love to see it. But still, we got to see what KC is going to be able to bring out too. Like, that's another big question. Home crowd, they want to be getting some comfort picks and feeling strong. Do you think they've got something hiding in the shadows, maybe?
Whether they're hiding in the shadows or not, the crowd here is not hiding because, as you said, these are the hometown favorites. The energy here in France is palpable. Here in Paris, everybody has shown up to show support for KC. So I almost feel like no matter what they pick, they're going to be elevated to new highs, buoyed by the energy of these crowds as we get into the draft.
And we're jumping straight on in. It is the Lee Sin Bard being banned out by KC. Absolutely makes sense. But there's also the Jace on the other side. So Sentinels trying to take away these priority picks from Kana. But we'll have to see what they're going to be looking to go for. I guess it's a lot of mages in the bot side too. So I'd be wondering if that's where we're going to start heading as we delve deeper into these drafts. But Caitlyn still been this priority pick. And I'd love to see some more Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, Caitlyn, I mean, we were treated to it by Eddie. We were treated to it by Gala as well. But we have seen Syndra a few times in that bot side, right? We've seen Hans Sama on it. We just saw it in our previous best of 1, and it's that CC that these mages are bringing that are really helping bring the teams together, that cohesion, and we're seeing these bans come through. Jace, Vi, Nocturne. So Sentinels, it feels like they're targeting out KC's jungle and topside pool here. They really want to drive in against Yike and Kana because we saw the impact Kana had yesterday over on main stage. However, KC on the other side, they're removing again that very aggressive jungler in Lee Sin, getting rid of that playmaking support with the Bard and Skarner.
Look, it makes sense. Like, they're getting rid of a lot of jungle bans. At least in Skarner, Vi, Nocturne 2, they're all the big ones. But Orianna being locked in, one of these priority picks we've seen over the years, we'll have to see if it's going to be as impactful as we saw Chovy on it this morning. I guess that's the next big thing.
But speaking of the big thing, Yehu on that Orianna in the mid lane, that control mage. This guy knows how to play Orianna. We've seen him in these matchups. We've seen him pop off and get so many solo bolos. So if KC are able to play around this mid laner, get him ahead, I think they stand a really good chance to send Sentinels packing.
Yeah, now the big thing here is the other side. We saw the hover for KC going towards that Camille. Now they've decided, okay, Sentinels will take it instead. They've picked up the Ziggs as well. It's a tried and true combo. It's been absolutely popping off here at EWC. So I love the proactivity out of Sentinels. They're seeing what some of the best teams are doing, and now they're saying we can do it just as well. On the other side of that, we do see that Ezreal. It's been so strong of late, arguably one of the strongest AD carries in the game right now. And then we pair it with the Leona. The lockdown is impeccable.
I love this pick of the Leona, right? Camille, Lee Sin of the support world is what I'm starting to call her. Wants to get aggressive, wants to jump on top of your face with the ignite, the hook shots, and trap you. But Leona's like, I welcome it. Come into me. I'm going to stun you. I'm going to CC you for days. It's going to be a one-way trip for this Camille of Huhi if he's not careful, because Busio on this Leona has been an absolute monster. He's been a menace. It can be so surprising how tanky these Leonas are. But what I'm seeing so far is more of a sort of long-range poke comp coming out of KC, right? That Ezreal can stay safe in that bot lane all on his own. This means that Leona can roam if they want to. Yehu on that Orianna in the mid lane will be A-OK, but we're looking at Sentinels, and it's much divier.
Yeah, look, I love it. I see the Neferi coming in. Humbug has been playing really well, being really proactive, and now they're able to get a little bit more going forward. So we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with it, if they're going to get the proactivity plays around the map. We're going to be seeing a lot of dives, a lot of ganks. Camille really is going to be that proactive play to move around with the pack and see if they can get it done.
And that's the thing, right? Camille is a much faster, much more proactive and mobile support, whereas Leona is a much more traditional support. She's a lot slower. She's a tank engage. So Busio is going to be challenged here to match Huhi on that Camille across the rift. I feel like Sentinels, their draft is going to allow them to bring more numbers to more fights more often, and it's going to be up to KC to respond to them. They're going to have to be the playmakers to surprise Sentinels here, but Sentinels, with that dive comp, with that Mega Inferno Bomb over the top, I don't see how it's going to happen.
I think the next thing here is, like, it sort of forces the draft in a bit of a wonky state, right? A lot of the jungle bans coming out, you see the Poppy, you see the Wukong, taking away from that ball delivery system of the Orianna. J4 is still up, but Neferi's a classic counter to that pick. So I don't think that J4 is going to be the right option. There's got to be something a little bit more. And Skarner, already being banned out, was the only other one I could really come to think of. But now, Silas being picked up, Darkwings is going to be feeling good and okay. Shyvana could be a spicy pick. It can be flexed. We've seen it in top with Kana. We'll see if it's going to go with Yike. That is going to be an interesting one. But is there anything that comes to mind for you?
Yeah, Shyvana LCP, and his name is Drakthar, very much 1v9ing Gam to victory. This is an LCP special. We have seen Gam use this time and time again so effectively, and they don't lock it in.
Oh,
we were talking about such a big story. What an ult for Silas to steal, and now it's gone.
Okay, no, I don't mind it, actually. I love the Kiana here. I think it's going to be really, really strong. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be able to move around the map quite well. Rumble's a nice pickup. The Vayne hover was definitely questionable, but there's no tanks really on the side of Sentinels. So I like this Rumble pickup because think about all the lockdown, all the circles that are going to be there. It's going to be these solar flares into a shockwave with an equalizer on top. I just see disaster going forward. KC are going to be able to lock these fights down.
And here's the thing. We were talking about giving Impact that priority, giving Impact that comfort, and he's got it. Sentinels are like, we give you last pick. We give you counter pick into that top lane matchup. You will not be weak side. You will get your comfort. And here is that classic. Oh,
Ornn?
I saw the Cassante hover, but Ornn, the scaling, the engage. I actually love this. He can lock down. He can almost die with them with his ultimate.
I love this. The Ornn is such a great pick here because you're right. Is the Call of the Forge God. It's going to be able to start these fights really well. But the other side of that, ornaments are going to be so big in this game. The later this game goes, the better it's going to get for Sentinels. You have a Silas. Look at all the ultimates you can get. An Equalizer with a full AP Silas is going to be so much damage in these fights. But the other side of that, it's all this lockdown. It's all this engage. Sentinels need to be really proactive in the early game. I think Impact's going to have to take a back seat, at least till maybe level 11, get a couple items on the belt. Rumble's going to have full control.
Yeah, look, this Ornn needs to weather the early game storm and come out the other side prepared to team fight, not too far behind. That's what Impact needs to do here. He needs to just stay within touching distance of Kana on that Rumble. So I really, really do like this. But other ultimates for Silas here, I mean, that Leona Solar Flare, all the CC that KC have, Sentinels does as well. That supreme display of talent from Kiana, a very, very tempting target for that Silas.
Yeah, and I think that's a good idea that J4's not in this game. The Cataclysm with the Supreme Display is always a bit of a nightmare, but I'm really liking the drafts that are coming out, especially for an early draft. And if you can hear the crowd, they are absolutely losing it. Getting ready for the first match, Sentinels versus KC. And look at them there. BMO hats everywhere. It's looking good. But Logan, who are you picking for game one here?
Look, I have to go with the home crowd favorites, Pike. I have to go with KC. The energy is unmatched. That hometown advantage surely has to lift KC up and over the Sentinels here, but I reckon it's going to go the distance. It'll be a 2-1 to KC.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do believe that as well. I think it's going to be the 2-1. I think Sentinels have a couple picks in their pocket, and those pockets can run deep. We'll have to see where we're going to go as we're getting ready to load into the game. But wow, I'm looking forward to seeing this on. It's going to be so big in these team fights, and if it doesn't get the space, or at least make the space, it's going to really struggle.
And that's so important, right? That bellows breath coming out of that Ornn, spacing the rest of KC, being able to be that front line that Sentinels need, because yes, they've got the dive tools, but they're fragile. Ornn, arguably the biggest wall in League of Legends, though, can make up for that compositionally. So I really do like the draft that has come out of Sentinels, but equally KC have equipped themselves with the tools they need to CC Sentinels down and out.
Yeah, I think one thing is noted as well is I don't ever really see, I guess it usually is Ornn's ultimate is the fight starter. But when you have a Camille, when you have a Ziggs, Camille's your fight starter. It's also Neferi. It's this snap engage and the jump on top that we're expecting to see. The Forge God's only going to be really there as the follow-up. It's going to be this secondary re-engage to get those knockups, to get the brittle, and then it's just going to jump in and do so much. But we can't ignore the other side. This Leona is going to be so tanky as the game goes forward. And if one person gets locked down, if you catch this Ziggs, they will be obliterated with every single ability that is in the masses for this side.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like, we're seeing this Rumble on that top side. That's a much higher damage rather than tanky sort of top side there that KC have for themselves. So their composition, a lot higher damage, whereas Sentinel's a lot more traditional. They've got that tanky frontliner. But what I want to talk about, right, is the Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of lockdown on the side of Sentinels here, right?
Little?
Yeah, they've got the Camille with the Hextech Ultimatum.
Yeah.
And then they've got some slow and maybe knock up there from the Ornn. But Silas is the angle I want to talk about because he has the Solar Flare, he has the Shockwave, he has the display of talent.
Oh, Choo-Choo Ornn coming out onto the rift. We're making those tracks run fast. The coals are burning. KC are looking for something here as we do go to a slight pause. But you know what? It's to build anticipation here. This is almost like the grey screen of production. But you know what? It's okay. We're back in the stadium. Maybe just checking on a couple of things. But let's look at the draft a little bit more. I think when we're looking at this bot side, and this is where we see so much of that priority and sort of the scaling, Leona and Camille are never going to be bot. It's going to be level 3, and they're going to bugger off somewhere else. They're going to say, it's fine. Let's go to Grubs. Let's get these early dragons. Let's make some plays. But I guess, would you like to see them play more around the top or the mid?
Oh, I want to see them play around the mid. I want to see some explosive action happening with the Silas. I want to see some explosive action with that Orianna. They have some of the best ultimates here in this game today. Silas, obviously being that melee, I'm expecting to fall behind a little bit in the early game. Orianna having that rage advantage, stacking that passive up, chipping away at the Silas. I expect there'll be a sort of an earlier recall from him, but it will be buffered by Camille because Camille can move around a lot quicker.
Yes.
So it's going to be up to these junglers to master their roam time, is to be in that mid lane to prevent, dare I say, the new support gank meta that has emerged here. But we are on the rift for our first game in the best of 3 between KC and Sentinels here at EW 2026 at the Qiddiya City Battleground.
Oh, baby, we are ready and locked in here, Logan. It's time for this game to get underway, and the tracks are choo-chooing. Get out of here. But no, Sentinels, I think, have a really strong game. I think they're going to be looking really, really good as this sort of scales into it. But that's what I'm saying. The scaling is there. It's going to take a little bit of time for it to come online. You still need Dark Wings to get this hijack so you can get the ball, you can get the Shockwave, but maybe you want a couple other things. Maybe you want a Barrage just in case to get one of those long-range snipes. Maybe you do want to get the Supreme Display of Talent and just lock down this team in a game. So I think it really is going to revolve strongly around the mid lane for the side of Sentinels, whereas I'm looking very strongly towards, I would argue it's going to be mid-jungle for the side of KC. I think it really is on Yike and Yahoo to actually do some proactive plays and move together.
Yeah, look, Yike and Yahoo are definitely a dynamic duo for KC. We've seen them before, but Kana is not without his credits as well. We saw him yesterday dominating in that topside matchup, making plays for KC to hear them rally around and cheer for. So this passionate crowd is ready for it. Darkwings, a little bit of trading into Yahoo. That's okay. this early game was never going to go in Darkwing's favor anyway.
Well, the big thing with Darkwings as well is they actually went very well into Gen G today. Like, Darkwings was very successful, didn't really die all that much. It was only right at the end of the game when Gen G closed it out that they got their first death. So Darkwings, I'm expecting to have a good performance. I think they're warmed up. The hands are feeling fresh. They've got the home crowd. Oh, no, they don't. Opposite. They don't have the home crowd. Maybe it's a slight disadvantage, but you know what? That's okay. Because KC, I think, yeah, he's going to feel pretty good.
I want to point out there, Yehu zoned Darkwings off really, really well. Darkwings unfortunately had to miss a cannon minion. Otherwise, I imagine Yehu would have absolutely blasted Darkwing out of that mid lane. But here, Impact on this Ornn is effectively pushing these waves into Kana, but Kana on that Rumble able to keep him away.
But that's not ideal for an Ornn. Like, you want to have the wave more back towards your tower so you can freeze it. Right now, he's just shoving it in, and it's just a bit of a disaster. He's going to be losing XP, he's going to be losing gold, and it is on really Kana to hold this wave, but a little bit of a fight as KC starting to move up from this bot side. But Rahel doing a good job popping out some vision, but Busio doing a good job clearing out these visions, and it is just this early scuttle fight. Let's see if Humbug's up for the challenge. This is a 3v1. He is looking to come back up. Darkwings as well did come back with the TP. Now they're getting locked in. Yike. Unable to lock anything out, but they're just going to give over the bot side scuttle to Sentinels. Maybe look for that top side scuttle instead.
Yeah, KC had the numbers here. Sentinels tried to respond, but they were too slow, a little too late as Huhi goes into trade on Kalist. Busio flashing over the wall here.
Ignite as well here. Huhi is quite low. They need to be quite careful, but Humbug's waiting in the wings. Might just look for a reset. Now it is Busio trying to keep them at bay, but Rahel got slight little lead, but now that they've forced out Kalist to move back and look for that retreat, have to get an early base here. It's not going to be good as they might be able to snag a sneaky little tower play, but instead they do decide to back off. They definitely need to reset as well.
That's it. They're going to be looking for that reset. We see Huhi hook shot away to get that extra distance a little bit quicker, but we were talking a little earlier about this bot lane duo and what we want to see from them. We expect these supports to roam, but that means Kalist and Rahel are going to be left alone. Rahel on the Ziggs has that wave clear. Kalist on the Ezreal has that range and poke. So they're both going to be quite safe. I don't expect anything overly explosive to happen there until potentially that third Drake, that critical Drake, if you get it stacking. 45 seconds to the first one, grubs in 3.5 minutes though, as we do start to see some CS advantages creep up. Yehu, with that range, 12, almost 2 waves up over Darkwing. Kalist and Rahel going pretty much toe-to-toe. So the only, dare I say, tangible, meaningful gold difference at this point in time is for Yehu in the mid lane, and he has just TP'd back there.
But it's only 4.5 minutes into this game, so really not too much of note. Did see that little Hex Flash coming out, so Busio just trying to let Huhi know that they're here, that they're relevant. We'll have to see if they're going to look for anything as 10 seconds on the Dragon could spell disaster as they look for the fight. Busio is here, taking a lot of damage. The rest of the team's trying to follow up. Huhi has to back off. Busio's low, gets first blood taken. Darkwings locks it down. Humbug is now low, flashed over by Yahoo. It's going to be enough. They're looking for more. Yike picks up the kill. It's all she wrote. KC, double kill for Yike.
I really like the intelligent play out of Yehu there. Yehu ignored the kill on Humbug and kept pushing for Huhi, getting that extra damage, getting that extra chase down, and really closing the door on Sentinels. Darkwings, though, trying to get something back on Yehu here, getting that health advantage.
Yeah, Yehu did a good job. Wasn't able to get the kill, but got 2 assists. But it was actually Darkwings that did pick up that kill. Now picking up a Shockwave. It's a bit of a funky one with Silas with the Shockwave because you have to get on top of them. It only spawns it into you, not out from you. So it's a bit of a different type of play, but once you lock in, once you do get inside, you can do so much with it. But we've entered into a lull. We can just take a break. Dragon is still up.
Yeah, no vision there, but Humbug is first to that Drake. As you've said, the vision control now down. Sentinels in command. They have that priority to have that vision control. So if KC want it, they're going to need to come into a ready, prepared, and aware Sentinel. So I want to go over this replay. Who started this? Who was dancing around with Busio and knew that Sentinels were coming, but KC answered in kind. Yes, Sentinels get first blood. They got that extra bounty, but the summoners burnt here.
But it's just a health difference here. You can see they were just too low, so KC knew they could just take the fight.
Yeah, and so KC showed up, and that, again, heads-up play from Yehu. He followed up, they got the Humbug, and then they also got Huhi.
Oh,
Yehu had targeted.
Supreme display. Yike wants blood, and it's dogs after that, but now has to be careful as 3 members coming in. Huhi, Call of the Forge God is going to be there, but no, the shutdown is good. Humbug actually able to take that one back. Impact here now. trying to do a little bit more, pulling the wave into their better space, but still, great proactivity here out of Sentinels.
Busio goes in, it's just a cheeky little poke on the Darkwings, but I love that coming out of Impact. He was in that top lane and he threw his ultimate all the way down near mid lane just to get that slow, that extra bit of CC to really guarantee it. Yes, Sentinels had the numbers advantage, but when you've got a free kill looking at you in the face like that, why not make sure, just get every little bit of assist gold you can. So now Impact...
Oh, looking for it as Busio does just get caught out. It's a lot of damage.
Ooh.
Shockwave is good, but it's just not enough damage. Oh, Busio able to live on about 10 HP. Absolutely stunning.
I have to imagine if Darkwings had a more aggressive build, if he didn't have that Doran's shield, but rather, I know he's got that Dark Seal, but maybe another Doran's ring, he might have had the damage there. Busio, though, able to walk that one out, and you've got to be happy with that as KC. Drake on the Rift. Grubs in 20 seconds, and Kana has the priority in that topside lane, so I have to imagine they're going to convert that into the Grubs.
I think the big thing here is Sentinels probably really want these Grubs. You have a Ziggs. That is the combo. If you get the mites jumping out when you hit a tower, it goes that much faster. I think that's going to be a higher priority. So Humbug being down here, maybe they're looking to trade, and I personally don't think that's the right call. I think you need to empower Rahel here and give them a little bit more, but maybe they're saying they just don't want to let the dragon scaling to be a thing.
Yeah, and maybe Rahel's feeling himself there as we do see that vision control on the top side. And Yike has started those Grubs up. I feel like they recognize the potential and they want to steal those Grubs away quick smart. Clearly some comms have happened. They've gone, Humbug, you go for that Drake at the same time that Yike is going for the Grubs, and we'll just swap those jungle objectives.
Yeah, it's a good trade nonetheless. Starting the dragon scaling early is always good. I still think the Grubs would have been really good here for Sentinels, but at the end of the day, Dragon Soul is one of the best in the game, especially when you get that Elder online as well, if you can get to that. But still, we're getting closer. We see the next Dragon is a Hextech, so we might be seeing a first and Fertile here on B Stream, which I'm always excited about here, Logan, and I know the crowd will be too. We'll have to see. It is Darkwings as well, still doing quite well. Very even lanes right now.
I mean, Darkwings is down 20 CS, so Yehu doing a great job of zoning him off, keeping him from getting in there. Huhi on to Busio here. 2v1, but a TP coming in.
Yeah, it could be the team is just going to be potentially... look, at the end of the day, it's just Kalist. They're not looking for an extended fight. It's okay. It's all right. Like, Callista's still... I'm not trying to doubt the man. I'm just saying, if that's just the TP you're using, I don't know.
You can't say it's just Calist here in France, in front of the French.
I didn't mean that, though. You know what I meant. I was trying to say that it's like, why would they look for the fight? Like, I think the TP was just to get that little bit of priority. Calist is fantastic. Let's not forget that. And it's not just Kalist, it's Kalist.
That's it. But the gold lead slowly building in the face of KC. They're up to 1K now at the 9 and a bit minute mark. Drake up in 3.5 minutes. Baron, my bad. Rift Herald. I'm that's the earliest Baron I've ever seen.
Whoa.
Rift Herald up in 5 minutes, but we do see them clearing out these jungle camps, right? Humbug down 10 CS, so Yike is almost most of that gold lead over to KC, but Kana is up as well.
I love this though. We're seeing Huhi and Busio doing a really good job rotating around, playing around the junglers too. Impact, bit of a masterclass trying to get those brittle breaks on them, but there's the equalizer as well. We'll see if Impact be able to hold a little bit more. The Forge Guard is called, does get the knockup, but you're quite low. It might not be enough. The flash has come out, but Yike comes in for cleanup crew.
Yike was there first. Humbug was too late. Yike has every single kill. This is a fed jungler. That's a first completed item over to Yike as well. Humbug close behind with that Cyclosword.
Trade in. Oh, Supreme Display is going to be good. Humbug actually at the disadvantage. Might go down. Mini's good. The flash goes forward. Yike gets the solo bolo.
Yike is 100% of KC's kills. This is Yike's game so far in this early 11 minutes. Where is Sentinels? How can they answer the aggression, the time, the roams of Yike?
Look, it is possible. I've talked about it. It's the late game. We're slowly stalling, but the way that KC is playing, they're doing such a good job of trying to snowball these leads. It is almost a 2K gold lead now. The real tragedy, though, all the kills are on Yike. You need to start sharing that love. Enhance the rest of your team, too, because if Yike gets caught, that's a lot of your damage gone.
You know what? If I'm Yike, I'm like, if you want the kills, you got to earn the kills, right? I'm in the right place at the right time, and I'm getting the gold, and I'm going to carry this game. Sometimes that's all it needs. Sometimes, if someone gets so far ahead, the rest of the team goes, we're going to keep on feeding you. We're going to protect the president, and Yike, it's you today.
Yeah, yikes, that's pretty good. But now we're coming in. Darkwings does have the solar flare now too, so this is a big team fight starter. Dragon up in a minute and a half. We'll have to see if that's where the next big fight's gonna be. But Humbug's playing a dangerous game. You found Busio, you found Yike. You're in the wrong place. You're gonna have to go up into the air. But now here's Hui. Oh, a little bit of fear, but putting down a good ward kept them out of danger.
Yeah, but they're not done yet. Sentinels are still here. They're like, yeah, we walked into you. You had an answer. You committed.
Coming back in, they want blinders now. There is the Man, it's all too much bigger for Moscow. They did shut down Yike. He's been picked up. Now they're looking for a little bit more. The tower is low. One good bomb could clean this one up. They have to be careful as it is 4 members against 2. Sentinels potentially winning this dive. They're waiting for the wave, but Rahel is just taking a lot of damage. Busio's low. Not much mana either. Have to be so careful. One minute the flash comes out. Now looking for the re-engage. Busio no longer for this world. Humbug able to clean it up.
They're going for more.
The re-engage. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do too much too. There's the shockwave. They're looking for everything. It's going to be cleaned up. Sentinels are just diving. Who's going to go down? They trade one, but it is a Sentinels victory and they take first tower.
Sentinels came for everything and they walked away with more. Yehu rotated down to try and prevent the play, and Sentinels said, thank you, we'll take you as well. Sentinels back in this game firmly after that bot side disaster.
Oh, look, it's not what the crowd is wanting here, unfortunately, but Sentinels now up by about 400 gold. It has switched over. That first tower, so impactful too. But now we're starting to see those role quests coming online. But at the same time, all the kills, none of it really went onto this Ziggs as your main carry. Rahel needs some love.
And here it goes again, right? This was Humbug and Hui. They were almost repelled from the jungle and they went, you know what? We're going back in. Hui, hook shots over the wall. Hextech ultimatums onto Yike, locks him down. Mega Inferno Bomb to take him low immediately. There goes, as you said, the most fed member of KC. And with 4 members of Sentinels, they felt emboldened. They knew that they could make this play. They get some chip damage. They juggle the aggro well. Yehu, he has enough time to come down. Rahel respects it, but there's still 3-on-3. And the way that they juggle this turret aggro, the way that Humbug is able to get it and then W and avoid it, this is just a masterclass in tower dive. Hui knows he needs to get the aggro and will die, but ultimately it is so worth it because they also get the turret on top. A great play from Sentinels and not much KC could have done.
It's almost one of those similar like desperation plays where you need to go for it, but now there's the Forge God does come out. Mega Inferno Bomb's good too. Equalizer drops onto 3. It's a lot of damage. Hui's low, but they did pick up Yahoo. We'll have to see if they can do a little bit more. His impact is getting melted into oblivion. It is absolutely disgusting. Yike with another double kill.
Yeah, Yike will not be perturbed. Yes, he died once, but the Drake is up. The timing of this fight, so bad for Sentinels. It's going to give a free Drake over to KC, and it will slow the game down because that's another 5 minutes that it will take. And the Rift Herald up in 15 seconds as well. If KC are able to take this priority that they've earned for themselves out of these team fights, they should net that too. But Rahel, he has priority in that top. It gives Sentinels a way in should they go for it. As we go back to this replay, Humbug on vision, deep in enemy territory. Yike commits. The solar flare misses because Yike just killed Humbug so dang fast. And Impact missing his ultimate as well definitely had an impact on that mid lane fight where he was trying to zone KC, but they said, thank you very much, we'll go for you too.
I think they were trying, I think it was the Sentinels thinking, oh, they're going to turn and go over here. Maybe they just left Humbug just for a bit of disaster, saying, oh, I think you're dead, sorry, my guy. But still, they tried to flip it. It was just KC better at the moment. Now that we're looking back at it, gold has swung back again for KC. It is a 500 gold. Now they look at Kana. Let's see if they go for it. Is the house looking to go up in the air potentially soon, but going golden is nice. Gets the flash out. They have a lot of damage. Let's see if they can do enough as the barrage does just trim them and kind of just gets out.
Yeah, good job there by Sentinels, though. They got all the resources out of Kana. They got the arm guard, they got the flash. So now that arm guard broken, it's going to force him to go into that Zhonya's probably a little bit earlier than he would have wanted to. Does have that Leandri, so he's got the damage with that first strike to get a little bit extra gold farm. And they get that Rift Herald because they saw the Sentinels in the bot lane going after Kana. So really heads up play there to play for time. But they're back in the mid lane.
Oh, he takes it. Darkwing, don't think he meant to hit that one. Kalist! Oh, absolute cinema. That was a good pick. I don't think those chains were meant to hit at all.
Sometimes on Nautilus, when I hit a hook, I'm like, I really didn't want to hit that hook, and that just happened to Darkwings. It is a bloodbath here. It's 15 kills in 16 minutes. It almost reminds me of home back in the LCP, my friend, because these two teams are unrelenting. They go
looking
again.
for more. Busio's looking for a re-engage, but Hextech Ultimatum is good. Solar Flare is used. Yahoo's going to be doing a little bit more as the Shockwave comes in, but you got no mana, who he might just be able to live a little bit longer. Kalist is backing away. So they tried to get some plates. They were successful, but couldn't get the kills on the back of it.
What I'm loving is seeing some of these innovations coming out of these supports, right? Busio is going first item belt. Typically, you kind of want to get like that Shield of the Solari to offer some extra protection to your AD carries, get some MR and AR for yourself. But he's gone straight for that belt, and it's proving invaluable. He's knocked low, it procs immediately, he starts healing up, and he's able to endure these fights for a lot longer than a traditional Leona build. So these innovations from these players is changing these matchups. You have to respect it.
I think another thing of note as we look at the scoreboard in a slight lull too, look at this top side. It is all KC. They are looking so strong. It is both Kana and Yike, 2k gold up. We got a TP. They're looking for Impact. Might be looking for a sneaky TP out, but I think Impact knows they are not long for this world. Sadly, the train will be derailed, and it is just an absolute shellacking. It is just so much damage. Yeah, I think you just know. Maybe just get the wave if you can, and Kana picks up the kill.
Yeah, but on the other side...
Flip it around, Kalist just gone. Who he does pick them up. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so Sentinels saw the play coming. Impact was playing for time. He was playing to draw in as many members of KC as he could, and Sentinels collapsed into the mid lane and took out Kalist. Arguably, that's better for Sentinels than it is for KC because they got the AD carry of KC, and it's less damage for them, whereas Impact, he's kind of behind anyway. He's worth less to kill. And as you were pointing out, I mean, he's almost 60 CS down on Kana. We wanted him to be within touching distance, but this ain't it.
No, definitely not touching distance, unfortunately. 60 CS is rough, but again, I said it in draft. Impact's taken the back seat. It's not the end of the train tracks for Impact here. We still have a long way to go. We've got a couple carriages that are still getting those items on board, and one of them in particular, Rahel, has that Ludens, has the Shadow Flame. That's the item spike. This Ziggs is gonna hurt.
And he also has the CS advantage, nearly 40 up and over Kalist. So he's got 2 completed items, whereas Kalist currently only has 1.5. So that item advantage can tell a tale as well. And you look at where the gold lead sits. For KC, it's in that top side. It's Kana and Yike. For Sentinels, it's mid through bot side. So when these teams come together, it's the damage...
Looking for something. Hextech Ultimatum's good. Forge God is being called. Yeah, who might have a bit of a rough time here. Who he is strong. Let's see if they can get out. Is it going to be enough? They're just too quick. No way do they live again. This team is just living on a dime.
Where was the damage? Where
no
was
damage.
the damage?
Wait, Mega Photo Bomb! Oh, so close.
That was a support and a top laner, a very, very behind top laner. And yes, a fed support, but they just did not have enough damage. They commit the tools, but importantly, they don't overcommit. It's 15 seconds until the next Drake of the game as both teams are coming together here, trying to get that vision control. Humbuck, though, on the top side right now. Kana
being caught out, going a little bit deep into the jungle of Sentinels. But Rift Herald's actually been summoned mid, so maybe they want to try and use it as a diversion as they go towards the dragon. You can already see Yike is there. The charge goes off, but it's not going to take the tower just yet. We'll be able to get a little bit more off the back of it, but they need to start thinking about this dragon. But where's Humbuck? They're up top side. I think they're just giving it over.
Yeah, they're looking to get some cross-map play here. They acknowledge that they're not going to get that Drake, and it's okay. You don't need to contest for the 3rd Drake of the game when you are 1 Drake apiece. Let's get this top side turret. Let's open up this map so that we get some freedom for Humbuck to make some proactive plays, get some creative flanking angles. But I'm still waiting for Darkwings. He's slightly behind on that CS, but he's up in those kills, but he needs to start making some plays. He needs to start getting creative with the flanks and the ults that he seals. They have so many engage tools, but I haven't seen them get an effective bite yet.
But now the big thing, the question on everyone's lips, KC are now winning. 2.6k gold up. They have that lead, and it's on some strong members. Kana, the Rumble, they have been known to flip games so incredibly well, and when they have such a big lead, the Zhonya's is confirmed. It's going to be so hard to lock down in these team fights, and if they catch them in the middle of a jungle, in these corridors, that Equalizer is going to get some incredible value.
Yeah, I mean, Equalizer combined with a supreme display of talent, that is just a dynamic duo that will lead to your death. 3 lethality items onto Yike. If Yike is able to get on top of the back line, you're dead. Plain and simple. There's nothing you can do about that. We do see more item completions, as I love Rahel's item here. He's got, I think that's that QSS that gives him that protection from the magic spells.
Yeah, it's the belt.
So really good value there. Protects him from Yahoo, and it will protect him from Yike with those Supreme Displays.
Yeah, just a bit of magic resist too, so it's going to be able to keep them alive a little bit longer. That shield is going to do absolute work, as it is both sides looking towards this bot side river, maybe looking for a fight. Look at the flank. Hooney's on the back. There's the Forge goal. Let's see if Hooney wants to catch one. Look at Yahoo. It's a good catch. Exec ultimatum is good. It's going to be enough damage. They're locking him down. Humbug picks up Yahoo. It's a good kill. Hooney's gone. Yike picked him up. They're on a killing spree. Carter looks for more, and now they're cleaning up the double kill for Yike. It is so good, and KC take the lead further.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinel's got a fantastic flank angle with Hui. They're timed it to perfection, that Ornn ult into that Hextech ultimatum, but KC was so strong that they come out of that fight at 4,000 gold ahead of Sentinels. And at this point, I think Impact's so far behind, even with that upgraded Canic Bookern.
Yike is also teetering on the death, just looking to go very deep and just get Rahel a little bit off these waves. Again, if Ziggs gets these free pushes, they can clear so much faster. You said it before. It is going to be a little bit more. Let's watch a replay of this last fight.
Yeah, Darkwings uses the belt, gets a little bit of poke, a little bit of vision, backs away. Rahel trying to herd KC in to the 3 members of Sentinels, but it's a 4v5 right now. There's 4 members of Sentinels, the 5th in the back line. Yes, a great engage here, but what's happening in the middle? The equalizer goes down, and that supreme display of talent onto at least 2 members. The Mega Inferno Bomb gets a little chip damage onto Yike, but it tells a story of a lack of cohesion.
That's exactly it. Like, I think it was really the case of both teams were splitting the fight. They had different people they were looking to go for, and it was just a case of they couldn't lock them down fast enough. It was KC and Humbug now getting caught once again. Darkwings needs to be careful. TP's here. Mega Inferno Bomb barrage also lands. Humbug is low. The birding is good. It's easy. Supreme Display of Talent shreds through Darkwing. There's nothing he can do. It is KC running this game.
KC find themselves 14-9, 5.5k. Baron up on the Rift. They are moving to that Baron now because Sentinels, they don't even have a jungler. They don't have a mid laner, so they've still got to wait. Maybe 3 of them can chip away, but this surely has to be KC's Baron here.
Look, it's a 5v3. Impact needs to get in here. Hooney needs to lock down Yike. This is the player that they need to take off the map. But 4k health, there's the Forge God going for it. It's just secured. Baron locked in. Now they're looking to take this fight a little bit further. Busio is low, but charging forward, landing everything they can. Zenith plays good, but now Yahoo's good as this Rahel. He's got Yike dominating the lead. It's a double kill again. Let's see if we can make it a triple kill. KC and Yike are taking so much away from Sentinels.
The Champs-Élysées is a busy street, but this Rift belongs to France right now. Sentinels cannot put together a fight against what KC is putting forward. Where is this team? They're now down 9k against KC, against Carmine Corp, and 5,000 plus of that is into Yike. We said it at the start. Yike had all the gold. Yes, they got him, but he's gone. I don't care. I'm going to build my gold lead even bigger. Nearly 4 completed lethality items. Who can stop the damage?
Yike said, he heard me. I was like, oh, maybe they just have to shut him down. Yike said, I can carry this game. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But now it's all about using this Baron appropriately. Where do they put it around? They need to be looking at different sides of the map. Can see 2 down on this bot side. Equalizer dropping. Oh, it was actually Darkwing's equalizer. Don't worry about me. That was the hijack. We're not stressed. I was just like, that was a bit of an interesting one. But now, using this Baron, looking at this mid lane, and this is the crazy part. This is what you usually see the Ziggs doing. They get the Baron as soon as they can, and they just walk down these lanes. But it is KC doing such a good job. They've hit the 10k gold lead power spike. This is where it's do or die. It is really KC's game to lose.
I mean, we look at the level differences anyway. There's at least 2 level difference on almost every single player here, at least in that top side. 3 in the jungle. Such is Yike's dominance right now. That Baron power play still has a minute. 4.7k gold out of that for KC right now. Yeah, there's a Drake in 4 minutes, but I have to
the Drake is now, and it's being taken to Baron in 4 minutes.
That's
because
it.
you can already see Yikes there saying, I love these dragons.
And with the lethality, will absolutely burn through that Drake. Has that broadsword on top, so damage to boot. The bounty, 600 on Kana, 700 on Yike. As we go back to this fight before, Hextech Ultimatum, it was only on to Busio. It had so little impact. Busio so tanky, able to just frontline for all of KC. Kalist chipping away in the back lines. Impact left to last. It's the prioritization. KC are killing the right people first. They don't care that Ornn is there. They're going to play around Ornn and collapse in the back end of the fight.
They have their targets, they know who the enemy is, and they have just locked them down. A huge play, and there's a power spike. It's looking good for Busio, but you know what? It's all right. It's a locket of Isolari. We'll have to see as the shockwave being used. Impact, that's the wrong side of the map, my friend, as who he is low. There's an equalizer too, but now Yike going forward. It's too easy. Kana picks up a kill as well. They're on Soul Point, and I think they could just close this game out pretty soon.
Surely the end is nigh. 3 members of Sentinels die for no reason, for no reward. There's no objectives on the Rift. Impact caught out on that top side. Just KC in fine form. 12.5k up, 3 Drakes, 3 Grubs, 6 turrets to 3 against Sentinels. Oh, it feels like the LEC has shown up here today, and the LCS have almost been caught napping, but it's a BO3. It's only the first game. They could still find a way back in the second.
It's not over till the Nexus goes down, Logan. I've learned that from all my years of playing the game. Never FF, and we never see that here. We'll have to see, because Sentinels, yes, they're down. It's 20 kills to 9. It's a really long shot, but a long shot is still possible as they try to scrape back what they can. A couple tower plates here and there might help out, but it's 20 kills to 9 still. And I think that's a scoreline that KC fans around the world will be quite pleased to see.
Yeah, look, it's going to take a miracle of a fight for Sentinels to find a way back in. And even if they win that in a clean ace, it's still only going to chip away at the lead that KC has here and now. Because to remind the viewers at home, right, here in the Kadir City Battleground, this is the lower bracket, right? If you lose here, your key is crushed and you are sent home. So everything is on the line for both of these teams. And KC is playing like they know that. But Sentinels, it feels like the message still hasn't hit home.
Look, and that's always rough. You don't want to get your key crushed, especially trying to get those club points as well. Trying to get a little bit more kitty in the pocket, but now it's just an easy push down. Where's the response? It really feels like Sentinels can't match anything that's being put to them. And it really comes down to, look at that gold graph. It is just a clean incline for KC. Now we're just going to see how well they can close it out. They have the top inhibitor. It's already taken away. It's just this mid and bot side. Let's see if they can start pushing it forward, as you do have Yahoo down here, Busio and Kalist very happy to take it mid. Where will the next big players already? I'm not sure why Dark Wings is up here. Maybe trying to get a little bit of a push and force them out and not get these supers charging in, but we're waiting. It's 1 minute till a Baron.
You've got to get something across the rest of the Rift, right? Obviously, these 5v5s are not working out for KC. KC are roaming to that top side, interrupted the recall. Yike on the hunt for Darkwings here. Might have gone too deep on his own. Kalist is shifting forward, trying to get that priority. They get the vision. Yike's trying to run Darkwings down.
And Yike just has so much damage. 3 hits and dead. Darkwings, they had a good game this morning, but oh man, it's this afternoon now, and it's Paris. This is home turf, and KC like those odds.
Yeah, look, the timing here of that death is tragic. Another 40 seconds for Darkwings, but 20 seconds for that Baron means that KC are likely going to get this one uncontested, at least get priority, at least get to start it up without Sentinels having any meaningful kind of engage.
And I really love this though from the side of KC. They're not rushing. They know they've got the lead. They know they've got the gold. They can just wait for these fights because they can take any fight they want. They've got the skills, and Yike is playing so well. They can just go for this Baron. It is uncontested. Humbug's not even thinking about it. I feel like they're just waiting for game 2 at this point, and that is disastrous.
But I want to talk about the evolution, the intelligence, right? Normally we see a lot of teams contest the Baron, whether it's winnable or not. They feel like they have to try. But of late, a lot of teams go, you know what? We can't win that fight. Let's try and get some cross-map objectives. Let's try and inject some gold into who could potentially carry. And that's exactly what Sentinels did, right? They went through to the jungle. They're like, we'll clear the jungles out, we'll get the gold. We won't let them take it for free. They're preparing the defense for this second siege, because this is the second Baron that KC have taken. This is the second siege, and it might well be the last because the top lane is wide open in the base of Sentinels, and we do see that Impact is up there. He's trying to push the wave out as far as he possibly can, but that's an Ornn.
But yeah, Impact can't push that out. You're right, it is an Ornn. They don't really have the great pushing power. Now they're going to go for Soul and an Infernal, so I did call that one, which makes me feel quite good. I love this extra damage. No wonder Yike is just blowing these players up. There's nothing you can do as Soul has been confirmed. Infernal Drake locked in. Now Kana is here. Humbug going a little bit too far forward. Has to go up. The Hound's Pursuit is good. But oh my lord, that damage! Kana didn't lose any health, and it is just the victory march here from KC.
Yeah, look, this one looks pretty much wrapped up. They got Humbug for free. Where did he go? That's almost the most fed member out of the Sentinels, and he melted like butter in the face of the damage. KC on their final victory march here in the best of one.
And this is exactly what the fans here in France want to see. It is the game they were hoping for. The destruction, the domination. It's KC looking so fierce in this best of three, and they want to clean this game up with nothing hold back. Let's get those baguettes ready because we're going to lunch.
Here in France, KC take game one against the LCS's Sentinels in a storm. One-sided from the get-go. Yike ran this rift, and Sentinels, it feels like they had no answer. Humbug caught multiple times wanting.
I think the big thing of note as well is Yike was just power from the very get-go. No matter what, this Kiana was around the map, and getting those early kills accelerated. It was the smoking gun that we were waiting for. They were the bullet that led the charge all the way through to the Nexus. And big props. Humbug just didn't really know what to do, and I'm really excited to see what we're going to get in game number 2.
That's it, but we are done and dusted now. We are going to throw over to the hosts and analysts for their breakdown of this game 1.
Thank you very much, guys. Pike and Logan on the call there, and KC just absolutely shreked them. I mean, this was... there were a couple of moments early on that were okay. I think like the bot dive was all right. You know, they got some moments there, but at the end of the day, KC were able to turn it around, and off the backs of Yike's incredible Kiana performance, 4 kills out of 4 early on, ended up legendary at the end of the game. And, you know, sometimes Yike is the guy who gets fed and doesn't carry, but this was not that story today.
I was bringing that up whilst I was watching the game.
Yeah.
On stage, I was like, look, I remember Yike got 2 early kills versus T1, and he could not run the game off of that lead. He did really well, but he couldn't close out. Here, however, a completely different story. And yeah, KC, thankfully this time around, clinical, and a lot of those issues we were talking about with that link-up between Busio and Yike felt a lot more succinctly fixed in this game number 1 here versus Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, they started pretty, it wasn't like really super one-sided, I would say, like, cause it's just also speaking of like the draft, if you see, like, there's just so many champion that it's like, it's so, you can't play as a proactive for the Sentinel side. Like, you had a Ornn on top side and trying to like engage, but like, there's not many like good follow-up with it. Like, I think there's also the front through the laning phase. It's just like, it's you kind of have to play kind of passive, but I think KC played really well. Like, they managed really well the team fight as well. Like, they're at the first inside a brush. They're so decisive. Just, oh, we gotta go if they cross this line. And I think that was the main big differences today. Or this game, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it got kind of messy in some of the fights like this one, but it felt like Sentinel's just overextending a little bit, and you got these picks like the Kiana that are so fed, but also extremely mobile, so it's really difficult for them to actually lock it down. And, you know, if you're going in as Hui and trying to just ult the Kiana, maybe you just die. So Yike, a lot of the times, just felt like he was running the Rift and doing whatever he wanted, and played it excellently. As started off, you know, for a good 20 minutes or so, it was not a huge lead, but it was still Carmine Corp from there on really putting the nail in the coffin as Yike 31.6k on the Kiana here in this first game.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. I mean, as I said, I think Orianna side, like, no matter what, like, sure, you can try to counter pick with a melee champion into Orianna, but like, I think it's actually way harder to play melee side, especially you have to be really more creative. And sure, you're pairing with an Afiri, but like, it's again, like, their lack of CC, they can't actually burn Yike out. It's so hard in team fight.
Yeah, I also feel like it's so difficult to play out the mid game when Kiana's that fed because it also snowballs into the clear. So even if you want to try and make picks first, you've got the Camille, right? Like it's fantastic at doing that. The Ziggs as well from mid. It's so difficult to ever have more numbers to the point where it's actually impactful unless you're just completely overloading a side. And at that point, then you're probably losing something elsewhere that you probably don't want to be losing in that moment. And I feel like that really tied the hands of Sentinels in a lot of this mid game, and it made it very easy to pilot for Karmine Corp because of it.
Yeah, it absolutely did. And, this is kind of what we were expecting with Karmine Corp as the favorites in this matchup. But, Sentinels, I don't think they're out of this just yet. They showed some stuff early on in this. I still like that bottom dive, but I don't know. That was still a crazy carry performance from Yike, and it does feel like Karmine Corp are here to play. So we'll have to wait and see what does happen in game number 2 as we head to a break, and we'll be back for that.
Hello, I'm Huhi. I'm Hamba. And we're here to try some French food. Alright, what is it? Ooh, salami. Sausage? Sausage. I think it's like dry sausage. Oh.
Yeah, just good. The smell is not good.
He said that it smells like dog feet. I love it. 1 to 10. 6. For me, it's like 7 or 8. 8. Oh, what is this? Oh, is this the jam? Like the chestnut jam? Is it? That's what because I looked up what am I supposed to bring back home, and it was butter and chestnut jam. So this is my guess.
Sweet.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. I don't like sweet stuff, but
8?
I think 8 as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Some carbonated drink. I think I know what it is. Cheers.
Lemonade.
Lemonade?
Fanta?
I drink this a lot because I used to live in France too, and it's good, no?
What is this?
Orangina, I think. Orangina, yeah, right?
Orangina?
Yeah, Orangina.
Yeah, actually good. 9? This is
9?
best.
I grew out of the soda, so 7 for me right now. 뭐지? Cheesecake? It has to be cheesecake, no?
Yeah, cheesecake.
Cheesecake. Oh,
cheesecake.
Oh, so good then. So cheesecake is from France? Oh, flan. Yeah. Oh.
We ate this.
9.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah. Dangerous. Get it out. What is this? This food? 뭐지?
Is snail?
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 Snail.
But I can't try that.
Rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? Okay.
3. No. 귀엽지. No. Please.
Rock, paper, scissors? Okay. I give you, I feed you. It's good. 골뱅이. Orangina is coming. Rating.
2. I never tried that.
Yeah, now you can try more snails. Yeah.
No, I can't try. I can try. It's my last or first.
So that was Huhi and
Hamba.
Trying some new French food. Thanks for watching, guys, and thank you for cheering for us. See you guys.
Hello and welcome back. We are in the midst of the best of 3 between Karmine Corp and Sentinels here on the secondary stage, the Qiddiya City Battleground, and the players just came out, so they're getting pretty hyped for that. But guys, we do have a quick video just showcasing the road to EWC here for Karmine Corp.
K-Corp have been a revelation of the LEC in 2026. Relentless, ascending, and yet still second best. Twice they've ended splits as runner-ups to G2 Esports, and the EWC qualifier looked set for the same script when G2 swept them 3-0. But K-Corp clawed back through that lower bracket, took down movie star Koi in the second chance series, and booked their flight to Paris. Now, the French side plays on home soil, not just in Europe, but in Paris, with their own fans packing the arena.
Overall, we're just focusing on practicing and making sure that we can be as strong as possible, I guess, for the tournament.
Home turf has boosted rosters to upset before. Can K-Corp do it again?
K-Corp trying to make a name for themselves here at EWC, and they have the backing of many a person, many a fan here trying to get them over the line up against Sentinels. And so far, after that game number 1, we can definitely say they're the big favorites here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game 1 was like, oh, it just depends on how they want to take, like, right? Like, I think the draft, it could be like from the draft, it could be from the mistake, but I think it's still the fact that right now the Sentinel are having struggled the team fighting, especially. I think they still had they had a chance like at the middle game, like skirmishings and playing around like objective, but I think for sure the game 1, especially today, I think it's like we can easily say the KC favor. Their form is on crisp.
Yeah, it is. And I think on the opposite side for Sentinels, this is a really awkward meta for them because they have a very, very strong mage player in Darkwings, but Rahel is just really good at right-clicking. And so trying to put him on mages, even though, I mean, you saw, I think he had by far and away the most damage on the team for Sentinels, it wasn't really a setup where he could take over the game, right? And I feel like that's really been the strength of Sentinels throughout a lot of this year, is when Rahel gets going, it unlocks who he gets to play with Harmbark, and then Darkwings and Impact, they're secondary players to the game, right? They're typically role players, and that's what I think they need to try and enable, but potentially from this more traditional angle, because I feel like, again, if they go towards mages, right now for them, I'm not sure it's the best call to get them over the line against Karmine Corp.
You're right, though. The meta is pretty damning for them because you got the Ziggs, you got the Syndra, even Cassiopeia has been down there. We've seen Vel'Koz, like Talia. You can just put anything there, and it just feels like it's very reliable. Mages are very strong right now. Itemization feels good for them. So, I don't know. They're going to have to figure it out because we are heading into game number 2 draft, and we'll have to wait and see if they do have something specific planned for this. Do they go back to traditional League of Legends, or do they continue with the new stuff here in 2026? As we are going to hand it back over to Pike and Logan for the cast.
Thank you so much, Velders. Wow, that first game. Analysts, they broke it down so well, but wow, just hearing the energy of this crowd and seeing everything go down. How do you answer yike is the real question.
I mean, Yike on that Kiana was the unstoppable force, and there was no immovable object that Sentinels were able to put forward. Obviously, Ornn was picked, and we would have hoped for something out of there, but it was not to be.
Yike really was the supreme display of talent, if I'm going to be honest. It was just too good of a performance. I feel like they're going to get a lot harder in the draft as they look to ban him out a little bit more, but there's so many good jungle picks right now. It's still a best of 3. We're not heading towards a best of 5, but here's the draft. We're getting straight on in. Sentinels now on blue side, Nocturne banned out, and Bard on the side of KC.
Yeah, there is that jungle ban. Nocturne's such a strong jungler, even from level 1. Traditionally, people are like, oh, Nocturne's not a real jungle till level 6, but you try and 1v1 into a Nocturne level 1, and chances are you're going to lose. So I do like this ban. Poppy, another ban. Lee Sin, probably one of the single most banned champions here at EWC 2026, because he's one of those aggressive junglers.
Same with Poppy as well. Poppy, Vi, you got to get rid of him at this point. Every time we've seen Poppy on the Rift, you can't do anything. You get the Sundered Sky, you're basically unkillable. So I love these bans coming out. They're very telling of what we expect to see. KC, I feel like maybe they should have tried to go for that Lee Sin, but you know what? Fair enough. It's so strong. Get rid of it.
Yeah, look, I can't really fault them for going for the Yike on the Kiana because, like, I don't think Lee Sin could have that same kind of impact. Those Supreme Display of Talents are just a massive AoE team fighting tool, and that's exactly what KC did. They played around the team. But whether you ban against Yike or Kana, that top side is so overwhelmingly strong that they'd have to overcommit the bans, and Sentinels acknowledge that. They read that, they go, we'll throw one at Yike with that Lee Sin because any good jungler worth their salt has a great Lee Sin in their toolkit, and then the rest on support in that mid lane, and now we're into the first pick being the J4.
Yeah, I love this J4 pick. It's just one of those standard staple junglers that loves to get rotations around the map. We've seen so many great plays already here today too. Jace being locked in for Kana in this top side. It is a bit of a flex, but most likely going to go there. It's aggressive. There's going to be a lot of damage in this game already just from that.
There could also potentially be just a long-range poke, right? We did see that lethality Jace build coming through, that really long-range shock blast, but I have to imagine that's a sort of slower, a calmer kind of thing as a hover coming in over Rek'Sai here. I loved Rek'Sai. Oh, what? I was hoping we'd see her.
Okay, no, I was about to say Aatrox. Maybe we wouldn't go there. We've already got the Jace, but the Cassiopeia, nice little flex there. Can go mid, can go AP carry.
Yeah, blinding the mid, though, gives that information over to Sentinels, right? They'll be able to play around that Cassiopeia, but I still think it's smart to blind it now because where is it blind? Is it going down to that bot lane because of that mage meta, or will it be in the mid lane? Sentinels, they have to crack that code with a couple of picks coming up and decide how they want to answer it. Once this Cassiopeia comes online, she is oppressive. Yep. She's almost impossible to escape because she can run so dang fast, but something to slow her down.
Yeah, I love this Anivia as well. That's a really good one. Another flex too. We've seen it a lot in the top side as well. So I really like this. It does have all these slows. It's a great way to siphon that Cassiopeia, right? It's keeping them at bay, putting up a good wall. It's going to stop them from getting in, but at the same time, there's still so much range. One good Mega Shock Blast out of this Jace can melt someone too, but the Yorick being locked in, they're prioritizing their top side. They want to give Impact a bit more love because it felt like they were just at such a disadvantage last game. They need to give them something back.
Yeah, and I mean, Impact did get last pick, right? He got the counter pick on that Ornn. He chose it into the Rumble, and it wasn't like he was doing bad into the Rumble. He was slowly falling behind, but Yike put early pressure on that top side, which accelerated Kana, which led to, you know, Impact's demise and inability to effectively frontline. And when you have no frontline, Yike just ran amok in the backlines of Sentinels. But this is game 2. This is a different composition, and we're seeing that Jace, Cassiopeia, and Xin Zhao locked in for KC on that side. So I really like Xin Zhao, a very high priority jungler that we haven't really seen much here at EWC because it's mostly BO1s.
Yeah, it has really good jungle, at least presence around these dragons. Like you get that Crescent Guard, you get the Wind Becomes Lightning, you do a lot of damage, and you can get out of these fights in a little bit of scary situations, especially around a J4. But this is one of those tried and true matchups we've seen all year long. It's the J4 into the Xin. How do they compare? But now in the hands of Yike, after that first game, I'm still a little bit worried. I think the Xin can get this done, but we'll have to see what the next ban phase is going to tell us about where they're going to get that priority. And it is KC looking towards supports.
Yeah, like I love the ban for Nautilus, right? Nautilus has been such an oppressive bot lane support, a really tanky engage, brings a lot of CC to these matchups. Lucian banned away from Kalista on the other side, but look at Sentinels. Cataclysm, Wall, and the Ghoulie Wall. There's so much environmental control coming out of Sentinels that they're going to change the pathing. They're going to change your ingress and ability to escape here. So KC, they're going to have to respect. If they go in, there's every chance they're not going back out.
I think there's almost another side to this as well, is how do you really deal with the Yorick? Because right now, that is a split-pushing composition where Yorick wants to be in a side lane and just hard-press the advantage of towers. I really see it's going to be Jace that's going to try and do this, but Jace also wants to meet up with the team, get to these objectives and do some damage. So it's like, if Yorick is just left unaware, they're going to take everything.
Yeah, and another ban coming through there from KC, the last one being that Mel. Mel has risen in that meta. Rebuttal, such a strong tool here. So they clearly don't want to give that over to Sentinels for what they still have left to pick over on the side of KC, because Cassiopeia, we don't know where she's going, most likely the mid lane, which means the bot lane of KC is still to be formed. They don't want to be able, they don't want that ultimate that they go for to be bounced back on them.
And it makes sense. They might be picking a support here because then they can hide if it is going to be a cast bot or a cast mid. So this does like sort of free up a little bit more. I guess I'd like to see a little bit more lockdown or maybe a tank because they're sort of missing that on KC. But instead, they go the Pyke. Busio is going to be feeling good on this one.
Yeah, Pyke is absolutely a menace across the rift. Moves so dang fast that it's almost going to force Sentinels into picking a support that they may not have wanted to go for themselves. They needed a fast response. They need something that can match the pace that a Pyke can do. Pyke also with those hooks, with those stuns, has so much playmaking ability. Resets on that ultimate though could potentially work against them because when your support is giga fed, that means your AD carry isn't. That means your mid isn't. So they need to be careful juggling this execute that this Pyke has.
Yeah, and I love the Jhin being picked up here now as well for Sentinel. It's that good, strong front to back. There's a lot of debate as whether Jhin is good in comps or is really good in comps. So it's one of these like champions that you get a good force shot on. It can do a lot of damage, and an Amumu being hovered, if that's an Amumu support, I kind of mess with it, and I would love to see what it can do. Regardless, it's a bit of an interesting pick. I think they're having a bit of a laugh and trying to, it's the Blitzcrank instead. They are looking for some death. They want to land these hooks. Now it comes down to where do you put this cast, and a Vayne being picked up could be pretty good.
But that's the thing, right? I mean, every single one of these members on KC is someone that you want to hook. No one is a Cassante. No one is a Scion. Every single hook will get you value. Xin Zhao probably arguably less so. You hook, will Crescent Garden actually repel you instead? But we're seeing some hovers for traditional AD carries here. Kai'Sa locked in for Kalist here. That is a hyper carry. She's kind of fallen out of favor, but has come back here at EWC. We've seen her several times.
I really love it. I love Kai'Sa as a champion. The ability to dive is now what is on the cards for this. You have a Xin, you have a Cash, you can lock them down with the Miasma. The Pyke is going to get those executes. I really like KC's draft here. They've sort of thought, we can just do full damage. The only downside, there's no real tanks. So it's not really a frontline. It is a go all or nothing sort of composition, whereas I really like Sentinel's pick comp. Blitzcrank lands one good hook. Yes, you have a lot of mobility on KC, but one good hook could spell disaster.
One good hook and you're walled in, right? You get that Cataclysm, you get that Ghoulie Wall, you get the Ice Wall down from Anivia. The hook in, you're not getting back out, like we said a little bit earlier. But what I like here is that Sentinels have definitely got sort of a side split lane push build here with that Yorick, right? He will demand an answer if he can at least stay even with Kana in that top lane, and the ghouls will prevent those shock blasts from landing onto Yorick himself, so I kind of like this counter pick there.
No, I really like it. And you sort of mentioned that Crystallize, which is the Anivia's wall, right? And I think he's going to play a huge part in how this team is going to be moving through these team fights. We're going to have to see how it's going to be used effectively, because once the Glacial Storm goes down, it's going to be so much harder to get out because you really are relying on that mobility, and if you get a Rylez, instantly that mobility is gone.
Yeah, definitely. But I like that we've seen Yike go with the same style of jungler too. That flag and drag, that access over walls, the mobility that he also had with that Kiana. Doesn't have that massive AoE teamfight tool that the Supreme Display of Talent can be, but we've seen Cataclysm used to such phenomenal effect before, even in the game before where it was Kanavi getting onto, I think, 3 members, locking them all down. That's all Yike is going to need to do here with this Cataclysm, and it's a teamfight done.
Yeah, I really think it is KC that needs to be really proactive in the early game. They need to get a couple kills on the board. They need to get a couple kills just here, there, and everywhere. I feel like getting it all onto Yike is always good. Getting a Xin Zhao is fed is always strong, but you also need to start thinking about this bot lane. You need to think about top. If Jace can get a couple kills on the board, it's going to be so much better into the Yorick so that they're going to not be able to push as hard.
But enough about the draft, Pyke. We have our second game of today's BO3 between KC and Sentinels here at EWC 2026 in the Qiddiya City Battleground. And we are in for a show. The home crowd is here giving all of their energy to KC, driving them onwards, driving them upwards to victory and success.
Crazy thing here is the crowd just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and our stage is getting a little bit smaller as it feels because they keep surrounding us. But you know what? It's the energy we love. As we do see some wards going out. It's only a minute in, very early days. First dragon, just of note, is an Infernal, so not going to get one of those aggressive dragon souls once again, but we'll have to see where these two teams are going to be looking as Darkwings being nice and aggressive. Yahoo just holding on a little bit, getting those electrocute procs is always nice. We'll have to see how this lane's going to really fare out. Who do you think favors in this sort of like laning phase in this mid lane?
Genuinely, I think this is going to be Cassiopeia's lane. I've seen Yahoo with hands on that Cassiopeia. Darkwing's capable.
Hook on hook. It's not going to be enough. Huhi already here with the Ignite. Flashes could come through just to secure the kill. They don't go for it. The Ignite and the barrier burnt. Huhi is very low. Might be looking for a reset. I almost said hee, but no, it's okay. We're not laughing just yet. But now, another hook could be coming out, but the ward already spotting Busio out.
Huhi, though, nerves of steel, didn't heal, didn't flash. Confident he was not going to die there in that bot side. So the only advantage that KC got for themselves was no more health potions on this Blitzcrank. So they just waited out, they heal back up, and then they can go again. Otherwise, elsewhere, Yahoo does have this early advantage against Darkwings, who's desperately trying to get this CS, but is already down in what is a relatively equal display of minion waves here. Gets the cannon, but is paying for it.
The domination so far, it's only about 4 CS up, but Yahoo has control of this lane, forcing them back. Look at the health difference. Mana as well. It is this Inhibi that is really struggling, and one more hit does get the egg out, but it's underneath the tower. It's going to be so hard to do anything. So the best thing you can do here, shove out the wave, and then look for a refight as the game goes on.
Yeah, it gets that passive, but Darkwings did have 2 health potions as well, so I almost think it was intentional. I almost think it was...
Ooh.
That was scary. Good play there by Kana. I almost think it was intentional in that mid lane. Darkwings was using it as a second health bar, right? He's like, I'll trade into you, I'm not going to use any resources, and now that I no longer have that passive, now I'll start being a little more respectful. Now I'll use those health potions, but Impact has to be careful here. Kana has eked out a serious health bar advantage on the top side.
Look, you expect it as well. It is a Jace into a Yorick. You're looking into that melee versus the ranged melee sort of matchup. As long as Kana can stay in that range and just do some damage from afar, it's going to be so hard for this Yorick to really step up. But it's all about this Yorick's mid-late game. They want to be getting a little bit bigger, and good hook out of Busio. Nice Void Seeker hits as well. Have to be careful, but still, Hugi just playing with death at this point, because even though they're half health, they are a Blitzcrank, can be able to survive a little bit longer, but we're still waiting for a good hook to land, and right now it's Busio controlling that game.
Yeah, junglers just completing their clears as well, take their recalls to base. Near identical purchases here, both with those long swords, and they both have their boards as well to be able to get some extra vision control as we do go to a quick pause. But where we're looking at now, Kana up in CS, Yahoo barely an advantage. Kalist half a wave up. Right now, all the gold advantage is over to KC. That early aggression coming through, paying dividends for them. And Yahoo is kind of running Darkwings in that mid lane. Cracking that bird, getting that passive, means the kill threat is real. So if a roam comes through from Huhi on the Blitzcrank, it could mean death.
Yeah, it is a known thing that snakes do actually eat birds. That's one of the things we know definitely in Australia, but still, we'll have to see how this lane's actually going to go forward. As yes, we are in a small break, just going to get a couple technicalities sorted out, but let's talk about this draft a little bit more, because there is some things we need to cover, and one of those is this Jhin Kai'Sa matchup. Let's talk about the AD carries for a second, because both of them have shown that they have the skills to do what it takes. Who do you think is going to have the biggest advantage?
Look, I am personally a fan of Kai'Sa more than a Jhin.
Yep.
And I know it's a 1v1 situation. I really think that if Kai'Sa is able to dodge the deadly flourish out of a Jhin, keep that hyper mobility, I think they're going to have that advantage. They've got the ability to dive on top of a Jhin when he doesn't have that fourth shot loaded, whereas Jhin kind of has to prepare more, whereas Kai'Sa has more of that snap aggression. So I think this favors the hyper carry that Kalist has locked in there with that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and I really like this laning phase as well. I think the Kai'Sa, as the game goes on, once you get that 3-item spike, you do really come online. Whereas Jhin takes a little bit more. It is a bit more of like a 4-item spike where you need to get that good little hook. The flash stun is nice. He has to be very careful. Flash trying to land the Seeker. The first blood hits. Kalist is all over them.
The feet on Kalist dodges the deadly flourish on the way out as well. Doesn't let Rahel get anything back. That was fantastic from Busio. The flash for flash to make sure the stun landed, setting Kalist up for success, getting that first blood onto the AD carry of KC. Not the best start for Sentinels, but enough about the start. First strike of the game is up in 15 seconds, and we take a quick look at vision control because we see Humbuck on that bot side, mid lane.
Trying to hold on, maybe look at the trade back as the flash comes out from Darkwing, and I think this is just going to be a trade over and a nice return kill from Sentinels.
Minions.
Yeah, nice. Has to burn the flash, but secures the kill.
Yeah, Minions goated right there, forcing that flash out of Humbuck because he got blocked a little bit, but KC might be responding here.
Oh, so the hook does go forward. Goes inside, just trying to keep them alive a little bit longer, but just trying to hold this wave back, maybe give a little bit more over to this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, but if we take a look at these summoners as we're about to go into this Drake situation, right? Yike is going to be the first jungler there. Humbuck over the back of it at the moment. KC with the vision, Sentinels with the numbers. KC, however, have priority in the bot and mid, so they will be able to respond first. But look at the summoners. Impact and Kana in that top side. They're on their island. They're doing top side things. But only Rahel and Yike have flashes, which means the jungler of KC has more dynamic playmaking, has more in and out ability than Humbuck does. Yes, he has flag and drag, but you still want the flash any day of the week.
Yeah, Maiden's been summoned here. Let's see if Kana is able to take this fight as we're looking mid again. No egg can save you, Darkwing. Busio picks up the kill and a nice little secure there for KC. Now they're forcing them back. Void Grub's still up in 2 minutes, so you're like looking just to get this scuttle and a little bit more control over the top side.
Yeah, but this is where KC needs to be careful about managing where the gold goes. Busio got that kill on that Pyke. Yes, you want a couple of gold, a couple of kills into your support, get accelerated over your other support, and that's only a good advantage as we get a replay. Dodging the hook, right? So that flash out of Callis dodges the hook,
Look
gives him a
at more.
clear
So
angle.
sorry, as Humbuck is getting caught out. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, picking up a kill. 1-1-1. It's a magical number, and we'll have to see if they can do a little bit more with it.
Humbuck was on the retreat from that earlier mid lane fight where KC showed up to get something back onto Darkwings. Humbuck rotated to top. KC followed him and punished him inside of his own jungle. They brought more members and they brought them even quicker. Yes, they've got priority. Yes, they've got members, but right now they're still not going for this first strike of the game. So it feels like we're starting to... Oh, good hook.
Yeah, nice. He getting caught out. The Ignite instantly dropped. See if they can do a little bit more as Yike is joining the party. There's a good hook. Callistus now here, and it is Yahoo who picks up another kill. 2-1-1. It's a good number.
I'm scared for Sentinels here, Pyke. I'm really scared for the Sentinels. CS advantage, Kana, Yike, Yahoo, Callist with the kill over Rahel. The gold lead, 2.5k at 7 minutes. This is a KC of game one. This is still a Sentinels of game one, and that's not a compliment right now.
And the big thing is, they're moving it around the map. It's no longer Yike really starting to drive it. It's all Busio of all. They're getting around, they're landing these hooks, and they're getting the picks. It's what you want from a good Pyke player. And I love to see it because my name is also Pyke.
Pyke for a Pyke, but not the fish. It is indeed the Bilgewater Menace here in League of Legends. But it's still the early game.
It is.
It's only 8 minutes.
It's 8 minutes.
Sentinels have the chance to come in. They could still get Impact as an absolute menace. Void Grubs are up, Drakes are up. Vision control down in that Drake pit, but it looks like Yike is already onto those Grubs because Kana has so much priority in the top side. Sentinels won't be able to get there.
But there's also the vision down on this dragon too, so you can actually tell KC's already prepped for this and said, as long as we know where Humbuck is, we'll be okay. So getting these Void Grubs early is going to be really good for these big pushes. Busio still not level 6, so the depth from below isn't online just yet. Once it does, we're sharing even more gold around, and it's just going to get harder and harder for Sentinels to do anything.
And what's really showing, what's really telling here is Pyke has a lot more power when he doesn't have his hook. He still has the stun. He still has the move speed. Whereas Blitzcrank is a one-trick wonder. You have to land that hook. If you don't, you're done. And it's showing here right now with Rahel's, Busio's proactivity, sorry. Sentinels, though, they're looking for a play on this bot side.
See if they can go for something. He just got that good vision. Now they're looking to back it up. The dragon is still up, and instead they look for the scuttle crab. They want to get this enhanced vision again. Look at all the wards. Fushi has to be so careful walking anywhere as the speed is good. See if they can go for a little bit more. Yike is joining the party. One big hook could be enough, but it could be Busi looking for a little bit more. Yike going for to see if they can get the damage off. The hook from Blitzcrank. Cataclysm goes in. Rahel picks up the kill. Now it is going to be Sentinels taking the win, but Kalis still strong. Hook goes forward. He has to flash. Got to be careful. Petrifying Gaze doesn't land. KC, and now also there goes goes the curtain call. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot for Fish. But no, it's going to be enough. Kalist sidesteps the hook, keeps out of danger.
Kalist with the fancy feet again. Dodges that deadly flourish earlier. Dodges that hook from Blitzcrank. Saves himself as Sentinels still sticking around on this bot side. Yes, they earned themselves priority. They got the Scuttle Crab, but they turned it into basically nothing. The Drake's still up. The gold advantage still 2k for KC here.
Oh, Kana doing some damage. Just getting Impact very low, but again, we're waiting for Impact to get a couple items online. Probably looking for those, I was going to say Ninja Tabbies. They're not Ninja Tabbies. But looking for a little bit of armor, but then also going towards that Triforce most likely.
I want to point something out. This might be one of the fastest rifts we've seen. We've already got 4 completed Swifties on the rift here. Rahel, Huhi, Busio,
Oh
Yehu.
my lord.
Yeah, what can you do against it?
Not much, but now here, Huhi is looking for a charge forward.
Oh!
Flash is good, but here's, oh my lord, Kabusio able to come from behind and take everything under the tower. It's all too much. Yahoo as well, in a little bit of a danger. Deadly Flourish just going to skim them off the side. They get out alive.
It was such a great hook from Huhi that Kana was forced to flash, but because Huhi had burnt the hook and didn't get paid for it, Busio was then able to escape cleanly after that execute on Impact under the turret. But TP being committed here on this top side.
Yeah, very aggressive TP too, but I like to see it. Trying to get that wave back into a better spot because, yes, Kana able to just get these big shoves. Impact needs to take these under tower, but they already have the Void Grubs. It is KC that can just start shredding these towers too. And the rotations that are coming out, they've left Yahoo to sit mid and the gold is looking good, but Dragon still hasn't been secured.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we see Yai complete his Sundered Sky, but that Dragon has been on the rift since the 5th minute. It hasn't died in 6.5 minutes. It doesn't feel like they want these Drakes as their win condition because they know it's not going to be an Infernal Soul.
It might actually be one of the slowest Dragons we've seen here at EWC so far, but we'll have to get a fact check of that, so maybe production can help us out with that too. But still, now they're looking towards top side, getting a little bit of vision. Maybe Yai saying, okay, now it's time.
They heard the casters. I mean, they're right there. They probably heard us yelling and screaming. They're like, oh yeah, that's right. The Drake is an objective because they go for it. And there's no vision from Sentinels to spot this one out as Busio once again looking to make a play here. He has been involved in 4 out of the 5 kills. He has an 80% kill participation right here, right now. As KC's gold lead is out at 3.5k and they have started the Drakes. But these Drakes will not be the win con. That's one of the slowest Drakes we've seen here at EWC 2026.
Yeah, now they just have to back off. They know Yike's in the area, so when there's a Pyke and a Zin's out, you do not want to go near it, especially when Busio is so fed right now. Does get the hook out to the side. Steal Bone isn't going to land, but there's the flag and drag. Humbug's good. There's the Crescent Guard. Let's see if it does enough, but it pulls in Busio. They're getting caught. The shutdown is good. Curtain Call now being charged up. The flash over the wall just to get to safety, and the safety of the Dragon Pit keeps them alive.
Good play from Sentinels there. They saw KC closing in on them and they waited. They were patient. They let them clear the wards. Then Huhi walked up. They took the bait. They dodged the hook from Busio and punished with a hook of their own. So great counterplay from Sentinels there. However, on this top side, we see Kana 25 CS up over Impact. This is still a better game though. Impact was much farther behind at the same time in game 1. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. Impact, it almost feels like he's inevitably climbing to be this omnipotent threat that KC will need to answer with 2, potentially even more members. But look how deep Busio is right now on that minimap. Placing wards in that top side of the Sentinels jungle so that they have that information on Humbug. They need to know where Humbug is at all times, and that is Busio's job, and he's doing it beautifully. If you look at that vision score, he's keeping up with Huhi.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Vision is the name of the game, and being able to track anyone, especially your jungler, is so important. But 1 minute and 15 seconds on the Rift Herald is going to be probably the next big fight. Chemtech Dragon is going to be available in 3. Again, bit of a slow Dragon game, but neither team really needs to worry too much about it. It is really the side of Sentinels that are waiting for that late game. But it is on KC to keep snowballing forward and keep this gold lead looking really strong. But that shutdown gold we saw was enough to get a small gold lead heading over for Humbug. Now let's see if they can transfer it into any more, as Kana now getting looked at. Humbug needs to land a good flag and drag. Smite does go down, lands it, seeing if they can do a little bit more, as Kana has to knock them out. Cataclysm is good. I think they're just trapped. It's just a rat in a cage, but it's unfortunate. 3 members spent to get 1.
Yeah, Kana knew he was dead, but was able to get some damage back down on Humbug, punishing him. Didn't have that flash. It was just about to come off of cooldown. So fantastic timing from Sentinels there to push up that overly pushed up Kana there. It is most of the gold of KC into Kana, so able to get that shutdown on him is absolutely beautiful. And the timing immaculate. It gives him that topside priority, even though Yehu is there, because the Rift Herald up in 10 seconds. And Yehu, he knows it. They're trying to get that priority so that they get that early access and that vision control. We see Yike moving on in, and wards being placed down and around as well.
Oh, found Hu here, but the exhaust is used early. Not going to be able to get that bone skewer off just yet, but let's look at this replay of an interesting fight here. The good hook.
The beautiful hook from Hui. Busio didn't know he was on vision. Rahel flashing over the wall to secure that kill. So great play.
Hui, the flash forward is going to lock him down. When he comes lightning is good, but is it going to be enough as there's just too many members? It is Sentinels looking so strong. Yike is still alive. It's just keeping it going. That Sundered Sky kept them relevant. And now it is Yehu looking up at his top side, but the jungler down could mean a Sentinels Rift Herald.
Yike had so much healing from that Sundered Sky. I thought he was going to die 3-4 seconds before he finally did, buying all of that time. Oh, Busio.
Looking for more. It's a lot of damage. Oh, it's a trade. 1-for-1. Rift Herald secured for Sentinels, but a nice dive out of KC.
Well done by Rahel, though, to get that one back. Doesn't get away clean. Oh,
getting slowed by the trap. Has to be careful. Hook. Hits a minion. Kalist knows where to go. Flashes forward. Absolute disaster. The solo in a 2v1. Kalist is on fire.
That is a 2-item Kaiser. The aggression to flash forward, knowing he was going to secure that kill, is crazy in the face of 2 members from Sentinel here. It's snap decisions like that that change these games.
And the big thing here, we talked about it. They're trying to take Yike out of the game. I'm sorry, the rest of KC are well online and ready to fight. A flash killer instinct is all she wrote, and Kalist is feeling so good.
Now, if you don't look at the gold, this game looks much, much closer than it is. But KC are 5k up at 16 and a half minutes. There's 30 seconds to the only the second Drake of the game.
Yep.
By this time, some teams almost have 4.
Ooh.
It's the Baron in 3 minutes, Pike. So right now, these jungle objectives, but the damage, the top 2 damage dealers are KC's.
Rift Herald now being summoned in the mid. They've sent 4 members strong. The Flash Cataclysm. Then Oculus has nothing up. Hooked away to pull out the hook from that. But the shutdown is good. It goes over to Sentinels. Let's see if Dark Wings can get a little bit more. The tower is still holding strong. See if they get enough damage. Yehu is okay. They're backing up and they do not secure the tier 1 in mid.
AD for support, you take that every day of the week. They chunk that mid-tier 1 healthily, but KC immediately turned on the strike. They're going to try and catch Impact out. He was too far up on the side.
He's still a little bit too far up. He's about to hit their bloody Nexus at this point, if you ask. But now Impact going to be going between those tier 3 and tier 2, trying to slow down Busio, but taking a couple tower shots. I think it is going to be Kana looking to join this fight, but this is a long chase. Forest, you can't run forever, unfortunately, and Impact is going to get caught out here on this top side, and it's Busio that picks up the kill.
Yeah, Impact didn't have that teleport, so he took them on a merry journey, but KC still got the Drake as well, despite most of their members transitioning to that top side to try and get it.
Oh, don't give me a heart attack, Busio, I
can
swear.
tell. We go back to this replay, though, and here it is under this turret. Busio hit with the Deadly Flourish. He's flash ults to get that gap closed, but Rahel beautifully done to still get 1 back. However, the goal goes over to Kalist, which is exactly where you wanted it. So Busio sets Kalist up for success, but I want to go back to that play. Impact was pushed too far up on that top side, on the bot side lane, and KC turn. They commit resources, but KC still got the Drake. What were Sentinels doing? They should have been going for that Drake.
Kalist, a little bit of a dangerous area, but it's going to be okay. They've got Yike waiting in the wings, but there's 3 members charging. Now Kana's caught on the wrong side of the map. We're all going for a run here, apparently, but Kana does have a little bit of that speed. Just has to dodge out a good hook. Oh, flashes it, almost sidestepped back into the hook. Is not ideal. Let's see if they can just get out, and I feel like it's a very different story, and it is going to be Kana surviving.
Because KC were helping. KC were closing in. Yes, Hui was able to get the hook and it got the flash out of Kana, but even then, if they kept pushing, KC were there ready to pounce. Kana, 200 CS, 50 CS up and over Impact. The gold lead has ballooned to 5,500 at this 19-minute mark. KC, they keep getting these incremental increases in this gold lead, and it feels like Sentinels are always on the back foot in all of these fights. Baron, 30 seconds. Third Drake of the game, still 3 minutes away, which feels crazy to say.
It really does, yeah. Baron, 20 seconds. It's probably where the next big fight. Oh my, that blast just hurt me a little bit, if I'm honest. But still, I have to see where they're going to get that priority, as it is almost a 6k gold lead here for KC. They're looking really strong, and a lot of that is sitting on Kalist. 3-1-1. They've finished the Nashes too, so they are fully online as this Kaiser. The damage is going to be good. The Void Seekers just need to hit their mark. And now Yike looking for a little bit more as Impact caught in his jungle, but is going to just walk away.
Yeah, good job there from Yike to push Impact away from the red buff. Though Sentinels not done. They are collapsing in the jungle. Will be spotted out by KC. There's wards everywhere.
Yike in a bad spot. Had flash, chose not to use it. It's just caught out instantly, and Rahel picks up the kill.
Welcome to the bounce house. Didn't get a single chance to hit that Crescent guard. Was CC'd to death. Well played by Sentinels to collapse on the over-aggression from Yike there, going deep into that red buff.
Yeah, Busio waiting in the wings, just keeping they're basically a ward at this point, and now they're going to be walking out. Seeing if they can hold on as Kalist. They know that this mid-tier 1 is in dire straits. So they might have to give this one over. They understand it's not the place to be. You're a man down, but that's okay.
Yeah, sometimes you need to give these objectives over, because if you try and contest them, if you try and compete, you lose the fight and the contest, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah, and looking for another tower down on the spot side too. Sentinel starting to make some more proactive plays, trying to take these objectives off the board too. So I really like that they're trying to push that advantage. When there is a man down, they all shove.
Yeah, there's a lot of standing gold on this rift, including the Baron himself, who did spawn a minute ago. KC, though, it feels like they're holding all of the cards. It feels like they've got all the advantages. Every single one of their members, except supports, have at least 2 completed items. And yeah, Sentinels, they themselves are in the same position, but it feels like they're always playing catch-up. They're always half an item behind on KC, because so much gold advantage is going to them. And you look at that top lane, Kana has 3,500 out of the 5.5 of KC's in his pocket.
Yeah, actually crazy. He doesn't have a kill to his name, but he's got all the gold that he needs. And it's just because he's been able to push, getting all the minions. But one thing we have to note, Rahel's got a rapid fire cannon along with that Ghost Blade, so they're going for that extra bit of range, a little bit of crit on that as well. So they're sitting about 45 roughly. It's a bit of an interesting one. Usually you do like to go maybe for an IE second, or trying to get like a collector as well as an option. So getting this extra range means they have a little bit more safety. They can hit from afar, which I feel like the main ideal for this Jhin.
Yeah, one thing that I'm liking out of Sentinels this game, though, is it's very, very close. It's much closer, right? The kills, the team fights, they're kind of equal. The problem is...
Getting caught. Crescent Guard does go forward. Flag and Drag is good, but Yike trying to keep them away. Busio actually hooked Humbuck over the wall. Now Busio's in a bit of strife. Hook does go down, but they're stuck in the Glacial Storm. Look at Impact flashing forward. The maiden comes forward. The Eulogy is good, but now the Blast comes even better. Cataclysm comes out. Kalist is now going on the backside. Rahel is low. Gets blasted forward. Now let's see if they can do anything more, as the team is split up. KC need to be careful, but it looks like it is Sentinels on the wrong side of the walls. They just need to collapse in the right way. Kalist, good flash out. Looking to take out the maiden instead. But instead, they're looking to go in. The dragon is up. Same with the Baron.
Yeah, Sentinels here. They're getting herded in by KC. KC...
Depth from below. Doesn't land. Yeah, who gets the kill? Let's see if that's damage. Kalist wants to get the damage off. Impact is low. Same with Hoogie. This could be a lot of damage going forward. Kalist gets it done. The double kill. The egg is scrambled. And an ace going over for KC.
It's an ace for 1 to KC. They will take that every day of the week. That was such a patient play in that jungle there. KC were herding Sentinels into a ball, and Sentinels had no way out. They were forced to fight, and KC wanted that anyway. Now, with all of Sentinels dead, the gold lead out to 8k, it's basically a free Baron over to KC, and they have the damage to boot. Kalist, 6-1-1. Humbuck spawning now, but he's not going to make it back to the Baron.
Yeah, Baron is just too far gone, and at the same time, it was just Yahoo taking the dragon as well. It's a 2-for-1. It's a little bit too good, and now the gold lead exploding further. 9k for the side of KC. They want this 2-0 against this team.
Yeah, and I mean, not that CS matters too much here at the 24th minute, but take a look across the rift. Kana, 80 up over Impact. Yike and Humbug relatively even, but Yehu, 60 up over Darkwings. I mean, your mid and your top lane just aren't even in touching distance of your opponents right now. So it's really well done by KC to manage these creeps, these waves, these minions, and overall objectives. Before we got into that blowout of a fight, I was just saying, it's 9-9. Both teams are getting equal amounts of kills, but KC are the ones who've been getting all of the objectives across the rift. They're up 5 turrets to 1 right now. Sentinels barely a rift to their name.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tall order once again, but Sentinels still have a couple things in their pocket. The Jin, Rahel still has the ability to come online. They're getting ever closer to that IE, so they will be getting close to that 50% crit. Let's have a look at this replay of this fight.
Yeah, it was a good hook from Busio to get Humbug away from Yike, buying Yike the time and space, but Sentinels were still able to chip away, force that flash. But Kana and Kalist here, Kalista's patience, waiting off on the side, gets that poke, is able to ult in onto Rahel. He got caught, getting that first kill, giving the advantage. And then Kalist, again, patient on the outskirts. 4 members of KC coming in. Humbug thought he saw an angle on the who just walks it out. I love this play. I like the use of the Maiden here as well to act as a sort of front line, a body blocker between Kana and Kalist, but the damage is too much. The Yehu coming in from the side, Kana with the hyper shots as well, the accelerated shock blast, and Kalist, the fancy feet, dodging that hook, able to just space so effectively. Not much you could do.
Yeah, and it was just the easy cleanup there. Nothing you could really do as they start to charge down. Kalist being really the hero of the story, but it was all of KC that was hurting them in, like you said, and the sheep just had nowhere to go. But now Humbug getting caught once again. Kana is doing a lot of damage in the killer instinct. Kalist, 7-1-1, 3k gold up. They are absolutely dominating.
And Yehu on the top side with that Baron-empowered cannon minion is breaking the base open. Sentinels barely a leg to stand on. 4v5 right now, but Kalist, even if you kill him, he's got the arm guard, so he's going to be even harder to bring down, even harder to stop. Both junglers building towards their GAs, but I think the game isn't even going to last that long at the rate that it's going. Yes, KC, they have the 3 Drakes, they have the 3 Grubs, but it's still another 2 minutes until Soul comes online. 15 seconds left of the
Hook
Baron
goes
power
in. Let's see if they can do a little bit more as the hook is even better. Kalist picking up another kill. 8-1, they are unstoppable. Let's see if they can just close this one out. Towers are dropping. Inhibs are dropping, and it is KC still running this game. 13k gold up. They're on soul point. They don't even need the soul. And the TP's now coming in. They want to try and close this one out, but the problem is Sentinels are still all there. They're getting caught out. Hook is good. The shutdown. Impact able to get it online.
Yeah, who goes down? It's now a 4v4.
Flashes come out.
20 seconds down.
Humbug got picked up, but it's going to be enough as Busio's close. Kalist goes dominating this game. Let's see if they just finish this off. One hook, good hook. Pulls them back in. Kana can't hold on. And now Hui is landing the flash hooks. Kalist barriers up. Another hook goes forward. Goes golden as Darkwing's trying to survive a little bit longer. Kalist is just spacing it out. Gliding as they walk out of the base. They couldn't close it, but they're still looking good. The curtain call gets used. Busio's low, but no, it does get stopped. They just have to chase. Kalist is so low, and they just need to survive a little bit longer. No, they flip it. It's too easy. Kalist lands the Acanthian Rain, and it does the damage.
Kalist's patience to hold on to that ultimate, to use it defensively to get that shield to be so much harder to kill, keeps him alive, gets the kill on the way out, despite Sentinels having the numbers, despite Sentinels having the speed to catch them. The intelligent gameplay coming out of Kalist there keeps him alive, and the hopes of KC, because if Kalist had died there, Sentinels would have run straight up that mid lane and punished them brutally here.
That is the main person we're looking for, but at the same time, Kana getting picked up there too. They just got their first kill of the game, but the damage is good. They're a full build right now, so this Jace is going to be packing a punch.
That's what happens when you flame Horizon your opponent. Over 100 CS differential. As we take a look at this again, Hui with the flash into the miasma though, so really slows that follow-up engage down. Forced to run as Yehu aggressing forward. Says, yeah, you can hook me, but that's exactly where I want to be.
I think the big thing you got to note as well is really good defensive play still coming out of Sentinel. The TP's coming in. This one straight into the middle just wasn't the call. They thought they could end it, but it was Sentinels holding that line and landing everything they needed to. The flashes coming out was just a bit much.
And all the while, the bot lane's pushing in as well, but that fourth Drake of the game, the Soul, will go over to KC. They net themselves that Hextech Soul, so Kalist is going to hurt even more. That little bit of extra poke, that little bit of extra slow, it's going to be really, really hard to answer. And there's that ultimate I was talking about, the defensive ultimate to get that massive shield, to keep himself alive and escape. The flash forward, unfortunately, whiffing a little bit. That 4 shots from Rahel, they outrange it. Busio able to E away. And just here, who he tries to aggress forward, Kalist has had fancy feet all game.
Yeah.
Deadly flourishes, hooks, all whiffing.
It's hard though. It's a tall order for a Blitzcrank trying to land these hooks onto a champion that has the speed of Kai'Sa. So really big shout out. Kalist has been looking so good. It's an even better score, 11-1-1. One death, but their kills are stacking up and they're looking at another Baron.
Yeah, and one thing worth noting as well is that's a max stack Gluttonous Greaves there for the Kai'Sa. So that sort of HP regen, the lifesteal, doing dividends, right? It keeps Kalist healthy just a little bit longer for a little more as they do take that Baron. So now, KC, they have all of the tools and more. They have the Baron, they have the Hextech Soul, they have fully online top lane, mid lane, and bot. So much damage with a bounty on Kalist. Sentinels, it's 13-19, but it's a 14k difference in KC's favor.
Oh, it's definitely a hard one to come back to, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Sentinels. The good hook does land. See if the rocket grab be able to get this kill secured, but a GA for Yike is still up and available, so even if you secure the kill, you're going to kill him once again. We'll have to see if they can make this final charge. They have the Baron. See if they can use it.
Multiple Zhonyas across both of these teams. But look at Impact. He's only got 2 completed items at 31 minutes. He can't stand up to Kana. Again, Flame Horizon. Kana has 4.1k over Impact.
And now they're looking to charge. They have 3 massive waves. All Baron empowered. They're hitting these towers like it's their only life. Taking 1, taking 2. They might not even need to take their kills. These minions might just do it for them. Look at Kana's damage. Kalist Killer Instincts forward. Depth from below. The damage is good. And it is KC on their home turf showing friends how they close out a game. KC take the series.
Parlez-vous Francais here in France at EWC 2026. They 2-0 sweep Sentinels out of EWC. Your key is about to be crushed by the French.
Oh, it's an absolute beautiful series. This team looks so good start to finish. They went through the entire series dominating every single area. Yike in game 1, Kalist in game 2. They knew that they could carry, and the crowd is going nuts.
It's a scary proposition. Multiple strong players that you can play through. Game 1, it was that top side. Game 2, it was the bot side. And it's not a discredit to the top in game 2. They were still strong. They were still able to play it. But it was the superstar Kalist on that Kai'Sa that they fed the gold into, that got the kills. 11-1 last we checked before this game even ended. What can you do into a full build Kai'Sa like that?
Not too much, honestly, Logan.
As it turns out.
Yeah, look, I play a bit of Kai'Sa, there's not much you can really do, but that's okay. They're at a whole another level. But let's send it right back to the desk. They can break down that phenomenal series. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Pike and Logan, for the breakdown of the cast. And yeah, KC, Carmine Corp coming out with the 2-0 tonight. The big crowd favorite, as you guys can probably tell. And Sentinels felt like this time, once again, early on, they had some moments, but not enough to actually win the game. Busio here on the Pike, looking fantastic tonight. And yeah, they just came to play. They want to move on to the next level, to the playoffs, and that they will with this victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is for sure. It was a better, as a team, I think it was a really easy to say, like, better performances, like, just in terms of the gameplay wise. Like, I think draft, like, starting from the draft, I think the preparation and also just performances, like, every single moment, I think it just, KC was just clearly better. I mean, it just seems like there were, I guess they could say, like, they're more experienced, and I guess they're getting good screen partner too.
Yeah, I mean, even in the moments where I feel like they were making some mechanical errors, they were just correcting them with, well, better mechanics from that exact frame onwards. And Sentinels really just couldn't keep up. I feel like just a lack of coherent, like, engage, or the fact that you've got the Blitzcrank and the Anivia and it just kind of fell apart in the sense of not being able to control areas of the map, create pockets of fog, and then try and play off of that CC and, you know, the wall and all of these kind of things to make the game weird for Sentinels, or rather for KC at these objectives, just made it too easy for KC to walk around the map and create chaos.
That they absolutely did. It just felt like Karmine Corp, the better team today, and maybe just in general, as they had a great performance tonight, and Sentinels just could not keep up, as their run here at EWC will end with this loss in the best of 3. As make sure you guys are staying tuned. We are going to have an interview soon with Callist on the stage, and Kitty, of course.
And Key Crush.
Yes, and the Key Crush.
And the Key Crush.
Which is a big deal. You don't want to get that Key Crush, but it is going to happen to Sentinels.
Who do you think they're going to give the honor to? Who do you think they'll let crush the key?
Isn't it just the captain, or?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think it is just the captain.
Yeah.
Well, there you go then. That answers that.
Yeah. That answers that. Question answered.
Yeah. Also, NA reason knocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye, NA.
The first region to go.
Yeah.
Actually.
That's
what a
sad.
shame.
It's kind of just, you know, it's partially because of the order in which we did the matches.
Nope, it's complete, you know, remember, Valdez, nearest airport. Okay.
It's actually not that close.
It's really not that close.
It's actually like an hour away,
Yeah.
I think, at least. But guys, we do have the interview ready on stage with Kitty and Callist, so take it away.
Hey everyone, by my side we have KC Callist crushing Sentinels Key, everyone! As we all know, back-to-back key crushes for both Sentinels and Team Secret. How does it feel?
Feels obviously very good, very great. I'm happy with the win today, and I think the more we go into the tournament, the more we're gaining confidence, right? And we're getting also more sharp, and also there's the crowd buff.
The French home buff, of course. And I want to talk a little bit about the in-game stuff. We have a lot of Kai'Sa coming back in the current meta. So walk me through why you think Kai'Sa is such a strong pick right now. And you played a really mean Kai'Sa, by the way.
The meta is basically a lot of mages or standalone AD carries, like Jhin, Ezreal, and all this stuff. So Kai'Sa is always a good champion that can like be really great into teamfights if she can scale and get some random kills a bit everywhere. And she's also pretty strong 1v1 at level 6. So it can be a good like nice counter pick later on in the draft.
Ooh, a counter pick. And of course, we have a lot of people in the crowd at our secondary stage. So guys, what color is the wall?
Blue.
Thank you so much to Callist, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much, Kitty, for that interview with Callist, as we have so many fans around us, behind us, in front of us, cheering for Karmine Corp and hoping that they can go very far in this tournament. And a good showing so far, but things definitely do change once we make it to the round of 8 up against some really strong opponents that we do have here at EWC.
Blue. Blue.
You're wearing kind of a blue today,
Yeah,
not
blue.
the same blue as
Not the same
Karmine
blue,
Corp
but still blue,
but you know.
Yeah. Definitely not Sentinel color.
I went with the red today. What did that mean? What did Valdez mean by that? Who am I supporting?
You're so base.
T1?
T1.
I guess it's not the
Yeah.
T1 red, but
Yeah.
I know it's
like
it is
burgundy.
red.
Yeah.
Burgundy. Yeah.
Yeah, burgundy.
Whatever.
Ron Burgundy. Okay.
All right.
So, what do you think about that one, Jamada?
To be honest, I'm just happy with the overall progress of KC. I'm still a little bit concerned for when they come up against another tough opponent. I'm still not completely sold on their macro and some of their decisions that they're making. If I was to be a proper harsh critic here, I feel like Sentinels gave them a look. Like, this is really weird because in the context of they just kind of kicked Sentinels' head in 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
I wasn't super sold on like the conciseness of the decisions that were getting made on the map. And I think that's still a little bit of like bleed over from MSI, but they've definitely gone in the right direction of being on the same page a little bit more consistently.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely see, like, I think the KC they're at the level, it's for sure it was like another level considering against Sentinel. So I think it's a good sign though, like how it's starting it. And also I think it's like really, it's like one of the team that actually really, I can't wait for playing against sub team. I know it's gonna be rough, but the thing is, I think the crowd and the passionate and how they play the game.
Oh, they've got 6 men in the arena in every game.
That's what I mean. Like, it's honestly, it's not fair if you guys actually hear and it's like, from the player perspective, like there's somebody outside of the PC.
You hear the rumble like every time you make a play. Like it's got to be insane, you know, and that will amp you up. But at the same time, you know, you have to kind of keep your head about yourself when you've got that level of support in the arena, which we definitely have today for the KC boys.
We definitely do. They are the home crowd. There are some other teams that are getting big cheers. Kind of the obvious ones are T1. Even like ELG, HLE got a lot of support as well from the crowd here. I feel like just the Parisian fans, the French fans are generally very passionate. Obviously, they're mainly going to go for Carmine Corp, but yeah, it is a very cool environment that we do have here. It is not the last best of 3 that we do have today. We do have MIBR versus JDG. We did just see JDG, who did fall in that best of 1.
Oh, they gave it to Yahoo.
Let's go.
Yahoo is going to go ahead.
Oh, this is proper sporty. I don't know if you can hear the crowd. They're gonna go way as soon as it breaks.
Oh!
There you go.
Wait, we hear the.
Oh,
we actually hear the explosion sound.
The explosion of the key.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow, he really crushed them.
Oh my god, that one.
I mean, I think this one.
Wow, look at the bottom.
Yeah, it is like one of the.
Oh, this one really broke.
Yeah, it was like I'm pretty sure it was like the most explosive.
Look at the.
Oh man.
Our helper here is trying to take the key out, but he actually can't. It has fused with the bottom.
It's actually stuck.
That's the.
It's like, all right.
He's like, all right. So maybe if I come in at this angle.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
He got it.
He's like, okay, let me pick up all these little pieces too, because of course they have to do the final shot. Get the picture with the Yahoo and the key. There it is. 2 thumbs up from Yahoo. And 2 thumbs up in the 2-0 for Carmine Corp for the victory over Sentinels. And there you have it. That's the key crush and a very one-sided best of 3. I hope our next one is a little bit closer. I do think that MIBR is better. They're better than we expected, but also I just don't know what that Lion match was. So can we really rate them that high? I don't know.
My arms aren't long enough to reach a shoulder, but I'm gonna be gentle when I tell you this. I have a feeling this one might end up being a bit one-sided.
You think so?
Again. Unless Captain Junjia wants to make it close.
Yeah. Have a little fun with it.
Which he's partial to. He likes a close game.
Yeah.
You know, if as it always goes, what's the old copy pasta where it's like, if we are even, I must go in so I can continue, so I can actually create a lead. If I am ahead, I must go in so I can continue to press the lead. And if I'm behind, I must make the play. That
you got to go in to
exactly.
Change the state of the game.
Yeah.
You'll probably see them preparing on stage behind me, so we should be getting into this in just a little bit. But first, guys, we are going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back for this last best of 3 of the night.
Hello guys, I'm Kurs, mibr jungler.
Hello guys, I'm Ackerman, I'm support of mibr, and I'm gonna try to help him to clear the jungle.
I'm listening.
You're a move, okay? Don't forget that.
I don't know, where's the keep?
Wait, don't move. Back. Go slow, left, down, bye, up a bit now. Okay, just go. You're going mid, okay?
Mid?
Yeah, you're in mid now.
It's
You
so
have to
hard.
back. You have to back. No, back. Down. Yeah.
It's so hard.
Keep going. More left. That is fine. Click. Keep going. S. The mouse left. Yeah. Now use Q. And you're gonna start the camp.
I'm doing it?
Yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah, but I'm smite?
No. I mean, you're almost finished. It's 300. You're gonna smite another camp. Go to your left. No, you're going to rear now. No, down. Click. Go. Full. Go click. Go.
Where I am?
Now go all left. Yeah, all left. Right. Go more. Q. Now you're doing another camp. You're gonna smite. But your mouse needs to be more right. A bit. More right now. I just smite. Yeah, you're doing it. Oh, this is so hard actually.
Yeah, I don't know where I am. It's so hard.
Keep walking. 2 down. A bit more down. Yeah, there. More down. Yeah, there. You're gonna start another camp.
Did I start?
Yes, yeah. You're hitting. Can you more left the mouse? Up. A bit left. A bit down. You're gonna spam Q, W, E.
My W is not up?
No. It's up, sorry. Click.
Okay, do the Q through the wall, okay?
Fine, you're fighting. You're doing camps. You're doing the camp.
What? I'm already here?
Yeah, you're already here. And you're gonna do it. Your move is so good.
My move is so good?
S, just the mouse, just move to left. Another more. Then, Q.
I'm doing red?
You're doing it. You need to smite. Can you go up? The mouse, go up. Left. Up. Down. Okay, just smite.
Did you finish?
Yeah, you're doing it. No, it's 300.
It's the...
Now you finish. Go down. Can you press space so I can see up? Q. Nice. You're doing... I can say the word.
I'm doing doo-doo?
Yeah. You're doing doo-doo. You're gonna smite. You have another one. But your mouse is so far away. So oh, what? In the middle. Try to put in the middle.
I don't know where it's middle.
Actually, you don't know. Right. Down. Then. Right. It's finished. You're finished. Right.
Okay. I kill this small ones?
Yeah, you're killing the... Oh, I can say. Okay, GG.
It's so hard. Thanks for watching, guys. My move is kind of blind, like listening, but it was fun.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026 here at the Qiddiya City Battleground, and we're getting ready for our final best of 3 of the night. It is going to be mibr up against JD Gaming. And you guys were saying this right before we went to break that it's probably going to be a one-sided affair. But mibr, they looked good in their win. They took a 2-0 over Lion. I do think that they're not going to go down easily, although JDG is a LPL powerhouse, so I think it might rely on them and their form. If they're looking good, if they're playing on all, firing on all cylinders, playing really well, maybe it is an easy affair, but we've seen that form can dominate everything else.
No, I mean, I think mibr beat the third best team,
Okay.
Lion.
Had me for a second. I was wondering how that, what's going to end after that.
It means you can win against anyone.
Okay.
Just not,
Except BLG or
BLG and
because their
HLE,
ranks higher?
Yes.
Is that the way it works?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So they still have
That's
a chance.
pretty simple.
You never know, until they actually open the boxes. Gotta see it.
Yeah. What do you think, Jamada?
I mean, look, I think the first 15 minutes of these games, plural, because there has to be at least 2,
yeah,
are going to be
2.
very back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then it won't be very back and forth. What I'm concerned about typically with Brazilian teams is the macro. South American teams tend to be the macro. And we see it a lot, even with Furia, this tournament, Furia MSI. They can go toe-to-toe and box with you for 10 minutes up until Herald. But then there's always one sequence in that little time frame before Baron spawns, maybe just after it, that they just opt into and it breaks the game. And versus JDG, they'll choke you out of the game for doing that.
Yeah.
And they'll do it consistently, and that's what I'm really concerned about. If they can keep the ship straight, they can stay within, a decent amount of gold, or hell, gain a lead, who knows, because it can happen. They're in good standing, I think, in the mid game to try their best to make it really hard for JDG, but they're still going to have to play out the rest of the game perfectly.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to play some clean League of Legends, and mibr, they have looked clean so far. JDG, they did take that loss to HLE, as did mibr. But again, you can't really say too much about that with HLE in their current form. So this is going to be an interesting one, a best of 3 between these two teams to decide who gains a spot here in the playoffs, the round of 8, the top 8 teams here at EWC 2026. So guys, take it away for the cast.
With pleasure. Thank you again, Desk. Been doing phenomenal work as ever. I'll stop glazing them, though, and perhaps start glazing the teams, and that will be very important considering there's a lot on the line here. Lose this, you are done. Don't lose.
There might be some glazing on the desk, but it looks like there's some brazing out on the stage.
Oh, very good.
These teams are ready to cook.
That was a much better pickup than I had. Here you go.
As we head into these drafts, have these teams done their research? We saw them both yesterday. JDG Gaming and mibr.los here. This is the LPL versus CBLOL. It is an international stoush between both of these teams.
Indeed it is. And again, mibr.los already managed to do the unthinkable yesterday with their 2-0 win over Lion. It was very, very impressive. This was the second seed from CBLOL. And again, I was chatting to some of the CBLOL English casters. Again, shout out Trajan on that one. And we were chatting, look, if Furia can't do it, I'm not sure about Los. And they come in as underdogs, and you underline that, and they managed to make the 2-0 win look good. I was so impressed with them yesterday. The problem is they're now going up against JDG, who actually looked to be on fairly good form, short the loss to HLE earlier, but they look competitive there, to say the least. You've got a coach like Tabe who's coming in and has been prepping with the squad for so long. Tabe's right up there as one of the greatest coaches of all times, I think, compare when you listen to a lot of people and analysts chatting about the guy. This will be another level of challenge. This is the best of 3. You win, you go forward. You lose, your key goes into that press and gets crushed along with all your hopes and dreams. EWC does like to take its metaphors quite literally.
That's it, and I did actually take a look earlier. There are literally the crushed keys over on the stage. I was like, oh my gosh, that's actually real. But imagine how good you would be feeling as mibr.los if you were able to take a game, able to take the series from the likes of JDG. Enetron, Invokid, they will have been doing their research. They will have been going, these are the picks we want to play, as well as our players, as these picks and bans are coming through. Vayne, Cassiopeia, and I love the Camille ban, that oppressive early support.
My eyebrows have however, risen. There we go, get that in the correct English. Because Orianna and Jarvan's been let free.
Yeah.
And they get to go through together. Yes, we have seen more Jarvan, more Orianna, especially the Orianna, which was like nearly permaban for a very long time this year. Sure, she's gotten some nerfs. Ori Jarvan is like a combo as old as Orianna Malphite. We are talking a decade plus of this combination because it's real easy and real powerful.
That's it. But I mean, at least it's not Nocturne, right? Nocturne has that sort of paranoia, the lights out situation. J4 still has to get a little bit closer to you. It's less of a surprise. You can expect it, but you can expect things and still get absolutely shut down by them. So it will be on mibr.los here to either take out the J4 or the Orianna before they can get that wombo combo together.
And you do trade off very potent junglers here, and it's a best of 3. You can afford to take some risks in this first game with the Fearless being active again. It's strictly his Fearless best of 1 before this, but let's be real, that's a bit of a meme for a reason. The Lucian gets locked in as well for Dudu, who had a great second game on the Anivia yesterday. Game 1 was Zest with the Vayne. I think there is a reason why JDG have banned the Vayne today. They'll have seen those games and gone, maybe we don't give that one over.
That was a little too zesty for my
very
liking.
good, very good. Yeah, right. Yeah. The puns keep rolling. We've not even gotten through draft yet. That's a bad sign.
That's it. But where will this Syndra go? We know because the Lucian has been locked in. That will be a bot lane Lucian. It will be a mid lane Syndra. So a very traditional composition.
Okay. This is a very specific call out.
Lay it on us.
But back when the both of us were casting the Esports Nations game, we did see the Lucian top into some very specific matchups. It's not always good. Lucian solo lane has been taken off the board largely since his real point of power. But just the fact that this is mibr, that this is a potential upset game where if you were going to throw something a bit unusual out there, I could see it from them.
What I love is when you come into these games, right, and you go, oh, I expect this, I expect that, and you don't get it. Because these players, they go, you know what's a really good counter pick in a 1v1? Something you haven't seen, something you don't expect. And here and now, in the first game of the BO3s, is the time to test those waters. Is the time, like you said, to chuck a Lucian in that top lane. But again, it depends on that matchup, and they don't know what's in top. So I really don't think this Lucian's going to be that one.
Worth noting, Xiaoshu banning the Renekton for JDG, or JDG banning the Renekton, implies to me they are angling for an Embessa. Rel has been very much rising in priority here, but I'm expecting now for JDG to see an Embessa going top. It's already got a good pairing because you lock him in the Cataclysm and Embessa. Sure, the ult's been nerfed on the cast time, but it's still fantastic as a follow-up. That'll work just fine with the Orianna Jarvan setting up for you.
It's damn near impossible to miss inside of that Cataclysm.
So they tell me.
Yeah, so you.
I do it anyway, but don't worry about it.
You're like, I've tried and I've missed everything, but I love Shen, right? Shen brings that sort of global meta, so we're shifting away from it. Split 1 was very global meta. Split 2, we started to shift away, and now we're firmly in the mage meta. But I love a good global. As Pantheon hovered, maybe the Shen.
I think I prefer the Shen personally, although the Leona will work just fine as a follow-up in the Jarvan. Honestly, any of those picks I think would work just fine. You've already got the Ezreal, so that means that realistically, you can go leave lane, as we love to see from a lot of our supports early on, the level 2, the level 3 ganks.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. And considering you've got a Jarvan to play with, you've got an Ambassador and Orianna to play through, I think you're happy enough with that.
Yeah, you've definitely got that backline dive with that Ambessa, the J4 able to get there as well.
Okay.
Solar Flare itself, no slouch on landing on the backlines, that's slow or stun, depending if you're in the center or the sides of it. But we look at mibr.los, right? Spell Shield on that Nocturne will protect him from quite a bit of that. Syndra has a healthy amount of range. Lucian's mobility, no slouch in that area. Rel, pretty darn tanky, but what will they lock in for their top side?
Oh, this is fun! There we go.
Locked in!
I am so excited. Look, the Lucian was something, I don't want to say a meme, but we're saying, hey, this is a team that likes to be creative, is where we want to go with it. Was the Lucian going top? Not necessarily, not even likely, but it was just a kind of heads up that this is the team that mibr.los want to beat. They want to catch you off guard. A Tryndamere will do just that.
Zest is bringing the zest again here, like he did yesterday. I'm loving this. And we saw Ackerman yesterday on the Rel had nearly a 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
Got involved in every fight, was roaming, was setting his top and mid lane up for success. So it looks like he plans to repeat that that same energy here in this game one against JDG, but it's not the same opponent.
Look, the Leon has become more meta recently, but otherwise these are champions we have been seeing tried and true from JDG across the year, across multiple different organizations and leagues and tournaments, and it works pretty damn well. You lock in an Orianna Jarvan, you skirmish well, you team fight well, you can play towards the ambassador and side lane. Very flexible, very potent. MIBR have clearly come in and said, right, we want to make things a little more unorthodox, make things a bit more uncomfortable. Okay, so what do you do now as a Jarvan ambassador, even an Orianna, where you go and try and blow up this Tryndamere and he presses R? And then the extended fire happens. And what happens then?
Well, we will find out when we hit the rift. But right now, I'm really loving this. We've got a, dare I say, more traditional draft coming out of JDG.
That's the way I think of it, yeah.
And we've got the spicy, interesting, exciting draft coming out of mibr.los. But that doesn't mean it's going to be an easy win for them, right? These are the best of the best in the world. They have answers. They'll be able to kite. They'll be able to outplay. You throw in that curveball and they adapt quickly.
Well, the armies are mustered. The front lines are drawn here at the Kadir City Battleground. JDG versus mibr.los, made in Brazil, versus Jingdong Gaming. Two very different organizations with very different trajectories and histories and everything, fighting here today to keep that key alive. Lose, it's in a crusher. It paves the way to the trophy for someone else. And I tell you, every team I've seen give up that key looks devastated, and you can understand why. On the center of the trophy, all the way over on stage 8, you might even be able to catch the STC arena noise. It's pretty loud over there right now. They've got the trophy up there. Yeah. And on it, it reads, nothing is granted, everything is earned. It's even written in Korean because it was Gen.g that won it last year. So they do it in the winning team's language just to make sure it's that little bit more personalized.
Yeah, they're definitely the defending champions, Gen.g. But one thing that I love as well is that they've got that press just behind us and you can hear it crush the key. And it is
a genuine
loud.
thump. It's horrible.
As it crushes their hopes and dreams, snaps them in twain, you hear the kunk and you're like, oh, there it goes, homewards.
But we may be a ways away from Riyadh, but the boulevard of broken keys is more of a mental thing than it is a physical one for all the keys paved the way. And we have got a little bit of a pause before we get into game. Should be in there shortly. When we know more, if we're allowed to tell you more, we'll let you know. But it does give us a bit of more time to break down what we're saying, because obviously what we saw from mibr was a lot of priority going to the Nocturne. Very strong level 1 champion. And then you get to play through a Tryndamere later on with the level 6. You get to play through a Syndra at the level 6. That is a potent burst combo of your own.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're going to have some strong options in those fights. Obviously, though, that dive, it feels like it's a very one-way street. We've seen a few of these compositions before where it's all in and no out. But enough about what the draft was. Let's talk about what the game will be, because we are now on Summoner's Rift for the first game of today's BO3 between mibr.los and JDG Gaming at EWC 2026, the Kadir City Battleground.
Oh, I don't know whether you heard that, but I certainly did, and it brought a smile to my face. The Jingdong Jiaos. Jiao meaning add oil is what it means. It's from the motor racing scene, and it's basically kind of Korean fighting. Whenever you hear that one from the LCK, and normally back in the LPL, JDG are famous for their chant leader having the voice of God. Like, I tell you, the man has lungs. But the people they've got come over here to Paris are doing a fine job of filling in, I tell you. They've got some volume there.
It feels like they're well represented for sure, as we do get some bot lane shenanigans. And this is like the hallmark of these games as well. These players, they're not scared to engage immediately. It is on site. They're almost 00 agents. They've got licenses to kill, and they are not holding back here. And we do take a look at the junglers. They've both started on their respective bot sides. As in live, we do see Zest just farming some CS there on that Tryndamere. Love the skin.
We even get the little 3D view of that very evil-looking Tryndamere causing some trouble. Garlic gets a bit chunked out there. And again, Lucian early on, very potent. We aren't really seeing the Lucian Nami anymore because Imperial Mandate nerfs have or changes. Let's be real. It's not necessarily a nerf. Just different champions are getting value. Honk, you got left a little low there by Feisty, by the way. Thank you for pointing that one out, Logan. But as a result, Lucian's big pairing's been the Milio. Banned away. And he still gets that Vigilance passive off from CC. Good scatter the week. Honkyu is not having fun. Those Orianna nerfs. proving to be a little bit more than I think Honkyu was necessarily hoping for. Gets the level up, little safer, but yeah, no, I'm a little nervous too, Logan.
Honkyu sticking around to make sure he gets that cannon minion, and Feisty ready to punish there. Does have all summoners available, but Honkyu gonna respect the potential damage from Feisty. He's taking that early recall now. So good job by Feisty to get that control. Zest rotating back up to the top.
And worth noting, Zest took that opportunity to go into the jungle, which is why he's rotating. So got that ward on the Gromp and has spotted out gen.g. You got the priority. One of the best things you can do as a top laner is get a ward that spots out the jungle. We have seen so many top laners. Bin hurts me every time by being a little bit greedy with those ward placements, shall we say. And it makes your life a lot easier, especially in a volatile matchup like Ignite Tryndamere top into Ambessa, about knowing where the jungler is.
Not only Ignite, but Hail of Blades as well. This is an aggressive Tryndamere that we will be seeing out of Zest, and I look forward to the impact as they're trading on that top side. Zest going low. Xiaoshu, though, still 75% health, and Zest will respect it, backs away. I love that we're calling a fight that we can't even see right now because I'm seeing the health bars going low on the mini-map.
Well, we have to look over here, though, as Curse and Ackerman find Vampire on the roam. Crash down with some Ferromancy. Gala zoning off Dudu. Still pretty tanky. Vampire here, but look at the side. Here comes gen.g. Dudu in. The flag, the drag. Vampire survives for now, not staked, not in the sunlight.
Yeah, Vampire flash heal burnt. We see gen.g burn that flash as well. So a great job from mibr.los to get a lot of summoners out.
My days, that was close. The ball just went wide, and your former CFO boy is not having the easiest time here. At least he's staying even with the CS. Curse looking for the invade on the respawn of these Raptors and gets it. They go in. There's a crash down. Damage onto Vampire. He's fleeing from the unspeakable horror. Gala goes in with the arcane shift. Went Ackerman's next Q. Flash away from Ackerman. And Gala keeps on rolling forwards. Lethal tempo stack, but can't commit any further. The flash is down. gen.g still chasing here. I don't think he's going to have that much more he can do. The Scuttle Crab has spawned. Ackerman here with Dudu. I don't know about this gen.g.
mibr.los have the numbers. They're chasing gen.g out of the forest jungle here. Well done by mibr.los. What a great sequence of plays. mibr.los aggressed onto JDG, forced 3 flashes out of them, so they knew that they could take this jungle from JDG. JDG didn't want to let it happen. They came back to meet mibr.los. They get first blood on mibr.los with the bounty gold and make good their retreat.
All you analysts at home, go look over the past 5 minutes because it starts before this burning the flashes. They re-invade onto the Raptors, and this is the chaos that unfolds. They have the summoner advantage to work with.
That's it. Summoners can be life or death. As we go back to this top side, Zest retreating from what was doubtlessly a play onto his life. Ackerman, though, in the area to respond. Xiaoshu's going to need to respect this, looking for a play.
And he's got level 6 right now. That means he can get so very angry indeed. He's undying with his rage. He flashes over the public execution, but doesn't get the kill. The Ignite's not enough. And Xiaoshu shuts down the Tryndamere.
Yeah, that level 6, so important for the play. And mibr.los Curse in the area, though. I think they've overcommitted. They need to kind of just clear this wave, back away, and call it what it is. A lost fight as we go 1-1. Oh my gosh, some of these fights, I don't know if they're going to turn into something real, especially when Xiaoshu's so low. But let's take a look at this one again on that top side. As we saw, Zest hitting that level 6 in the middle of the fight, able to extend it out. Buffers Xiaoshu's ultimate. I actually think he flashed the ultimate there.
He did, yeah.
Able to dodge it. And then the kite out by Vampire. You can't catch me, Xiaoshu. Able to take Zest down.
And despite not hitting the ult from Xiaoshu, he's still just got more HP to work with. Ackerman out of cooldowns, and it just meant things got a little bit too challenging. They tried to play around the fact that Zest was about to hit 6 and just didn't end up working out that well.
Something I want to call out here is Dudu's actually building a healthy lead in CS over Gala.
Very true.
All of this skirmishing, all of this fighting is leaving these 2 bot laners alone, and Dudu's liking this fight. He's taking away that gold lead. Right now, 400 over to the face of mibr.los, but the first Drake of the game, an Ocean Drake, has spawned, and JDG are the ones with vision control.
But Sports come roaming on in, the shockwaves there, Honkyu stunned up. But Honkyu presses R rather than Q and gets the kill.
Yeah, gen.g here, though, has shown up. All right. I was going to say if there was any follow-up, they would have been able to get Ackerman, but Ackerman plays that one nice and safe. That shockwave did so much damage so early.
Yeah, and even with only a mana crystal in inventory, it's not even an amp tone, still manages to get enough done there onto the Cinder, which had otherwise been having some very good trades on screen in the early lane. It hasn't led to a CS discrepancy, hasn't led to any kills for the Syndra, and now she finds herself down.
Ackerman.
A lot of gold as Ackerman did look a little bit at Vampire there, but again, it is support rel, and your damage is... how do I put this nicely? Non-existent?
Negligible. I was going to say it's a non-zero number, but it's pretty good. Mathematics terms were invented for the amount of damage rel cannot do. Oh my goodness. But priority is over to JDG on this Drake should they decide to pull the trigger. I just don't think they want to yet. I think they want to get priority in other lanes as both of these bot laners are back on the Rift. We do see though Gala heading to the top side, whereas Dudu's still very much bot side focused.
Worth noting as well, Curse has got the Paranoia available at some point in the near future. I am expecting a Paranoia to be pulled. You can play towards potentially Zest with that. You could try and jump on someone like Honky if you get the opportunity, but he's not going to be in too much danger there right now. Merc Tread's value already very high.
I love some Merc Treads. It really reduces the amount of time that you're stuck in that CC, but we do see JDG, they've started up these grubs, and as you were saying, Paranoia now available for... Oh my goodness.
And it's the shotgun into Scout of the Week, but Honky's able to speed away. Now the turnaround. As in goes Vampire, he gets a command protect, which sets up for the easiest shockwave of Honky's life.
The fight's not done though. mibr.los though trying to repel JDG.
And buffers through with the Zenith Blade. Xiaoshu's own ult is turned around from though with a good flash. Now Dudu's here with the culling. Looking to pick up a kill, can't quite do it. All the while, gen.g wasn't even here because he was doing the grubs.
JDG find themselves at 3-1. The gold is even. The Drake is up. Both teams though looking to return to a sense of normality here after that lengthened skirmish in the mid lane, neither side willing to relinquish, even though JDG did come out on top and secured themselves that grubs. Because like you said, gen.g, he was working that jungle objective the whole time. He could have joined, turned it in their favor, but acknowledged he didn't need to.
And look, mibr.los have tried to put in something spicy, something a bit different, try and catch people off guard. Sure, the Nocturne, not that surprising, but when you go for these plays, you pull all these triggers and you get nothing, you lose kills, you lose the objective, even on the proactive move you make, it's tough to see.
Yeah, and I love what happened here, right? So Feisty got a great engage on the Honkyu, a lot of damage down, and we saw Curse immediately rip that Paranoia as we were talking about it. But the response from Vampire critically caught Curse in that shockwave, which dragged him under the turret, and there was nothing for him to do.
Eyes on the gold as it stands, only a couple hundred to JDG, but they have gotten themselves those early grubs, and they've kind of weathered some of the early storm that could have gone wrong, but Zest over the wall finds Gala. He's got an R button. That means he can make his rage undying. Crash down from Ackerman. What does Gala have to work with? A flash and a dream. We'll have the turret aggroed on him, but it's just a spinning slash through, and the Ezreal is decapitated.
Yeah, Ackerman had to go in there to take those turret shots, to tank it up for Zest to be able to successfully die, but on the other side of the Rift,
returning the favor, the other top laner trying to get something else, but he doesn't have his support with him. And also the Nocturne is here, does not have the Paranoia, so Xiaoshu could be in danger. TP in from the, I want to say the Rel here, who's got the Spellbook.
That's it. Spellbook is so flexible. I love the options that it can bring to you. Ackerman trying to catch Xiaoshu, gets a good ward down, keeps them here. Xiaoshu will respond. Feisty in the mid lane.
He is not feeling so feisty anymore as a command protect, and a clockwork wind-up is good. And more than good enough to pick up the kill on Feisty.
Yeah, no flash on Feisty. They're forced to just walk away.
Whoa! In comes the Paranoia, and ain't done yet. Flashes over the flag of the Dragon of Fear from the unspeakable horror. And Curse turns it around 1-for-1. Cataclysm comes down. I don't know about the extended trade, though. gen.g has to back away, burns the ult to very limited avail.
Curse was doing so much damage, I was actually concerned gen.g wasn't even going to win that 1v1 trade. They respect it and back away from one another there. This is a very bloody game. We're 11 minutes in, there's 7 kills gone over. That first Drake of the game, though, still hasn't been taken at the 11th minute.
And look, both of these teams have been desperate to get a genuine advantage, but it feels like the gold has gone one way slightly and then flipped right back the other. No team has really managed to secure something meaningful in terms of a true lead as yet, and been good punches back and forth. The jungle invades earlier from mibr, the turnaround plays in mid lane. It's more about who on each team has got an advantage, and of course, it will be the former LCP superstar in Honkyu who's leading the way right now for the side of JDG, but Xiaoshu eating a little bit of damage there as the Boar of the Slayer came on down and told him he was a coward. That's a little chicken above his head. See? They even get a little symbol for it.
That's it. A little bit of damage.
Really good.
You're welcome.
Wow. Well, okay.
I have it on the soundbar here. I just go, and it's ready to roll. But Xiaoshu just lost 50% of his health, and it feels like all Zest wanted to do was go in, clear the wave, and run away. It's just crazy the amount of damage coming out of this, but does have that one completed item. Xiaoshu, though, with the Eclipse, will now be able to trade a little more effectively, have that buffer. Gold lead, as you said, not too significant. 12 minutes in, 700 over to mibr.los. That's nothing to write home about. CS advantages. Zest is up. Dudu significantly up over Gala, but we've seen Gala here before. We know he can play from behind and get back into this as they jockey for vision control around this first Drake.
He's going to need to. The game one on the Mage earlier today was okay, I think is the way to put it. The Syndra was fine, but it wasn't spectacular. It wasn't Gala at its best. Make no mistake about it. And here on the Ezreal, a champion he's much more known for, being down, what is that, 30, 40 CS? That's rough to see. That's not what you expect from a player with the kind of history and caliber that Gala allegedly has. I think over the last split, though, has been struggling a little bit. And Vampire just about caught up for a second or two, but the crash down will leave that away. mibr.los starting at the Dragon.
That's it. mibr.los first to this Dragon. Ackerman cleared out that vision, had a little tussle with Vampire. The poke is there. They're zoning them away. Only 2 members of gen.g here right now. Gala back of the Dragon Pit.
There goes the paranoia. gen.g wins the smite. The shockwave's on. The Magnet Storm follows. And they try to turn around and charge with the backside. Gets damaged down. gen.g gets that kill on the Rel. The flag and drag out. Zest is angry. But does he survive? And Vampire flashes for the CC. Cataclysm. Dudu survives. But the rest of the team ain't having so much fun. The barrier gives himself a vigilance. But again, Vampire. The shield is in. And the double tap's hard enough to bring down the Ezreal.
Dudu played around that blue buff spectacularly. He popped that barrier. Gala was unable to land skill shots because he was just hitting the blue buff, but it still wasn't enough for Dudu to execute any heroics in the backside of that. gen.g walk out of that one. 8 and 3, 1.5k gold up. They basically swung at 2.2 and got the Drake.
We'll have a look at the replay again because it's a mess, but I really want to shout out Vampire. The amount of key CC he got down.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade has that small root on it. The Q with the stun, so important as they're playing patiently. Gala over the backside. That paranoia is ripped. The TP committed, but Vampire is just herding Ackerman away here. Tanks some of that culling, protecting the backline of Hong Q and Gala. Zest is trying to get something done, but he just gets brought so low. Vampire, Zenith Blade, Q. The fight's done. Xiaoshu's in the back line. There's nothing mibr.los could do.
Turns out that was just a dying rage. The unpart was unfortunately not there, and Vampire, oh, he's the undead one, right? It's in the name. Shows the Tryndamere how it's really done. There's a look at the damage in that fight as well. Xiaoshu popping off on that. Ambessa got in and started spinning around with those blades. A lacerate or two will do that into a clump.
I mean, yeah, the #1 damage dealer onto champions. That's what happens when you find your way into the back line. Multiple members, every AoE skill doing maximum amounts of damage. So you really do love to see it. It was a great team fight. mibr.los, every single role quest completed. But gen.g, they're on the Rift. They've got the grubs, they got the first Drake, and now they have that Rift Herald.
Yeah.
They have the potential to crack the mid lane wide open.
I completely agree. And again, even things like taking the grubs away from Tryndamere, who wants to spend his life in a side laning. Team fights are harder because you get CC too much and your ult means very little, right? You have limited value from it. Sure, if you get Giga Fed, you two-shot someone. Welcome to your auto crits that come through from your passive. Ain't that a dumb mechanic? Not that I am salty in any way about that. But it's still hard to do. We saw what Vampire could do with that, and denying the split push a little bit, winning these objective fights. Sure, the gold is still within touching distance. I'm a little nervous about how these fights have been playing out over the last 5 minutes.
One thing that is working in the favor of mibr.los's bot side at the very least is that Vampire is the one getting the kills, not Gala. So yes, that Leona a little bit tankier than you would probably like, but Dudu and Gala are at least on, Dudu's ahead of Gala. I was going to say relatively even footing. They both have completed items, but that CS advantage means there's a little more gold in the pocket of Dudu, and that means that's an AD carry that mibr.los can rally around and potentially develop into a win condition here.
They're going to have to try and make that work. Lucian, wonderful mid-game spike. Harder to execute as the game goes on. You've got to walk that line very carefully on the Lucian to get value out of the fact that you're short range, that you can dash around, but you are then at risk of things like a Jarvan stun, of a Leona jumping on you, with Ambessa getting in range. Zest can't really at threat here, not quite down, and he just burns out. He doesn't pull the ult, and he just burns away. I don't know whether he had the ult available. My impression was he did, and he just didn't expect that extended burn.
I don't think he expected that amount of damage.
Yeah.
Every skill shot from Honkyu landed, took him below 25%. The flag and drag helped. The burn came through and ended him. Now, JDG, they're overloading this bot side. Rift Herald takes the bot side tier 1. We see Junja rushing it into that bot side tier 2. A massive amount of gold injected into the pockets of JDG. They're 3.5k up off this play.
So, how much are you missing Honkyu right now?
Look, as an LCP caster, I'm missing him so very, very much. He was CFO's superstar mid laner. We all saw him in 2025 on the global stage. He was able to get so much work done, and honestly, it was a smart decision by JDG to pick him up.
Look, he's only been involved, or not been involved rather, in 1 kill. He's been having a great game. 5 of the team's 8 kills, or 9 kills rather in general. He's been involved in 8 of them. There we go, that's where I was going with it. Numbers are hard. Doing maths on air is always a cardinal sin. Don't do it, guys.
That's why we get paid to talk.
Correct, yes, so not to do maths. 15 seconds on the Dragon as well. But as it stands now, you've got the Blackfire Torch, you've got the Rocket Belt, you've got the Chain Lace Crushes, you've got 8 stacks on the Dark Seal, AP, tankiness, mobility, extended damage. This Orianna is ready to roll.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 8 out of 9, that's something like an 85% kill participation right now. And I know we said we don't do maths, but I'm pretty comfortable and confident with mine. Jack will correct me. But 4k up for JDG, 1 Drake with the 2nd Drake on the Rift. So I have to imagine JDG is going to be looking to start stacking this win condition up. It will depend on what the soul is, though, which side will ultimately try and claim it. Because if it's a Chemtech, I really like that on the side of JDG. They've got the Bruiser in J4. They've got the tank in Leona. And, you know, Ambessa, no slouch with that damage reduction either.
No, and even people like Vampire being so ahead with the upgraded support item, Zest actually now having a bit of a trade with Xiaoxu. Again, that gold lead that Zest did have has kind of disappeared. Sure, you've got this Ravenous Hydra for a bit more sustain, but you go for the all-in right now. I'm not sure you win unless you bring everyone.
5v1!
They're going to try and make it happen. There's the public execution. Gen.g Gaming! Look at the turnaround. The color comes on down. The down dying range is there. The unleashed power gets the shutdown. Unspeakable horror there as well will force Xiaoxu away. Absolutely everyone not named Gala was in the top lane. Whoa!
They immediately let rip with the TP. They brought 5 members to that top lane. The way JDG responded, though, and were able to turn it around, but mibr.los still come out on top. Well played by them to pull the trigger. Junja, the only one to go down from JDG, but it is something. It is signs of life from mibr.los here.
The problem is JDG got members with HP, so they're going to be able to play for this top turret. Gala was alone in mid, got most of the plates there. Yes, you did kill Junja, though, so the smite's off the table. Potentially you can play for the Dragon. The problem is, sure, you get a kill. You're now down 3,000 gold, and that's before the turret's fallen.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't play for another Dragon for 4 minutes because JDG got it before the fight.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I said, did Gala get that earlier as well? I think, oh no, Junja's dead. They could go for the Dragon. No, you're right. I missed that with the violence. Whoops, there we go.
That's it. They snuck the Drake while mibr.los were looking to the top side as they look again to this bot side. Xiaoxu under pressure one more time.
There is no ult on Zest, but will it matter as Dudu gets a few more of those vigilance autos down, and the kill is good. Zest does not eat another turret shot. He's out.
Has to be single-digit health.
Uh-oh.
2 members from JDG. They're hunting him though.
He's looking for that reset. I don't blame him. How he's got 2 seconds on the ult. 1 second on the ult. It's there, but not in time. He falls regardless, and Dudu is unfortunately now in a 1v2, and Honkyu is just going to keep throwing down tomatoes.
Oh my
Not a bad attempt. I will give it to him, but Honkyu's got the burn.
Oh my goodness. Dudu was working overtime, and it still was not enough to try and get one back, but the collapse from JDG. mibr.los overloaded that bot side just to get that 1 kill, and Zest nearly went down for it, as we see here. Zest starts trading with Xiaoxu, Ackerman coming in. Dudu from the top lane. Ackerman goes in to get the aggro, but unfortunately goes too far away, so it goes over to Zest, so he's forced to flash, and JDG respond. They're rushing from mid. Vampire Junja, they get the orb to get the vision, so they know that Zest is behind this alcove. Junja with the perfect spotted dragon flag. Dudu on the backside trying to get something done to Honkyu, but it is not enough. I loved the initiative from mibr.los. I love the response from JDG a little bit more.
It ends up getting them more. That 3,000 gold lead holds. They've got Grubs, they've got Dragon, they've got the turrets down largely as well. All of those outer turrets now fallen in their favor. And look, they drafted something very comfortable to them. Vampire, hell, when he debuted, he was spamming Leona. He's going to be grateful that's back in meta. We're now in a position where the kills are there, the map control is there, even the scaling arguably in some ways is there with Orianna and Ezreal, and of course this Ambessa now picking up her second item and the way her ult scales in terms of the passive Omnivamp and armor pen you get from just hitting people. It's getting alarming now for mibr.los.
Yeah, and I mean, we take a look at the items as well. We've got that arm guard for Honkyu, that extra survivability. He's going to be much harder to shut down. Junja with that black cleaver in the Sundered Sky, that sustain as well as chipping away at the opponent's armor is just fantastic.
Oh, I've just gone to the library, and I think Honkyu has as well. He has taken that Dark Seal and gone, you know, I could have had a full Sonya's, but I've got an arm gun, that'll be fine. I want the Medjais!
He's definitely gone with that more aggressive build. If we were shocked with the damage earlier, we're going to be blown away when he lands that shockwave coupled with Junja's Cataclysm. It will annihilate, it will delete a team, but 3.5k gold lead, Baron on the Rift, Drake up in 45 seconds. Yeah, if I'm mibr.los, I'd be okay giving this one over to give myself more time to build gold, get it into my AD carry, because you don't have to lose it all on the third Drake.
Might be in danger as Gen.g gets stunned, but Feisty needs to run away. The ball's now been put on top of him, but the command protect won't turn into a significantly more aggressive variant. Dragon 20 seconds away. The move speed from this Orianna with the Medjais, with the command dissonance, gets very difficult to lock her down, and so easy to pick up the assists with the shields, with the shockwaves.
Yeah, but look, JDG, they're in the jungle of mibr.los. It feels like they can't leave the safety of their tier 2 turrets now, and they have all of the vision control that they need for this dragon that has just spawned. I feel like this will be a JDG third dragon, and that will put them on soul point. That will put a win condition and a timer in play. I mean, it's already less than 50%. mibr.los aren't even close to this one.
And look, you've drafted for a burst comp. You've drafted for Nocturne to ult into a side lane. As there's a play from Vampire, that's very deep, but he's pretty tanky. Paranoia proc, there's the Magus top, look at ag.al on the other side, throwing out some mystic shots. Curse, need to back away, stays alive for now. Xiaoxu trading with Zest, all the while, the public execution puts Lucian in the morgue. Curse taken out as well, and Jing Dong Gaming take no prisoners, they only take lives! As Orianna does die, a few pages torn out of the book, but it will matter not in the grand scheme of things.
3 for 1 over to JDG, and we are in the year of 2026. Why are we putting full Cullings into Leonas? Have we not learned? As JDG Gaming, they take the fight, they will take the Baron and inevitably march down on the nexus of mibr.los because there's so many advantages. It's 4.5k gold. They're going to reset and buy some items, but let's take a look at this one again. It starts out pretty innocuously. Vampire, flash E forward, is taken over the wall, but the Protoplasm Belt keeps Vampire alive. The healing comes through, and Dudu, you've already spent everything. JDG collapse, take him out. The Cataclysm locks mibr.los in. It's lucky they got something back.
Yeah, literally had the scatter Zhonya's and then flashed to get at least an R button down, but that was as best you could do. Feisty gets something, gets a few pages out of the book, but let's be real, 1 kill, couple assists. Honkyu's right back where he started. I don't think he's going to care too much about that. Junja now with the Guardian Angel. Gala edging towards a Shojin himself. We're nearly at what will likely be a Death's Dance or a Guardian Angel for the Ambessa. 3,500 gold, soul point. The list just keeps going.
Oh, flash forward.
It is indeed, and it's a Cataclysm to follow that flash. And Honkyu, well, I said it would be relatively easy to pick up another kill. What do you know? It was. Jarvan sets it up, and Honkyu knocks him down.
There's that classic wombo combo you were talking about in the draft, right? It's Junja diving forward with that Cataclysm, that shockwave coming out of Honkyu on that Orianna. You are dead before you can even react. The aggressive flash forward, but they are marching on the Nexus.
5 versus 4, it's a good stun. Gala gets chunked but not down. Could look to reset. Zest isn't there. Finally teleports back in. The Cullen comes on down onto Honkyu, who needs to flash away. Maybe this is a moment here for mibr.los to find something. Zest goes spinning in with that spinning slash. The Scout of the Week again onto Xiaoshu. They're trying to turn this one around. Scatters away again. JDG on the retreat, successfully so.
Yeah, JDG respecting the potential damage here from mibr.los, and this is part of their intelligent gameplay. This is part of why they are so strong, is that they know when the fight could be 50-50, so they're like, you know what, we don't have to lose it here. We don't have to risk it. We got the inhibitor. We have that mid lane priority and pressure for the next few minutes. And I mean, in the next few minutes, that 4th Drake of the game will come up. JDG doubtlessly want to get that. They're on that sort of soul point. If they can secure it, get the soul, that's another win condition online.
Like, I'm not sure they call this a power play at this point. It's +7 gold. But the point is, you still broke the base, still got the inhibitors. Yes, Zest got some gold back. Actually has now got a Lord Dominic's regards. That's a good point for this Tryndamere in terms of your ability to potentially find a way to come back in this game. But still, you are one team fight away from lights out. Make no mistake about it.
That's it. And Gala just finished his Shoujins, as you called a little earlier as well. So that's a 3-item completed AD carry for JDG, but not to be outdone on the other side. Dare I say, Dudu, still the kind of hope here to play around.
For sure.
Feisty is stepping up, though, does have the Chovy belt as well. These items coming online, but look at the gold differential. They're currently 4k up, but JDG at one point were 5. So mibr.los, they're not out of this yet, but they are hard up against it. 1 minute till the Drake, 3 minutes till the next possible Baron play here. mibr.los on the defensive. They have to prevent JDG from ending this soon.
Zest at this point probably has the power to 1v1 most people on the Rift. How often is he going to get a 1v1? I just don't know.
I don't see it happening. Yeah, you are so right. Dudu here, though, clearing his wave out. He's the one with the damage. He'll be able to effectively stop these sort of super minions coming through onto the base. 30 seconds till the next Drake, so you see the pings coming down on the minimap. mibr.los want to get some sort of vision control, but JDG will be looking to jump them and get a numbers advantage to try and get this 4th Drake, to try and secure that soul.
3 items largely done across the board for everyone. If there was a point to come back in, well, this would probably do it. JDG in the river first. Control wards in the lime bush, in the banana bush.
They do have the priority. They have the control. It is up to mibr.los to force their way in here.
All the while, look at Xiaoshu looking for an angle, looking to find something in. Feisty loses a 3rd. All the while, Gala throwing up mystic shots, and Essence Flux is looking to get a bit more poke down, a bit more damage. Ackerman eats some of it. At the front of the line is this poor Iron Horsewoman. They go into the paranoia, trying to get to the backline. Honkyu survives. The Undying Rage is there, but again, it feels like a lie. Dudu gets something. Honkyu goes golden. Feisty buys a moment, but just gets melted as Junja brings him down with a Dragon Strike.
Yeah, Dudu was able to 1v1 Gala on the backside, but what's mibr.los supposed to do when all of their damage was on Dudu and it's gone? JDG able to win the rest of that team fight handily, secure this Mountain Drake and Mountain Soul. They're going to be just that much harder to kill for the rest of this game, but I don't see it lasting that much longer.
Look, Curse and Zest, full sent, credit to him. You know what you have to do as a Tryndamere and a Nocturne when your back's against the wall. But Honkyu, he's got so much move speed with a Rocket Belt, with a Medjai's, with a Zhonya's. How on earth do you kill this man in time? And he just walks away and the book is nearly full. He's got 1 page remaining and that's just to sign the credits at the end of the game.
There is no more after that 25th page. The story will finish right there. JDG stealing away the jungle of mibr.los. As we go to this again, it was a sort of extended trade here. They're poking, prodding, trying to find a way in to prevent JDG from getting this Drake as Feisty goes low, and it feels like JDG earned themselves the advantage. mibr.los, though, they understand the importance, the criticality of this Drake. Xiaoshu finds a way onto Zest, and Vampire does such a good job holding Ackerman away that the fight around the Drake is so heavily one-sided. Yes, Dudu gets Gala, but mibr.los just had no damage to stop JDG.
That was like 3 flashes in every ultimate to try and kill Honkyu. and he still survives. Like, they legitimately could do no more there other than have Dudu as well, but again, he gets Gala. That's not bad. The problem is at this point, you're 5,000 gold down, you're into Mountain Soul as a burst comp. There's no Serpent's Fang here. This is going to be a very tough time. Ackerman throws down a Magnus Storm, but unfortunately, it's easy enough to split those poles apart. Zest goes undying, but again, you can only be so angry for so long. The Cataclysm down, gen.g gets the kill. Unstoppable, a double for another one of those LCP imports, a triple to gen.g, who might even be able to pick up another.
What a blowout of a fight. It's a clean ace over to JDG from the LPL, and it looks like they want to close this game out here and now. 30 plus seconds before anyone from mibr.los is able to respawn and try and defend these Nexus turrets, and the wave is here. It's going to end now.
The Nexus turrets are broken in a matter of moments. JDG saw the flexes, saw the creativity in the draft, and smiled. The mid-game fights were too much. The Tryndamere value was stifled, and Jingdong Gaming proved again to be that little bit too lethal.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they were kind of out of their depth there, mibr.los, into the likes of this JDG team. They have seen it all before, and yes, mibr.los threw that creative angle at them, but it just wasn't enough. JDG were able to play around it. When he went angry, they were able to break away and just wait it out, even then fight around him, able to take out other members of mibr.los before Zest was able to be killed.
Great discipline from JDG. Great number of kills for Hongq as well, who popped off on the Orianna. But to pop off next, well, it's the desk, isn't it? I'm sure I have a few things to say about the game.
Thank you, casters. Yes, getting ready to pop off here after that JDG victory in game number 1. Pretty solid win from the boys over at JDG. mibr trying to throw in kind of a curveball. It was Tryndamere. It wasn't Olaf. We weren't huge fans of the Tryndamere, and it didn't really get a whole lot of value. I saw what mibr were trying to do, and at least early on, you know, for the first 15 minutes or so, as you were saying, Jamada, it was kind of even gold-wise, but afterwards, JDG just kind of put them in the grave.
I've played these games before as a occasional minor region enjoyer, traditionally, and
yeah.
Honestly, sometimes even our third seeds over from Europe against the bad teams. But again, yeah, unfortunately, it does come down to just that first 15 minutes of play being, you know, strong in terms of mechanics, right? You could even see it despite being several thousand gold down later on in the game. You know, mibr were doing a pretty good job of keeping up. Like, it wasn't impossible for them to win these fights. But unfortunately, some of these re-engages from gen.g were just incredible. And the follow-up, you know, alongside it was fantastic. Vampire was... This Leona champion with Protoplasm belt is just so OP. It cannot die.
Yeah, I mean, like, they picked, like, Lucian, and also the... You know, they have a Syndra, like... And also the junglist is also Nocturne, who's not really helping the killing the tanks, which is like the Leona was like not dying at all. Like, look at where Leona is creating the space. If you see, like, no one can touch this guy. Like, if you try to touch this, they'll just get engaged on.
Can't touch this.
And also the thing is, like, sure, I get that. Like, as what the Valdez mentioned is like, why you pick Tryndamere or Olaf, it's okay. Like, if you pick Olaf, you might get wall down from the J4, and there's Ezreal and Orianna just speed up, but still, like, you're just not... They might as well not pick Olaf or Tryndamere, anything. Just pick something have to be more useful, because it was not useful in this game.
Yeah. Duda was the main character, but he was still getting hammered by basically everyone. Yeah. Again, I don't hate the idea, like you were saying, like, would Olaf have done better? I feel like it makes sense to have the Tryndamere here, right? The matchup is probably fine if I had to imagine they're picking it into Ambessa. But then there's quite a few, like, obvious buttons that are going to kill you. You know, like, oh, Syndra's owing me? I guess I'll press the R key, you know, and so on and so forth. So it did make sense logically. I think they should just keep on going down this rabbit hole. If they've got more, like, weird picks, that is, for me, that's how you kind of throw a team like JDG off killer, because they are typically, like, so prepped that if you find something really weird, maybe then they actually don't have an answer for it, right? So I liked it from Los. I think they just need to keep going down that direction, and maybe JDG have a bit of a, you know, a sleepy 15 minutes of the game again, because this is something that occasionally they like to do.
Yeah, we did see it there, and MIBR, they are definitely a team that, hands-wise, I would say they were doing pretty well. I think that Lucian was kind of cursed. There were multiple times he was like trying his best to do damage. Lucian already isn't the best tank shredder in the current 80 carry roster that we see in this meta. He was doing okay, and by the way, Syndra also not the best at that either. So, as you guys were talking about, didn't really leave them in a good spot against Vampire and Jinja, who also was super tanky, had a very early GA, and it was just like, how are you going to kill any of these guys? I think they ran into that issue pretty fast. You can see that at around 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It was almost exactly 15 minutes. That's when JDG started to take off in this game.
Yeah, it actually happened in 13 minutes. It's just like, doesn't mean that like I hate like the pocket picks. If you something pick that is like extreme, like for example this game, it has to be working better way. Like if from the laning phase, like from like 5 minutes to 10 minutes, this window has to be extreme. Like because you pick this champion, that means that it has to be more countable in lane, and it's like working well, and transit to the skirmishes or playing around the objective.
It's like you want to see resources actually get put into it, right? And I feel like that was something that was a little bit lacking on the side of Los. Like they kind of just played the flow of the game instead of trying to actually play into that plan, I feel like. And trying to play into the flow of anything that JDG try and do typically is going to result in, best case chaos, but usually JDG-sided chaos. And, we got a lot of that, again, once it was actually the first dragon of the game, which was like really weird. Like the first dragon didn't get taken until 13, 14 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But again, another Brazilian tragedy.
Yeah, they got to win 2 in a row here if they want to avoid elimination at the EWC 2026 League of Legends matchups that we do have here. So we're going to throw it to a break and come back for game number 2.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello and welcome back to EWC 2026. We're here at the Kadia City Battleground, the secondary stage, right in the middle of a best of three between JDG and mibr.los. And so far, it's going as we kind of expected here. Game number one went to about 15 minutes. It was even, it was close. mibr were looking good. And then all of a sudden, JDG took over and the game kind of ended from there.
20 minutes this time.
Okay.
Okay.
20 minutes. That's where my head's at.
For me, I'm gonna choose 10. How about that?
Ooh.
Any specific reason for those numbers, or just because I picked 13, just randomly.
So my reason is I think they're gonna remember that dragons exist this game.
Ah, okay.
So the first two are gonna die quickly, but then the third dragon is gonna spawn at around 20 minutes, and the third dragon is gonna be where the tragedy happens.
For me, it's gonna be, I think, starting from there's gonna be all these skirmish, grubs and Drake. And that's going to be around 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if after that first game, JDG are feeling pretty good, pretty confident, and they go ahead and win some of these lanes and are able to roll that into an early snowball. I'm kind of leaning on this is going to go the way of JDG a little bit earlier this time.
I think we all are.
Yeah,
well.
I mean, just more so, I think my opinion is I think mibr, I think they probably realize, going slower than game one is not gonna help them. So that's what I feel.
Okay.
It's either I think they're crushing Ollie game way harder, or they're gonna try and they might fail with it. So that's why I call it Ollie. I think it's gonna be Ollier than Ollie tempo, faster tempo than the first game, because the first game wasn't really helping for them. So
for sure. I think one thing that feels a bit guaranteed, though, is one more weird Zest pick.
Yeah?
Just one. Has he played a normal champ this tournament, Top? I mean, I guess Vayne is, kind of considered normal now.
Yeah. She's kind of normal. I feel like our top laners are really... They have a pretty long leash now. They're coach, I can play Urgot.
They've gone from, a standard, just regular chain to, one of those fancy, kind of...
Yeah.
The coach can push the button and let it go as long as...
Who let them out of the top doghouse anyway?
Vayne becomes a normal.
Let's put them back on Gnar, Where's my Cassante? Why do we have to have Urgot and Vex? You really need to do that. Anyway, guys, we are going to jump in a draft here in just a moment, as it is going to be JDG versus mibr. Again, this is an elimination best of three. If you lose here, your key is crushed. You are out of the tournament. If you win, you move on to the playoffs and you earn a spot in the round of 8. So enough from us. Let's go back to our casters.
Thanks for filling there for a second, Valdez. Did manage to put on the wrong headset there briefly, so needed a little bit of saving. Phew, though, we are into draft and it's all working out fine.
Didn't need to do us dirty like that.
Okay,
They can't
I
even
did it wrong.
see
You were
us.
fine. I was the one who just didn't look properly and put on the wrong headset. It's okay. It's okay. We're fine.
That's it. All is sane and normal here.
I'm on the broadcast. There's no way that's true.
As we do go back to our second game of this best of 3 between JD Gaming and mibr.los. And we're already into these picks and bans, and they're looking very similar to game 1.
Don't give up the Cassiopeia, fair enough. Don't give up the Vayne, fair enough. We have seen what Zest and Dudu can do with those, and clearly it's just like JDG saying, look, at least other champions we have done enough work against, we played enough against, that we're comfortable with it. And Vayne in general is obnoxious enough in general that you just say, you know what, that can go.
Yeah, absolutely. I like these bans. They're high priority bans. Again, keep that Camille out of the hands of your opponents, because if you can't secure it for yourself, then that's not something you want. It can get that very early advantage. Nefiri, Lee Sin and Jace targeted again here, so they really don't want, mibr.los don't want Junja on these highly aggressive junglers, at least in that early game, but lock in Vi for themselves.
Once again, we are seeing mibr looking to be able to play towards those side lanes. Have a Talia, have a Vi, turn it to a side lane, press R, all is well, and you can match things like that Realm Warp from the Rise very, very easily. Hover on the Poppy already. Junja has had a good showing on it. Had Vampire on the Pike to go with it, which was a good combo.
What's Hover plus Poppy?
Hopper.
Poppy.
I get it.
Hoppy, it all works. But
I get it. Yeah, it works.
I like this though, right? Because the steadfast presence from the Poppy can shut down a bit of what that Vi wants to do, prevent some of that engage, and really play defensively for JDG. So I already like this kind of counter pick, if you will. It just depends on where that Poppy's going to go. Rumble, obviously top. Rise, obviously mid. Poppy could be jungle, but could also be support. A little bit of a flex. We've seen more of the jungle lately, though.
We have, and again, when we've seen things like the Poppy support, it's often been when Camille's been left open. Because then you can sort of say, okay, Camille, I dare you to press E. Let's see how that goes. And the answer often is not so well. So that's the attempt with the Camille already off the board. Some of the reason to move the Poppy bot lane is probably going to be gone. And again, you do run into the issue as Poppy support of being, well, level 3 or whatever, while everyone else is level 7. You go in and
die.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting the vibe. Second phase of bans, though. Feisty with the Narpic into the Rumble. Rumble's going to win that relatively heavily to an extent. Again, there's been some nerfs there, but hey, we'll be fine. You get to team fight later on.
That's okay. I like that pick. You might lose the 1v1, just don't lose it too hard.
Yeah.
But you will win the team fights when you go mega and you stun them all against the wall, because that's the dream.
Yeah, because Rumble has an ability that is incredibly poorly named called Equalizer, which is very unequal for most people caught in it. This will be an interesting one to track. Again, we've largely got what we expect to be top sides of the maps locked. The Poppy's still flexible, as we noted, but realistically going jungle, especially considering Junja's history there. It'll be the Nautilus takeaway. We've already seen the Camille. I wonder whether this becomes a Pike to get rid of that kind of hook roaming trifecta we've been seeing come to the fore over the last tournament or two.
Yeah, we have definitely seen the rise of Pike. We definitely saw that come through Split 2, multi-regional. I want to say it kicked off more infamously from the LCK, right? People think Carrier, they probably think the Pike combo. People think Carrier, they think the Bard as well. He is responsible for having some influence over the rest of the regions.
You know, just a little. Not like a load of supports go, this guy is my idol, for good reason.
But then there's the interview with Carrier, like, what can we do to be like you? And he's like, you can't, I'm Carrier.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's got the skills to back it up.
Him and On are the two that you go, I don't trust what happens in your brains, because clearly it ain't like the rest of us, you know?
Yeah. And that's a compliment.
Yeah, genuinely. To clarify, before people think that's an insult. No, those two just are able to do things into the support role that the rest of us largely aren't. Varus gets locked in. We are expecting that to be bot lane. This is a lot more standard from mibr. I'm hoping this is going to be an on-hit Varus. Poke Varus really does feel quite anemic these days. So then again, with the Vi, with the Talia, maybe just that extra bit of burst from a more standard or old school, I suppose, at this point. Poke Varus would still be fine. We'll wait and see.
I do like the last ban coming out of JDG. They're breaking up that traditional, that classic Vi-Ahri combo in that mid lane. So it will force mibr.los to pick something else to work in tandem with that Vi. Something to, Vi will set them up, and then we need a mid laner to knock them down. Of what's available, obviously Orianna is gone. still think there might be the rise up.
No, Rise
sorry,
retake. I mean,
that's
to be
picked
fair,
by JDG.
with the Talia already locked in, I guess with the Ari ban, they were saying, hey, we wonder whether this could be a Talia bot. And again, this is something that Dudu's been comfortable to do. We saw a good Cassiopeia game from them. Yesterday, they saw the Anivia from them already. So they've certainly been willing to pull out those mages that have been running rampant through the meta, to put it mildly.
I don't know why I like this one so much, right? I traditionally don't like Jin in an AD carry role, but I feel like paired with Alistar, it's a dynamic duo. You can't get on top of that Jin because Alistar's just going to rebuff you like good luck, sayonara.
And we've also just seen, this was much more true when Varus was like, holy moly, this champion is ridiculous. Every time he's in bot lane, it's a bad time for everyone else. Jin was the answer. You'd go down 5k NCS, but it felt like you at least had tools to trade back. Your W matched his Q. You had enough wave clear with your own Q. You could play from range. All those things that gave you options there to get through a laning phase, which a lot of other AD carries just couldn't do it. And of course, you've got the Alistar, and now the Nico locked in will confirm some fun stuff there from mibr, but they can now go gallivanting elsewhere because the Jin's okay playing the 1v1 / the 1v2.
That's it. Another answer into the Varus, but I don't think it fits the composition here, was that Sivir. That spell shield, able to stop a lot of that poke, but if it is the on-hit Varus, that spell shield value is mitigated as well. So the Jin, I think, value definitely increased there, but I love the Nico here coming out of mibr.los, that team fight engage tool. You go in, you get the knock up onto 3+, and then mibr.los just follow up. That Talia's Weaver Wall, they're going to be able to collapse quickly. Varus going to be able to do a lot of damage from a very far distance away.
As ever, jungle support, mid jungles. Very, very proactive on both sides. We're going to have Realm Warps versus Weaver's Wall, Violts with Nico following along behind it. There's an Alistar on the other side with the Poppy going in. There's lots to consider here, and you're looking towards two side lanes, which you can definitely look to work around.
And that's the thing that I really love about the Poppy ult, right? Is it turns those fights unfair in your favor. You get an ult onto 1, 2, suddenly it turns into a 3v5 and it's good night.
Well, unless your name is Taki, right? How he managed to Spider-Naut his way back into 2 fights from Poppy ults.
And it's not the first time we've seen that either. If you can get that hook off at the right time, it's like your ult is wasted. But enough about the draft that was. We are talking about the game that will be, as we are now on the rift for our second game here of today's best of 3 between JDG and mibr.los at EWC 26 in the Kadea City Battleground.
Very good. You know what the present is for me? It's casting with Logan. There we go. We get all 3 in there, and I get the cheesy line. Sometimes this job allows me to be a very silly human. It's great. Right, so early game, I am expecting Poppy probably to be trying to get pretty active. Xiaoshu's gone for the Ignite, I will note. We've got Honkyu with the Ghost to match Feisty, who's done something very similar. So some fun stuff with our summoners at the very least. A lot less teleports than I've grown used to.
Yeah, earlier we were casting a game that had like 3 TPs on one side, 2 on the other.
And 3 globals.
These fights broke out and everyone was there. But I will note the cleanse from Gala, respecting the CC that mibr.los has brought to bear. A really heads-up choice on this summoner's spell here. You were calling out that Poppy, and we have seen Poppy be a little slower in some other games to have any impact. But I really think they can have a lot of early game presence and impact here as well. And in the hands of Junja, I believe it can happen. And the junglers are on opposite sides of the rift, so they'll be pathing down to the bot in about 3 minutes and vice versa.
And Vi is not really a champion until she's level 3. She needs a few abilities to actually be good, and that's one of the reasons things like the Nocturne is often really challenging for the Vi to manage, because you do lose all of those fights around your own wraps and stuff. Honkyu burning the Ghost, Feisty now returning the favor. The Unraveled Earth is there, and the Threaded Volleys come on down. Just be a couple of summoners traded there. Deathfire Touch ticking a little bit there, but Feisty, I think on the whole, a little happier to get caught briefly by that spell flux, but no overload to follow. Junja is mid though.
Already here.
There's the Rune Prison, and this is the combo. Flashes to prevent the easy wall knock, but it's a shove back regardless. Bit of a speed up with the Storm Rager Surge, and Honkyu gets first bloods.
We were looking at the 1v1, and Honkyu was throwing skill shots galore, and Feisty had the fancy feet, was dodging everything, was starting to trade back into Honkyu, but Honkyu kept the play going, baited it out, bought time for Junja to follow up. Yes, it cost the Ghost and Flash out of Junja, but it cost both from Feisty, and I would argue that that is fantastic, and they put the gold in the right place on to Honkyu. Q.
He just came off a game where he popped off on the Orianna and clearly getting the rise, looking to do something very similar. Vampire forced to flash in that bot lane. There was a damage from this double-ranged bot lane, proving to be a little bit more dangerous than I think they were hoping for. The Comet lands onto Gala as well, who can't return with the 4th shot. But the fact that I'm seeing a Comet on Dudu as well, that suggests to me we have got Poke Varus.
That's the one. So the plan then will be to sit at long range while this Vi go in, this Nico go in. Varus wants to stay in those back lines untouched, poking with that Q, doing so much damage. But here's that Junja we were talking about, that early aggression.
Junja here with the Shark version of Poppy. I have decided Xiaoshu's got an Ignite. There is no Meganar. Current aggro is dropped.
Oh, the level up.
And that level up makes things a bit challenging. And actually, here's Ackerman. Maybe JG going underneath the 2-man route. Makes things spicy. Just goes over the wall. Oh, dear. That was a step too far. And Junja's alive. No way. When's Ackerman's next? Blooming Burst. There's that ability name. Steps on forward to Xiaoshu. And forces the flash away. The Flame Spitter on.
Yeah, TP back to that top lane to try and get some XP off this wave before it dies to that turret, but we go to this replay here in the mid lane, and this is a little late, right? Honkyu's low mana. He'd already sent a lot of skill shots at Feisty, who he dodged. Early flash is good, but the flash from Junja to get in front of him and knock him back to Honkyu to buy the time to get more autos down, beautifully layered there to finish off that mid laner.
Sometimes you don't need to hit a wall with the Poppy for the heroic charge to be good. If you just knock them away from their towers so they can't get to safety, it's still a bad time.
That's it, but let's take a look at that top side play, which I love. Junja here goes in, gets the summon, the rune there, and prevents a lot of the damage protection. Zest flashes away, is ignited, levels up, and we think, oh, he might be able to survive this one. And Ackerman responds quickly and well, gets the flash out of Xiaoshu here, but Zest flashes forward aggressively in the face of 2. I feel like that was a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit too eager, and Ackerman also forced to flash off the back end. A disastrous turn of play. Summoners burnt for nothing.
And Ackerman in that replay died as well, got picked up by Gala, so goes from bad to worse there.
Yeah, JDG find themselves up 3-0 at 5 minutes. First streak of the game has spawned. 1.3k gold lead right now. JDG, they're off to the races here in this game too. And as a reminder to every one of you watching at home, if you lose here and now, your key is crushed. You are done and dusted. Hopes and dreams of winning EWC 26 shattered.
Look, you keep the frame. That was part of it. You don't keep the key. What you get instead is kind of a replacement for how far you got through the tournament. Feisty gets himself Rune Prisoned, does not pass go, but has a get out of jail free card named Ackerman. Gets out there every time I see the Rune Prison. I have to admit, Monopoly goes through my brain because that's just who I am as a human.
But that's the thing, Ackerman is being in the right place at the right time. It's just the plays go bad. They're making some of these decisions, I feel, a little too late once the play is already done and dusted. And JDG, you know they're responding. Oh no.
That's a bit rough. The deadly flourish from downtown means it's a flash Rune Prison and Curse as well. Cursed.
You bring up that CC timer, right? You know when you're playing solo queue and you go, oh, how long was I CC'd for? That was 100% of their health bar.
Oh, Vampire walks out of the bush and gets a pulverize. We're getting the zoom in. Very nice production. There's a trample after an ignite. Junja gets a stun into the wall. Not quite, but unfortunately for Ackerman, that slight miss means nothing.
This 6.5 minutes has been nothing short of disastrous for mibr.los, and I don't like saying that.
One. There's the pulverize. Don't get to miss that one now. They're going to try and get a third. There's one more to go. John just going to get the stun into the wall. The flash away. Misses the 4th shot. That's not bad going, but the deadly flourish still lands, and you can miss all the shots in the world. It won't matter in the end as Dudu tries, and it's not bad feet. The problem is there's only so much you can dance before the stage runs out.
That's it. Overwhelming odds in the favor of JDG. They set that up as Xiaoshu here has to run.
But where does he run to? There's a cease and desist, and unfortunately for you, Xiaoshu, There is no way to avoid that particular core order. Vi gets that kill.
And I do like that Zest didn't try and go back in. He would have given Xiaoshu the opportunity to get a kill. Honkyu, Realm Warps in, gets the kill on the Zest.
Nothing comes for free, does it? MIBR, even when they do get the kill, it comes with a punish. Honkyu pulls off the Realm Warp, and now he's 2-0-1 as well. What do you do?
It just feels like JDG Gaming have all of the plays. They have the initiative. They have the mobility to get the numbers advantage where mibr.los are playing from behind, and the advantages keep stacking in JDG's favor. That first Drake of the game is still on the Rift, but the grubs are coming up. 2.5k gold advantage over to JDG. They're just winning every fight.
They are. And again, this is a comp that you've got the Rumble, you've got the Rise, hell, even the Gen, right? You kind of want that item to get in here, so when you come to this fight, that first ult really stings. But as it stands, with Junja top, they're looking to punish Zest again. Who cares about the objectives?
Vampire was getting chipped away, faked to run away, but they hung about. It's 3v1.
Wave clearly decided he needs to go into a cupcake or something, so they'll skin him alive. Zest into the mixture.
Oh, well, this is JDG in fine form. They've got these plays. They're communicating clearly. Junja is everywhere.
Folks, I wish you could see me and Logan right now, because our hands just keep coming up in the air. It's like, what do you do? It's really oppressive to see. And unfortunately for mibr on the other side, right, their ability to make a counterplay just hasn't happened. They tried to get the counterpunch topside. Zest flashed in and died. They try to get the kill with the Vi topside, and then Honkyu Realm Warps and makes it a done deal on the other side. Junja's now got those grubs, so the objective stacking is beginning again for JDG. They found 2,500 gold to the good, and it's been spread across some really nasty members.
Yeah, we do see some pings coming down on the Drake as Junja gets those grubs. So mibr.los obviously want to try and contest for an objective here. They get that Scuttle Crab, so they will have that vision around the Drake for when JDG go to start it up. But JDG, their stranglehold is tightening. Their grip on this game too is only getting stronger. 9 minutes in, it's 9 kills. I feel like I'm back home in the LCP. A kill a minute is our bread and butter.
Oh, isn't it just? LCP is a wonderful region to watch, guys, if you're not doing it already. I'd also highly shout out things like the LPL as well. To be honest, you can't go too far wrong watching regional league in general. There's some great matchups to be found wherever you turn your eyes. That said, for now, our eyes are here in Paris, and that means we'll probably ought to lock in a little bit more about what's going to be happening over the next few moments. Dragons up, JDG thinking about moving up for it. They've got grubs to their name, so maybe they're more interested in getting that gold and getting those turrets.
Yeah, they would.
Sorry,
No, they were definitely pushing up for priority there so that they could make that first move. They even had the ward in that Drake pit, so they knew if mibr.los were going to make a play, but they made it so that they couldn't even make that play. So their vision control working really, really well for them here too. But let's take a look at where the gold is. It's jungle, it's mid, it's all of the bot. The only person who is up is Zest, and it's barely.
And he's still down most of a level. Is part of the problem here, and he's still actually down about 5 to 10 CS. That's not a great spot when your win is 70 gold on the other side because it's a turret plate and assist to your name.
Yeah, Junja has started that Drake up as Vampire and Gala contest with Ackerman and Dudu. They want to make sure that they cannot find an angle in. Vampire, job done, will try and push Feisty away, but Honkyu has an angle on Curse here.
Taken 2/3 of his HP bar. That tick will keep going with the Deathfire touch on the other side. There's a route there onto Ackerman. That's not the clone. The shape changer won't save you there. Junja gets the smite fight. The cease and desist buffers through some of the CC, but Curse again can't quite survive. Vampire's left low. Death flashes for the knocker. Doesn't get Vampire. The headbutt away. They do get that kill. And now actually Junja's in danger. The hammer shot means nothing. Shut down to mibr. Signs of life for Los.
mibr.los reap the rewards of a fight well fought. They cut that gold lead down to 1.5k. At least 2 members of JDG go down there. So JDG at 8, mibr.los at 3. However, JDG did get that Mountain Drake, so they got the objective, gave a kill over or 2, but it's nothing really to worry about here. And this is where it all started. Gala on the backside gets that deadly flourish onto Ackerman.
He's
able to press forward, gets the heal, Drake goes down, Curse too deep. JDG collapse, but mibr.los have the angle here. The curtain call comes out, but it's mitigated by the clone.
All the while we come back to live and we get a zoom on out as Vampire's just about able to escape. Everyone else appears to be alive. Feisty throwing out some of those threaded volleys, but they're just a little shy of Honkyu.
we do see that role quest completed come through for Feisty. So I dare say he's been more mid-laney than HongQ has, because he completed his quest first. But that also tells me that HongQ has been willing to leave the lane to impact those jungle objectives, and that's where JDG are ahead right now. They have the 3 grubs, they have that Drake, and they still have a hold of a 1.5k gold advantage. But like you said, I'm loving the signs of life from mibr.los.
We needed to see some because it was getting very problematic. The problem is gen.g is still very far ahead in terms of the kills. He's still got a Rise who's well ahead of Curve. He's got 2 kills and 2 assists before he's even got a rower completed, which is a bit dodgy. However, mibr.los now towards this bot lane. Curse was zooming on over, trying to find the angle. The 2 junglers trading. Gala at 2/3. Feisty flashes to try and get to gen.g and doesn't really find anything. That's a bit much.
Yeah, a lot of trading going on, but no kill potential coming down. The only members of mibr.los with flashes is Dudu and Ackerman. Whereas we take a look at JDG, Xiaoshu, fight breaks out.
HongQ over the wall of the red buff, getting some CC. The deadly flourish to flash into the wall. Heroic charge, and Curse is on the wrong end of their hero's hammer. Feisty tries to rock surf away and just about escapes on the tide.
Yeah, the Realm Warp was very aggressive. They thought they saw an angle to get more, but Feisty, as you say, with that rock surf, that movement speed, able to escape the follow-up from HongQ. So I really like that getaway. 9-3, well mitigated by mibr.los.
Vampire with the Hex Flash over the wall into a headbutt and a Pulverize and a Rune Prison. Do not pass go, but you will pick up 300 odd gold. But the shutdown is significantly more, and Feisty gets something for their time.
Yeah, they were trying to juggle that aggro, but they just didn't get enough damage down quick enough, and Feisty plays that well enough, buys that time, gets the turret damage down. So thank you, turret damage. It was more than Feisty could have done on his own.
Now it's only 1,500 gold, and Feisty needed that. He's actually within touching distance. That was like 700 odd gold. That's what, like 2 kills worth there, practically. Which is very, very significant. Of course, HongQ, still 4 kills to the good, is having a great game. That's just a little unfortunate that it went on to someone who could really use the gold.
That's it. First item completions coming through just before the Rift Herald in 40 seconds. Next Drake in a minute and a half. So these fights, they're getting more explosive. Curse and gen.g both with the Sundered Skies to get extra sustain. They'll be able to trade a little bit more heavily into the back lines.
They might need to do that as well, considering we've got the Herald coming up, and I am, as you noted, kind of expecting some violence.
Violence? No way! It's in the name!
Surely not. Gala gets rooted, the Weaver's Wall is here, the Pop Blossom comes down, onto 2, Chains of Corruption, gen.g is gone.
That was a great sequence of plays from mibr.los to punish gen.g there. The flash out of Xiaoshu dodges that ultimate from Zest, so you love to see that commitment. And over in the picture-in-picture, the Rift Herald has spawned, but mibr.los, they saw gen.g in the jungle and said, not today. That Pop Blossom from Ackerman onto 2, the Chains of Corruption from Dudu to follow up and lock him down.
Costs you a summoner or 2, you get some in trade, and that means that the setup for those objectives isn't there. And again, that gold lead that was looking pretty significant, let's call it that kindly, for JDG has really dwindled away. This is doable, I think, for mibr at this kind of discrepancy. Get to back again, pick up more components, and look to try and find another angle in the upcoming fight.
And I love the resilience of these teams, right? Sometimes these teams can be down 3, 4, 5, 6k we've seen before, and they fight their way back in because they're so resilient, because they're mentals, they've been practicing their training. Feisty is on a ward though, and we do see Vampire marking Feisty out. So this will be interesting to see if JDG want to go for a play on this top side, but mibr.los look to be overloading that bot side. I don't know if a play can come through from this one though, as gen.g gets that Rift Herald uncontested on vision.
I thought I was mad for a second then, because I saw 3 Varus portraits on the map and then went, yes, no, Nico is a thing. And that was why I saw 3 Varuses. So the overload partly ally with the Varus clone going on, but over comes Vi. A back away, got a bit of a chunk there. Dragon started by JDG, and they're looking like they're going to get Turret and Herald and the bot Dragon as well. They're just getting everything.
Yeah, it feels unusual that mibr.los aren't contesting these objectives, but then you look at the priority, then you look at the vision, and you understand why. It's not because mibr.los don't want to, it's because mibr.los can't. JDG are strangling them out of this game, not through the team fights, though they are ahead, but through objective control.
Yeah, and that's tough to see, right? Because you lost your top lane turret on one side of the map, and then the Herald towards that side of the map, and then also lose the Dragon on the bot side of the map. So you've got priority nowhere. That's rough.
You're not getting those cross-map plays, right?
Right, exactly.
Traditionally, when you see one objective going down on one side, you go to the opposite side to net the gold, to net the objective, but it's just not happening.
And that's what raises my eyebrow a little bit, because you're right, there wasn't the priority, but it's like, oh, okay, so why is it there, is the question. If you've got people playing towards that top side of the map, surely you can try and get something happening. They push towards that bot lane turret, don't fight anything, back away, give up the dragon as well, and as a result, that gold lead extends again a little bit for JDG, but the additional objective weight and map control is what is raising my eyebrow right now.
Yeah, but I still see hope in Dudu. Dudu individually does have some gold lead over Gala, right? Dudu has some of the fanciest feet that I've witnessed here at EWC. He's been dodging so many skill shots, and he's almost 1v3'd in game 1. If mibr.los can rally around Dudu, if they can protect Dudu, I still see a world that mibr.los come back and win this one against JDG.
There's a play on the other side as Zest gets knocked up nearly at Meganard, stunned into the wall, but Vampire gets to brace. And that means his will is unbreakable, and the Gnar certainly is.
Yeah, Zest 0, 4, and 2. Sometimes it's not your fault when the enemy team decides that you are the weak point and overloads you every possible opportunity. There's nothing you can do with a well-timed wave and an unbreakable will from an Alistair. You can't hold on long enough for it to die. He's just not going to.
And on the other side of the map, pretty sure I saw Honkyu realm warping out about 20 seconds beforehand, so the attempted play on the other side doesn't happen. Ackerman is a minion, and Xiaoxu is therefore going to be Pop Blossom, but this ain't Pop goes the Weasel. The Rumble's a lot scarier prey. Ackerman needs to be a little afraid as the flames keep spitting, but a cease and desist will allow Ackerman to get the kill.
And Ackerman gets it. You probably would have wanted that gold into Curse to keep him on a level field with Junja.
He just drove into a wall.
Yeah, look, I've revoked one license already here at EWC 2026, and I'm telling you right now, I'm about to revoke that one too. That came from a bottle of Kellogg's cornflakes, and you cannot tell me otherwise.
That is not the best driving I have seen. Might be putting that mildly. I don't know whether there was a reason to drive into the wall. My assumption was no.
That deadly flourish goes out onto the clone of Ackerman. That clone from Nico, well-timed, can prevent so many things. It can stop the CC. It can stop multiple shots coming out of the Jhin. So really useful tool to have as Ackerman goes exploring. And we haven't really given time over to these supports. These supports have been, incrementally assisting their teams. Vampire 1, 1, and 6 though, as a fight breaking out.
TP from Vampire with that spellbook on the Alistair, the Equalizer down as well, but now here comes the rest of mibr.los, and there's a Talia Weaver's wall in, the Vault Breaker. Vampire makes himself unbreakable, but his body is looking a little bit beaten and bruised, and Zest finally gets some vengeance.
But that was 5 and 1 on the bot side. All they got was an Alistair and an ult. JDG, they're running up the mid, they're running up the top side, they're taking those cross-map objectives where mibr.los hasn't been able to do that before, and they are punished for overloading that.
They get 3 plates top, they get a turret in mid. At least mibr.los do get that turret in the bot side as well, so they don't come away with nothing. But it isn't a clean win, I completely agree. But hey, at least there are plays happening, which is better than we saw for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, where it felt like everything they did was just cursed to go wrong.
That's in. Speaking of curse.
That it is. A deadly flourish into the chains of corruption. Honkyu out survives. Flash away from Dudu is good. Junja now here. Needs to get the keeper's verdict. Knocks away the Gnar, but still shoved into the wall before he gets away. The rune prison's down though, and Xiaoxu is the one that secures the corporal punishment. Ackerman will pop Blossom, but again, he gets 2 people knocked into the sky. Unfortunately, he's looking like he's going down into the dirt. Does get a decent tangle barbs though to root. There's a realm warp. Unfortunately, Ackerman, you might be a minion. You are still dead.
Minions can die just like champions, Ackerman. I'm sorry to tell you.
Should you get a CS score as well as a kill score for doing that?
Plus the gold.
That would be very funny.
You get the stacked champion, plus the minion, plus the CS. Maximum reward because you got that sneaky Nico. But JDG tidily win yet another team fight here.
Vampire gets hit by the rocket belt into the seismic shove. The equalizer to the wave. Very clean Xiaoshu. So they get that shoved so you can't get anything there. They're already on the dragon. That's sole point for JDG. 3,000 gold in the advantage, and the map control continues to be stifling.
Yeah, and we take a look at this one again. mibr.los curse. He thinks he has an angle onto Hongq because Dudu's here as well, but Vampire is here again. He forces the flash out of Dudu, and then Junja, with that ultimate, is able to turn the fight back in their numbers advantage again. Sees more on the bot side, while on the top side, Feisty is being plugged at by Gala, so able to keep Feisty out of this one. Ackerman, though, tries to escape, but the inevitable Realm Warp from Hongq comes through, closes out the fight.
Between the Realm Warp, between Xiaoshu's TP, Gala zoning off the Talia, everything kind of just went a little wrong there. The wheels came off the bus. Maybe the driver's licenses in general are suspect in this game. Couple items now largely complete for JDG. Hell, they're well on their way to their third. You've got an arm guard in for Hongq. There's an engage in mid lane though, and the items might be helping them get the win. Eat the poppy lollipop as she knocks you up into the sky, and she ain't very sweet about that one. Feisty hit by the curtain call, being tagged, being slowed. One more to go. They're trying to get some more damage. Forced to flash away, but Xiaoshu follows, and he's got a barbecue, and he's roasting some Talia. Zest is here, but nowhere near the Mega Gnar. The heroic charge into the wall means a less than a heroic exit for the Gnar, who needs to exit. The equalizer tags too, and forces more away, but you've lost your mid laner, you've lost your AD carry. Baron's alive, and they're realm warping over to it.
And you've lost the fight. JDG realm warp to that Baron because they know they have a 5-3 advantage. Now is the time to tighten their grip on this game. 3.5k up. 3 Drake stacked, 3 grub, 3 turrets. It is a game of threes for JDG, and the only 3 that matters is not going to happen if JDG keep up this form in this BO3.
It's a little ironic when Jin's in the game. Hey, we'll have a look at this game because mibr.los complete, or rather attempt to collapse on this mid lane, and Vampire full sense.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the only thing that they know. Junja here with that steadfast presence, kind of frontlining. A beefy, tanky Poppy here. Feisty getting tagged with nearly every single shot, but Curse is unable to enter this fight to protect his team. And here, a steadfast presence from Junja stops Curse getting in, prevents that Vault Breaker from the Vi to try and get something back.
Now, I'm going to give Vampire the benefit of the doubt there and assume he was trying to headbutt out the ulting Nico rather than just fumbling a headbutt pulverize combo that would have kept Nico in play. On the whole, a great play from him, but at the end, I wonder whether they could have picked up one more. In the end, it doesn't really matter though, does it, guys? Because still got Soul Point, still got all those grubs, still got the Baron, still got a mighty Baron play to go and collect at some point. They're only up 100 or so gold from it right now, but there's still enough turrets and enough time to ensure that number continues to grow rather than be at minus 140, which makes me look like a bit of a liar. Thank you, JDG. I really appreciate that.
Hey, look, we're all fans of JDG. We're all fans of mibr.los because we are all fans of League of Legends, and we are getting a great game of it here and now at EWC 2026. But a minute and a half before the 4th Drake of the game, Baron, it's currently on JDG, so it won't be around for another 4.5 minutes, and they're looking to siege the base of mibr.los. Curse going in here, though.
Deadly flourish onto Feisty's a little bit dodgy, as Ackerman was looking for the flank, had got that flash, didn't get the opportunity in the picture-in-picture. Thank you, production. We see Xiaoshu pick up that tier 2 in the top side that was already so heavily damaged by Hongq's split-pushing ways.
Junja, though, has vision of Curse. Curse needs to respect it. They're responding to this top side. Really wants the red, but I don't think you want this.
No, there's a steadfast presence. There's a 2-level advantage in Curse. It's just not his game.
Curse, I have to question the decision there to try and contest for that when he saw JDG were pushing up through the mid lane. Now it's a 5v4 advantage over to JDG. Their gold lead is ballooning out to 5k. The power play getting even bigger here. Dudu trying to get some chip damage.
Balloon's looking like a Zeppelin at this point. It's in the stratosphere. Very, very scary indeed. And now the power play is a little bit more meaningful. There we go. Appreciate that, JDG. There's a deadly throw. Spent too much follow-up. The resets come on forward. We've got 30 seconds until the Ocean Soul. And I think that'd be a great way to cap off this game. MIBR, you get one more roll of the dice, and it's going to be weighted against you.
That's it. Weighted dice are never fair, and right now it is not mibr.los' dice that they're rolling with. We see so much vision control here as well. mibr.los has it all in their own bot side jungle, but JDG, they have it in there as well, and then elsewhere to boot, they have vision on the Baron. They have vision in the alcove at the top of all places, just in case mibr.los decide to go for that long, patient play to come from the back, from behind them. But look at all the pings. They want to contest this Drake. No, they need to contest this Drake.
They realistically do. Unfortunately, Honku now has a full actualizer alongside that Arm God. Feisty gets a death cap. That's great news, but you need to be here. They're going to try and contest now. Overcome mibr.los. Into the river they go. There's a Rune Prince going to be on down. On the other side, Exhaust is in there. Xiaoshu is low. They bring him out, but the Ocean Soul is there. And the tsunami of Jingdong Gaming washes away Brazilian hopes and dreams. Made in Brazil. Broken by the LPL.
Here in France, we do love to see it. Vampire is just tanking everything, letting JDG run them down. And these defensive pop blossoms from Ackerman ain't it, because JDG aren't letting him get in. He can't find a way to get that heroic pop blossom for his team to collapse around. Curse back here trying to do something.
But to the Nexus turrets we look, and JDG will take no prisoners, waste no time. They've got keys to crush. mibr must hand over their keys to the kingdom, over to Jingdong Gaming with a pneumatic press in their eyes and some glee at their destruction of mibr.los. They continue. Unfortunately for Los, they're on their way home.
That's it. The LPL has sent the CB LOL packing. They will crush that key. The EWC 2026 road ends here for them, but JDG have earned their position into the next rounds tomorrow. A fantastic showing from them. Strong, dominant, great form, and you want to ride this high for the rest of your run.
You really, really do. And JDG, they've shown some good games here. They've got competitive against Chile, and I think on the other side for mibr.los, this wasn't their game. It wasn't their series. They looked unfortunately outmatched, but I think yesterday you have to remember how good they were. Again, they got that incredible knockout. They turned up in a way that a lot of people thought they just couldn't do, and credit really has to be given. They can go home with their heads held high. Yes, they will be disappointed. Yes, they will be frustrated with this series, but there are great things to take back to the CB LOL and to feel proud and confident about going forwards.
Yeah, they definitely made a great run deep into that second day here. mibr.los obviously making a little farther than Furia, so they can be very, very happy with that as well. Coming into this as the second seed, as we have said before, but here we go with these highlights, and we are going to throw over to the hosts and analysts to check this one out.
Thank you very much, guys, for that final cast on the day, the 2-0 here from JDG. It felt like it was written on the wall, but at least mibr were able to put up a good fight here tonight, as our casters already did get into. And we're taking a look at the highlights here. There were some moments where it did look like mibr maybe overextended early on and really gave gen.g once again, who really just kind of holds the key to this bus, it feels like, for
He's
JDG.
the driver.
He is the driver. He decides when they get on the bus, off the bus, like, are they going to the rest stops? You know, he is the one. He says, okay, I'm going bot, we're diving. I'm going top, we're diving. He just makes everything happen.
I don't know if Egon has ever brought this metaphor to the LCK about Kanavi and the cage.
Dagon.
Yeah. If you're unfamiliar with it, with HLE, Kanavi, psychopath jungler, we all know that.
Yeah.
He brings junglers into the cage and he clubs them over the head.
Okay, that's...
He makes the games very, very messy. That's gen.g. gen.g is that guy. gen.g has a cage himself.
Pretty violent.
It is, but that's what goes on inside of these games. They love to skirmish, and JDG, you know, they made the game about that. And they did it very quickly.
Like that.
Yeah.
Like we just saw.
Yeah. And it's just very difficult to outpace this team. But, you know, it's very few teams in the world that can realistically do it consistently. And it is their one and true strength. And even though, you know, so far this tournament, we haven't seen some of the majors come out from Gali yet. If they're just confident in playing this style, then at the end of the day, how many times have we seen teams consistently go through entire tournaments where they just kind of forego the meta and they just play what they're particularly good at?
I mean, 100%. And I think it's like more so, I think from, you know, like we did kind of call out like what Zets is gonna play it out like, right? Like no normal top laner, or, you know, we were kind of discussing was Vayne is gonna be, you know, like the normal pick for top. But I mean, this time he did play Gnar, and yeah, I mean, there was no like not much a surprise because it was like rumbling into Gnar matchup, and it's like, as we said, like gen.g was there to help him out and just trying to roll it out from the early game. So it was really easy to manage for JDG. It's just like skirmishing based on what they have, the champion, and what they had a lead. So I think it was a pretty, you know, pretty much clean game from the JDG. Clean series, I would say, to be the closing up too.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they made many mistakes in this one, and I feel like their team fighting was certainly on a different level. That was kind of the biggest thing that stood out to me, is that mibr, you know, laning phase, their hands, they're good, but, you know, there were many times in that series where, like, dude is just left out by his lonesome. Like that one team fight in the top river in this game where it was like, oh, they knocked the Gnar away and the Vi went in kind of alone, and, you know, it was like the Vars just dies for free, so kind of all over the place. JDG looking very good, though, so we are going to hand it over to Kitty for the interview with Xiaoshu.
Hey everyone, we are here for the post-game interview with JDG 小徐，欢迎小徐选手来到我们的赛后采访。Well, it's going to be your first time attending EWC in Paris. So far, how has the experience been? 因为也是小徐第一次来到巴黎来参加 EWC 的比赛，所以目前在这里的氛围和体验如何呢？
就是虽然是第一次来巴黎吧，但是来这边几天就感觉很舒服吧，过得。
It's been a very comfortable trip in Paris so far. 那么好呀，然后呢，我想问一下，就是小徐也是第一次跟巴西打比赛，所以这次跟 Zest 对线有没有什么评价 ？It's your first time laning against Zest from mibr. So what was your performance like during the game? How would you rate it?
就感觉他玩的也比较出色吧，
I feel like he played relatively well as well. 因为这次你们淘汰了 mibr， 然后也是2-0的比分，对自己的评价怎么评价 ？How would you rate yourself with your performance today with the 2-0？
就打的应该没有我想象中那么好吧，就是还是给了一些不该给的机会，对。
I feel like I didn't play as well as I would have imagined. I feel like I gave a lot of opportunities over to mibr. Well, congratulations on winning once again 2-0 against mibr, crushing their key, and we'll see you in the next round. 谢谢小徐。
Thank you very much, Kitty and Xiaoshu. As you could tell that even though they did take the win, he said in his interview, you know, there were still a lot of mistakes made and we can play better. And we know this always happens with a lot of our good teams where it's like, yeah, they can beat up on some of the minor regions and some of these other teams where they make it look easy, but they know that in order to really push their limits and make it to the top of the playoffs, they got to play better than this.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, it's going to be same thing again. Like, for tomorrow, like, if they perform like this against, like, better team, like, better seed, like, I think it's going to be rough for sure. But the thing is, like, they've been not, you know, like, experiences, like, for... especially like MSI, they didn't attempt, so like this could be like one of the getting warmed up, and they didn't even play like that many games, right? Like, so the BO, they had to deal with the BO1, and this is like, you know, BO3, they the first time playing. So I think it's gonna be, you know, one of the progress. They get warmed up and then transit to day 3 for the playoff. I think that's gonna be the really exciting point.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think especially because typically whenever Tabe teams show up at internationals, I think they're notoriously slow, actually, at like ramping up. They end up turning into late game powerhouses, a little bit like the Feyard T1, as it were.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how they shape up, because I think, you know, against, say, HLE, gen.g, hell, even a T1, we just spoke about them, it could be a little bit difficult to topple them quite easily, as there you see, Gala handling the key.
Yes. And that is the pre-crushed key of mibr.
How many pieces?
I'm going to go with 4. I think that's pretty consistent.
Yeah, when Yahoo smashed it earlier, it was like...
I mean, you see...
like, the residue's still there.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at all the shards.
I think that was all from that
here
key.
we go. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Jeez. That one might have been a clean.
I got actually scared.
I don't know how loud it is at home, but I promise you, we're like, that's like what, like 50 feet away?
Yeah, like
from where we are. That
like,
was loud.
Yeah. Like 50 meters.
Yeah.
I'll say. But like, I got jump scared. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
It's really
jumped.
loud.
Like, I actually jumped there.
That's a clean break. You can see that, there was like a jagged edge on the left side of that key. So yeah, with that, mibr is out, and the hopes of Brazil also out, as JDG will take the last one of them out of the tournament, out of EWC 2026 for League of Legends. And yeah, kind of does make sense. With this, JDG will move on to the round of 8.
Yep.
They did lose a best of 1 earlier today versus HLE, I believe. Yeah, that was the second match we had today. So they did that, but they come back, they beat mibr, and they're off to the races. And still looking pretty good, but again, I don't feel like all that tested so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we mention it, right? Like, I think that if they keep these performances, you know, even through the interview, he was like, I'm not really that happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could definitely play. Like, this is not like our peak level, like not 100% form, so he has to be work on it. And also, I think mibr, I think it was a really good experience of playing, you know, international team, and hopefully will transit to the regular seasons on, you know, their, you know, to have a league that, you know, there's a good chance they might dominate it, you know. That's what usually happens. That's what we call experience.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it is.
The name of the game.
And I mean, remember, a lot of members of this JDG lineup don't have like a whole bunch of it in the grand scheme of things, right? Like players like Xiaoshu and Vampire haven't been around for like crazy long. They're not as storied as, I mean, hell, gal is the captain, right? That's a good example of one who is very storied. But of course, across all of the other teams here at the tournament, there are just so many legacy players here. So that, you know, additional experience here at EWC is really going to help them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, guys. It's been a pretty short day, especially compared to yesterday, which was a bit of a marathon, but we got through 2 best-of-1s and 2 best-of-3s just to get some more seeds into the playoffs. We're done here on the secondary stage at the Kadia City Battleground, and you can go over to Stream A to check out what is a very interesting series so far between D+ Kia and G2. And then we'll have the draw as well as we do make it into playoffs. So make sure you guys are sticking tuned, and we'll be back tomorrow for more action.
that's not really the deadliest of Zoes at this point in time. Really does want to pick up the Ludens for that extra burst damage to really take control of this mid-game.
Showmaker had a really good ward there, so was not going to be caught or baited into trying to look for a kill there on the Caps, and runs face first into Skumon. So ends up being fine there. The ward is cleared. Now we move forward. Shu is proxying the wave here, clearing this up as fast as possible, trying to further his lead on the top side. Do have Void Grubs spawning. And he wants to deny some farm here from Broken Blade, but Labrov again is ready to Hex Flash, potentially over this wall. He'll run face first into the ward instead.
He's going real fast. There's the flash over the anchor as Lucid going to need to come up. Doesn't actually have to, as G2 back away pretty quickly. Skumon now finding Korea in the river. We'll be able to get that knock up onto the horse pants lady. Caps coming on over here as Showmaker was fresh off a reset. And this was not the time to roam for Korea, unfortunately. Even the hijack coming through as the Magnet Storm is picked up for the Silas. That's a phenomenal ultimate for Caps to have for the next little while. See whether he finds an opportunity to use it.
Korea trying to look for a little bit of information, or maybe even try to hold the wave there for Showmaker. But unfortunately for him, he is found at the worst possible time, as, like you said, Showmaker was on that back. And now Skumon is going to be able to pick up this dragon. So we'll be G2 getting further ahead in this early game. It's really only Shu that has that gold lead right now. And it's on a Jason. This comp is, like I said before, so complicated to play, and the Syndra is so tricky. If it doesn't get resourced, and if it actually isn't tempo ahead in whatever lane it's playing, often a mage versus mage in this meta, but into the Lucian, you're just constantly getting pushed out. You're unable to farm properly. As you guys could see in the CS, he's a level down, practically, on Hansama right now. Is about to hit level 8. G2 are kind of just winning everywhere with the exception of that top side.
And we'll see whether DK can actually play through Shu this time around, because we know he is a man that does tend to overextend. The rhyme was unintentional, but the meaning was intended. Korea moving down towards his bottom side to try and keep Smash alive, as the anchor is going to greet him. Crashes down towards his awesome dude carry guy.
Now Shu needs some help, but Lucid's very far away. He's going to need a little bit more time here.
He's going to run up. That is going to be the shock blast to come on through. The barbecue is set up here for Shu, but steps to the side and will be able to get out of the furnace for now. Skumon not quite capable of tanking that turret for long enough. The teleport brings Showmaker over to make sure that they are going to be all right. A Smash, Force of Will comes down, but there is the great scatter to cancel the culling, and the Unleashed Power. Dodge this, says Smash. And now Shu, he's teleporting down. There's going to be another one. This Magnet Storm picks them up. It's Caps that locks down Korea though, but Shu, he's got the auto attacks. He's able to find the damage. And G2, they flash away to keep themselves alive.
Now they do end up getting away there very narrowly, as that scatter was not quite able to connect there, and Shu did not have his shock blast back to look for another. It's going to be an additional teleport now committed down here to the top, to the bottom side. It's Hansama who did take it in this matchup into the Syndra to sleep.
Dear. Yeah, very annoying as the Paddle Star's starting to hurt now that at least a book has been picked up for Showmaker. Still doesn't quite have his lost chapter yet, right? Like, do feel like if that first item spike comes in, if Broken Blade gets caught like that again, he could just die. Flash out of the way from Hansama though, as Lucid does find a good angle with the Wind Becomes Lightning, and Smash makes his way back in. Not going to get the kill or anything like that, but a flash from the AD carry feels fantastic here for D+.
Going back to this play here, Smash ending up blocking this off, and Hansama holds his ground. Just eats so much damage from that Q, and the ult comes through and he just is deleted. And there wasn't, I mean, Caps was so far away. I don't know if Hansama would have been able to buy further time for Caps' TP had he just walked back there, but definitely did not work out the way he wanted. Labrov's flash here is fantastic, but they still end up losing out on the exchange in a big way. Hansama was forced to flash on return as well. So D+ down on gold right now, but only 900, and got a big win back.
Yeah, and the flash scatter was really weird there from Smash as well. Didn't quite have an ult down in order to set up any sort of stun, but see what happens as this game continues. Most gold in the game belongs to Caps, Hans, and Skumon, and they have got a 1,000 gold advantage due to that one. D+ still kind of fine in this game for now. We mentioned it's a bit like a tightrope to make this composition work, and if G2 continue to find the hard engages that Nautilus is pretty good at, a Jarvan is pretty good at, then it could be real difficult. DK need to try and keep them at arm's length as best they can.
This guy picked up here for Lucid, so now be able to match Skumond in that regard to big items. Really, these two drafts, when they collide together, I think the best way to put it is it's quite volatile, right?
Oh,
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen that doesn't go the way you expect because it's just not the way traditional League of Legends is played. And we have, you know, a Zoe Syndra comp here, but it's very fragile and very bursty. And if you don't end up getting those picks early, G2 outlast you. Pretty interesting stuff here as Showmaker will not hit this sleep.
Yep, paddles. The portal jump, though, will keep him safe over that wall. And it isn't too much of a worry as Caps just wandering around this mid lane. And does have a 450 gold advantage on this. Silas is Labrov once again having a real good time with his Hex Flash. And Showmaker going to get caught out here. Does fall a little bit asleep, does Caps, but Showmaker gets the worst end of that trade.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP either. Lucid's going to come over here and try to make something back of this, but Caps is already way out of there, so just going to have to go to his jungle.
Yeah, Lucid actually realizing, maybe getting the call from Showmaker that he has to stick around to lock that one down. Ludens is completed here for Showmaker. That is certainly great news. We'll start to do a fair bit of damage if those sleeps do connect.
That's the big one. He's already doing a lot of damage to you know, some of the squishier champions here on G2's roster. And now has the ability to fight in this upcoming Dragon if they can get control of it, or at least some space control here to allow him to get in there. Right now, they have a lot of space to work with here. As you can see, there's a control ward in the pit. The Dragon just shoves to the entrance as G2 are not there yet. So maybe we could see that early skirmish here for D+ around this double mage composition with that spike coming through from Showmaker, turning this into a lot closer of a game and putting us on a 1-to-1 Drake score. G2 do not have a great entry point here, so it looks like this time around, unlike game one, they will simply give it up.
Yeah, Showmaker also picks up a locket, which is kind of a ridiculous item to grab as the Zoe. That's a real good one. Could be used quite nicely in defense, but Lucid just going to be able to take this one down. They're not going to be able to utilize that locket just yet. The Showmaker is just going to throw it down as he wanders towards this bottom lane. Caps looking for an angle. The chains do not land as he still decides to go on top, but that bubble was gorgeous. He picks up the unleashed power and throws it at Smash, but the dash out of the way is gorgeous. Labrov comes down towards this bottom side of the beach ball, not going to land onto Caps, and G2 keep their mid laner alive.
It's just so, the League of Legends looks so weird when you've got the Syndra and the Zoe playing in tandem like that in a side lane as Caps is unable to make that pick work. It was so close. Those chains landed is a completely different story, but he will just have to walk away, back off. And we kind of reset to, again, a fairly normal game state here. One Dragon apiece. It is Infernal Soul, which would be insane for either of these compositions, but especially with the burst power in this Syndra Zoe composition, G2 definitely want to make sure they can lock down the rest of those for this game. Yep. Broken Blade stabilized in his lane, went for the Rocket Belt, so a little bit more of a defensive option here in this matchup. Actually used it to stop the back there. Shiu, very briefly, you could see on the minimap.
Yeah, also going to go for the steel caps as well to make sure that this Jace is not going to be too much of a problem. But speaking of problems here, Showmaker looking to move towards that top side. The bubble is not going to quite connect onto Broken Blade, who does decide that he's probably going to die, and so is going to just get rid of the minion wave before he does fall down. Career locks up the kill. Not exactly ideal here for DK, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
Sometimes the difference maker in these types of picks is that he used his Rocket Belt to actually stop a back. So he doesn't have it defensively, can't get away there. And it was a quick rotation up from D+. This gold lead is so small here for G2. They had so much control, but it is becoming very quickly a very even game here as we're going to see Lucid take the Herald on cross map here. Shield will be able to walk away.
Yeah,
Wave is pretty thin, so I don't think they can get the full turret either.
Yeah, not quite. So I actually thought that they were going to get that last plate. It's what I was about to say, but does not actually happen. So first turret does go over to DK. The Herald goes down as well. And that means that they pull the gold back in their direction just slightly. I still do think that that tightrope that we were talking about before still exists. And as this game goes on, the team fights just make a whole lot more sense for G2 and will be very, very difficult to pilot for D+. But it is a style of composition that they have made work in the past. And we'll see whether they can do it yet again.
That this game is so close is, well, I'm going to maybe have to hold my thought on this because we are going to have a bit of a potential follow-up here on this sleep. Doesn't hit.
Yeah, Caps going to lose a lot of health on his turret and on his own health bar. D+ moving into the river, 2 minutes on the Drake, so we're not fighting over that one. We're just looking for a Rift Scuttler. Great knock up there onto his Demacian brother, as now Hansama possibly in a little bit of trouble. Getting a little sleepy as well, as now Smash makes its way in. She locks down Labrov. Now Skumon could be in a little bit of trouble, but Cap shows up. Massive health bar. He's also got the Xin Zhao ulti running, and Shu has to get the heck out of dodge. And this is the problem. G2, if they're in melee range, they will kill you.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just no durability here outside of the Crescent Guard for Lucid. I mean, sure, Career kind of tanky on the support here, but isn't going to last very long when there's that much firepower there for G2. And if Caps had been there a little bit faster, you can imagine how much worse this could have gone for D+, and the Crescent Guard is on their side as well, with Caps stealing that one away. And this turret will finally go down here, be the second turret of the game, as the first did go over to D+, but it puts a much larger lead here into G2's hands. So it's very messy here for D+. Initially, a lot of CC goes down. The Crescent Guard buys space. Smash rotates over, right? You have that TPing Jace. But there's no backbone for this composition once they end up getting control over Lucid, as Crescent Guard is down and Cap steals it. And there's just no way out. She was forced to flash. And D+ end up losing out in a big way.
Yeah, and they didn't even really have Smash and Showmaker available for that fight either, as it was just kind of the other three having a little bit of a skirmish for themselves. Great collapse from G2 to make sure that they could get that advantage. However, the advantage is not really even 1,000 gold just yet. The game is exceptionally close at 19 minutes. My problem is that maybe that's not going to be enough here for DK, as they do definitely want to start a snowball a-rollin' to make this poke composition happen. 3-0-1 though for Caps on this Sylas, as you can see here as we follow him out of base.
It's not quite Faker's 17 kills, but it's a pretty good spot in this one. And, you know, I think that G2's comp scales better here. There's so many different ways to fight a team fight. You can play through a pick with Hansama and the burst he has. You can play through the Sylas setup. You can play it slow. And now they have control over this Dragon, so D+ is going to be the ones who have to aggress, and it's so much tougher with the poke comp when you don't have vision. As you can see here, D+ just cannot see where these G2 members are outside of Hansama, and Labrov's going in.
Yeah, how can you poke if you don't know where? As now Labrov going to take a whole bunch of damage. Battle Shelly comes on through as well, and the Nautilus is just destroyed. It is going to be Shelly making her way over at the same time, as Smash decides that Shelly should not charge. And we'll just give her a headache against the wall. Lucid going to be able to take down this Dragon.
Frustrating turning point potentially in this game, because Herald's crashing mid. They got that on
they did manage
top
to get
side.
the crash. Never mind.
And they're getting this turret down. 2 turrets fall. Gold lead over to D+. As this equalizer isn't going to necessarily help. Broken Blade is in trouble. He's trying to go for the all-in.
Yeah, he does manage to get the silence off as man. Okay, that's a lot of burst damage.
And consider, this is an elimination game. If G2 lose it, they are out of this tournament. They had so much control. They had control over the Dragon Pit. Labrov's engage was a disaster. Now the Herald gets an additional charge here on the inner. It looks like based on the minimap there, it might have been piloted by Lucid over there to get. I'm not actually even sure.
Might have actually been Showmaker showing up. I have no idea. Shelly did move from the mid lane to the bottom lane though. And the Wind Becomes Lightning comes in through here at the same time. Labrov unfortunately doesn't find the anchor into the wall.
G2's falling apart.
Able to take him down. Yeah, exactly. This is not looking very good. After the early game was played out beautifully, right? And if they just kept it stable, it was probably going to be all right. And honestly, 1,000 gold, it's not over just yet, but certainly some issues starting to form.
You know what I want to say, and I've been holding it in.
Okay,
well, you know when you're playing Zoe, and that mid turret goes down, Atlas.
Oh, the Zoe turret, Wolf, that was your first color point in your entire career, like 8 years ago or something.
It's been like 5 million years since we got to talk about it, but when the mid turret goes down, you have a Zoe comp, especially when you have a Syndra also in your bottom lane, which isn't normal, but for D+, it's what they have. It's hard to be on the map. It's hard to be Skumon trying to clear your camps. It's hard to be Labrov trying to set up vision, because if you don't have those turrets to fall back on, it becomes incredibly oppressive what D+'s comp can do. They have that ward deep up in the mid lane. They have wards on the left and right side of the river. And now, if anyone on G2 is alone, they will be collapsed on and picked. They have to move as a group. Hansama alone!
Oh dear, the Scat of the Week comes on through. The Flash has to be used, but the Shattering Strike, the Magnus Storm is there. The Unleashed Power is not quite enough though, and Hansama creates enough distance. However, Lucid is there with the audacious charge. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, of the AD carries. His career is going to get chased out. Great equalizer does come down as Showmaker. Oh dear, this is not where he wanted to show up. Lucid is going to die. Shiu is going to turn up as well as Korea, making his way back in, but the anchor is there from Labrov, and immediately G2 are back on the board. I say that, they're getting a little sleepy as Skumon makes his way over, and Shiu is allowed to live for now.
A lot of push and pull in this game. It's 22.5 minutes
The pendulum swings, Wolf.
Exactly, and G2, I don't think, can take this Baron right now. They have too many members in the back who don't have TP to rejoin, so it's not going to be a Baron on the play, but it will be gold lead back in G2's hands. I said Hans was alone, but he wasn't alone. He was just isolated, and D+ thought they found that target. Smash is zooming here, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything on his own. But he was able to buy enough space. The rest of the team shows up. The TPs come through, and G2 are able to fight this one out. So it's Caps who comes in here and makes the huge difference as he shows up on this Silas. And they're able to get over here, set up the Crescent Guard. Lucid is alone, trying to come back over, and is pushed back. And then this Jace just can't get it done. There wasn't enough burst damage in the initial salvo for D+, and that's where the problems can start. If you don't get the initial pick, then they have more consistent damage than you on the G2 side.
Exactly, and what you really don't want is for them to be able to engage at all. It's not really about a team fight that you want to look for. It's about softening them up, and then you can use your engage in order to finish them off. If you're starting at full health on both sides, I think G2 should win almost 10 out of 10 times. And so it's going to take some pretty creative team fights to be set up here with the Shock Blast connecting, the Paddle Stars landing, and these orbs being thrown around effectively here by D+. As G2 now moving into the D+ side of the map.
They really need to defend this turret by any means necessary. They cannot give that one up. So what they want to play through here in this mid game right now is a big push in the bottom lane from Shu is going to pull Broken Blade back. Broken Blade does not have TP, so a little bit of a tempo advantage here to get Baron Vision back for D+. And we finally have an even game here in this series. You know, it's anyone's game to take right now. G2 keeping it interesting after it looked like maybe they were starting to fall by the wayside, but D+ now getting a lot of vision around this Baron, a lot of map control still there. They still have that mid turret. As we're looking for that third item for Hansama, that is the main focal point here for G2. Once he has the IE complete, he is going to be a monster.
He really will. Smash is also looking for his as Caps just going to immediately engage, finds the Crescent Guard. Showmaker able to create enough space to get out, but the depth charge is doing so much work. Caps diving on forward. That is going to be Lucid falling. Crashdown gets him out as there is the Unleashed Power. 1 kill back here for D+. As the Scat of the Week, I don't think should work on G2 right now. They ain't looking weak at all.
No, I don't think so. Jungler's down though, taking this Dragon with enough damage here from Hansama, and a retreat from D+ is looking very difficult to contest here for the side of D+, and they can't do anything cross-map. There isn't any cross-map to take, so even though they got a kill back, D+ are not going to really be able to get anything in exchange, so that's going to be 2 apiece on the Dragons. Pretty close game here. Hansama picked up some additional gold in the fight. When all the cooldowns are gone, that's when G2 can just say, all right, we're going to force this fight. There's no more threats. There's nothing that you can do. Hansama gets stunned here by the scatter, and he's like, all right, that's it. Everything's down. I'm walking forward. Skumon's going in. He's going to trade his life here for all of that damage onto Shiu, and that's all G2 need to go over and take the Dragon.
And DK, I feel like they need to slow things down, right? I feel like they need to find a pick, find an angle before these fights happen, but Caps isn't letting it. As he dives over and starts the fight immediately. And that's precisely what we were saying D+ cannot let happen. And like you were saying, the Infinity Edge is done. Also has some Merc Treads as well, which is great to see from Hansama. Keeping himself alive against all of this magic damage, I think is going to be a very, very good idea.
And it's one of the things that's most terrifying for D+ is that consistent damage output from Hansama. The next thing they'd be worried about is if they lose vision control over this Baron. Because the turn is fierce from G2, and they can't poke what they can't see, as this turret in the mid lane is so important. And they are going to keep it alive a little bit longer, but it is very, very, very low. Top turret completely gone as Caps will wipe that off the map.
Now looking to push down as a little bit of a stun onto Broken Blade. Hansama poking his head in. The Trouble Bubble is going to go wide. Now Shiu is going to walk over Vision. The rest of G2 are going to respond as Hansama takes that Shock Blast. Flash out from Labrov. as G2 just trying to escape. Bubble is fantastically placed, but G2 are just going to split and walk away. Fighting without caps is not what G2 want to do. He wants to hold on to that teleport in order to play these side lanes and allow that Baron threat to remain.
Yeah, really nice play here from D+, getting over there, getting back control of mid, pushing G2 off the map, removing some vision, maintaining that mid turret so that they can still play around the poke. So much burst if it can, you know, be set up properly, and if you could see where G2 are and you could soften those members up like you said, that's how this is going to have to be played here for D+. An incredibly tough composition to pilot, especially the game state like this, 2,000 gold down. Yeah. The fact that mid turret's still up is a testament to how much practice D+ has put into this type of comp.
Well, I think they're going to have to say goodbye to the turret this time around, as Labrov could be in trouble. He tries to anchor his way out as Showmaker moving on down. DK not going to be able to lock down the Nautilus. They will have to back away into this fog of war one more time. These control wards are going to fall as well around this Baron. Lucid just wanting to clear out his camps, get things ready for a potential setup around the Baron. The thing is, I don't think G2 can do Baron either. No. I think doing Baron into Zoe and Jace just sounds like a really horrible thing to try and
They have great turn, though, because they've got a Silas, right? They have this Jarvan.
Yeah, they have to turn instantly,
and if they
make their way over.
If they get vision control and D+ have to kind of walk towards it and they don't have any poke, it's so easy to turn because D+ just don't have any answer to the turn. If they're face checking, they're doomed. So that's why right now the D+ is like, we have to put everybody on Baron, get all these wards cleaned up, get our own wards in there. And so G2 can play around getting vision, they're getting the rest of the map. Getting vision on Baron, they're getting the rest of the map. Because D+ always have to answer that vision. So G2 are doing such a great job of pulling D+ around the map right now.
And Xiu answering that bottom lane push. You can see Broken Blade actually moving that one up. Does have his teleport, as does Xiu. Showmaker and Caps as well, with theirs available. In fact, there are quite a few of these summoner spells up on both sides of the rift. I'm waiting for Smash to have his.
Ooh, that bubble. Almost forcing a flash there out of Hans if it was at a different angle.
And the Zoe, I mean, sometimes can do absolutely nothing in a fight. Other times, solo win. And we'll see which version Showmaker is going to be able to be as we get further along. As getting a little bit sleepy is the Nautilus. It's a lot of damage out, but Broken Blade finds his way in. Xiu diving on forward. Caps gets sleepy and goes golden at the same time as now Hans Sama trying to kite this one out, doing a lot of work. The culling cutting them up, and he has to get himself out of there. The Unleashed Power comes in, the last auto attack, as now it's Showmaker dancing around the battlefield, and a Sleepy Rumble is going to get taken out by a paddle start. There is the Zoe I was talking about, and Showmaker making it look easy.
That last auto there from Showmaker to take him out is just basically deleting him off the map. We saw in the initial engage from Career, because Career was always fishing. He was looking, he's like, I really want this flash out of Hans Sama, because then the fight becomes so much more playable for us. Caps will dodge this one, but Lucid's still here.
Yep, stolen flash gets Showmaker over there. Dash cannon in. There is the ulti to come on through from Lucid. Whereby Caps here is now Labrov going to be taken down, and Showmaker looking for another one. Unfortunately, the minions are here, so that paddle star is not going to land. The Caps shows up, manages to get the Crescent Guard, and then just dies.
Showmaker just taking over this game suddenly, Atlas, as G2 fans.
Is this 2020, man? Is it 2020? Like, pinch me. Which year is it?
It feels like it is. And so watch this setup here as Hans Sama doesn't have eyes on Career. Has to flash. He barely gets out, but now he's flashless. And with those cooldowns there, G2 are like, all right, there's some play here. There's some wiggle room. Hans Sama's kiting back. And then you see, as this fight goes on, more and more of these skill shots coming out from Showmaker. Hans Sama has no flash, and then, boom! Smash gets the hit on him. He has no flash, he's slept, and Showmaker will take him out with that final auto. And Broken Blade is just left by the wayside. It was a good turn there from G2 after the initial salvo, but Showmaker and Smash, the double mages, played it so well, and once Hans Sama is down, the fight is a wash.
Yeah, there is nothing that they can do. I have to say, the equalizer left a little bit to be desired, right? DK never really wanted to be where it was, and Caps found himself just right in amongst it. And I like the idea. I like the plan, because they do not want to give DK time to poke them out. The problem is, you also need to have a good setup in order to make these team fights work, and D+ holding it at an arm's length, utilizing Lucid and the Crescent Guard, the Magnet Storm for the extra CC, and then Smash able to get these orbs down and scatter the G2 members all over the mid lane. It was beautiful to watch. And we said, like, D+ has practice with compositions like this. The thing is, it's just always quite difficult to play. The thing is, they are managing to walk it. They are still on that tightrope, and they are taking down the structures on their way.
This whole point of Infernal Soul, with how Showmaker's playing, we have double Void Staffs. You know, we're pushing towards Death Caps coming through here for these mages. So much damage on the table here. Hansama's still flashless, right? Needs to be incredibly careful. G2 going to come over here and clear up some Baron vision. They'll never be able to clear that scuttle. So the same sort of ring around the rosy that I've been playing isn't necessarily going to be an option here.
Ooh, Bubble going to connect there onto the Nautilus. They have to stand in front in order to save him as the Paddle Star somehow goes wide. That is a massive amount of damage. That is also a sleep onto Hans. Thankfully gets back into the fog of war in order to keep himself alive. And Wolf, at the back of all of that, they managed to pick up the Drake as well. Yeah. And I think Drake control is so incredibly important for poke compositions, because otherwise you're going to get pulled around the map. Soul Point now picked up for DK, and they are the ones with that tempo control.
It's just the fact that they were able to get all that gold back, get that dragon, means that G2 just don't have the same chokehold control over this game, as Career is a bit too far forward trying to clear this ward.
Yeah, going to get chained up. There is the Magnet Storm as well, as he's looking to try and escape. He's relatively tanky as he flashes out of the way, but that does mean that this Cataclysm is going to hold him in position very nicely. That Equalizer, so much better.
They gotta go straight to Baron.
Hansama gets the laser beam out to take down the Jace.
I think they just got to go straight to Baron here. LeBron caught though.
Yeah, getting a little bit sleepy. Flashes over the wall there as D+. Remember, they do have a lot of very annoying poke, especially if Showmaker is alive.
If they give enough time though, those picks will not necessarily be valuable. They are going to now put Hansama with this 4-item Lucian to work on the Baron, and I don't think D+ can contest easily. Lucian has GA, and he is heading over. Yeah. You see some zone control, but LeBron is so low.
He might look for the turn, but this Baron is so incredibly low. Getting a little bit sleepy is Caps, but he goes golden. And Showmaker able to flash out of the way, utilizing the flash that he stole earlier. And so the Baron going to be picked up by G2. Not a whole lot of response here for DK, as a minute and a half left on this Dragon means that it's a free reset back out onto the Rift for G2.
Yeah,
they should be able to guarantee 6 Elemental Drakes taken.
A response attempted here from Lucis, maybe steal a blue buff away and try to take some of those camps. So it all starts off here. I mean, this is the first domino to fall. His Career, this is what we were talking about. You don't have vision control on this Baron. You have to get it. Career is over here trying to take it, but G2 was thinking one step ahead. They are able to capture the spell. Now, at the cost of a lot of these abilities, including Skumon's ultimate, but when they get this pick here onto Shiu on the other side, who's trying to set up a flank, it's the go button to Baron. And even though Lebrov was low, they were able to secure it. They're looking for more. If they get a pick or two here, they could potentially bring us to 3 right now.
Yeah.
We're 35 minutes into this game.
There's a lot of crystals on these turrets as well, as Caps looking to get this mid lane pushed in. They're clearing out the jungle of D+ as well. And they always had the gold lead, but it had been really shrunk, right? And now it is starting to extend one more time. Skumon, though, takes about 1 billion damage, as the poke is still very scary from Showmaker and from Shiu.
Yeah, this push is pretty thwarted right now. And they're just simply going to have to back away and reset. So D+, a little bit of extra wiggle room, which is huge because the Dragon, which is an Infernal Soul for them, spawns in 15 seconds. So G2 need to rush over and deny D+'s take of this important Dragon. Skumon healed up and ready.
The thing that I'm scared about, Wolf, is that there's a Rabadon's Death Cap on Showmaker. If he hits anyone with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble and then the Paddle Star lands, they may just die.
Smash is about to buy his. He's got TP. He's going to grab that one and head straight over to this fight. This might be the last fight of the game.
Yeah, the bubble is on the ground, as there is that Death Cap you were talking about. The teleport right into this mid lane. There's Caps. He's got that Crescent Guard once again. It is going to be very dangerous. Hex Flash gets Lebrov in there, but the scatter comes on down. Great Magnet Storm there from Career. Heads to the skies, he goes, and Hans is dead. Caps finds the angle as well. A 2 for 2 so far, and they do eliminate. And now Showmaker trying to dance around the battlefield. He finds the angle, he picks up all of these flashes, and Lucid is there. The 3 Talon Strike, Caps knocked up mid-dash, and now it's Showmaker able to make him look silly, and the ace is picked up. D+ Kia make it happen in the river, and they're going to see whether they can walk up this mid lane and break open the base.
They absolutely will break open this base. The shake of the head of that G2 fan in the audience, I think, can be felt around the world as Hansama Sama is deleted in the fight. Death timers here. 40 seconds for Caps, 20 on Hans. They get this inhibitor, absolutely, but they may even put some damage here on these Nexus turrets. Lebrov gonna come up here and try to buy time.
Yeah, they're gonna look to try and end the game. When the Dragon is up and available, I imagine DK can just head on over towards this Infernal. Remember, like an Infernal Soul for a poke composition, that's kind of ideal. And so DK gonna get on over there and see whether they can grab that one. I really thought that it was gonna be a G2 freebie.
And I don't even know. Like, I want to watch that fight back again, but I don't know if we have time to, because we're going to go straight into this Infernal Soul potential contest here for G2. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but they got to try something. TP in from Broken Blade as they are going to try to stop this Dragon from going over. Skewmon in good position here.
That's an aggressive teleport here from Caps. Does pick up the double bubble as Lebrov is already down to about a third health, and maybe nothing as the Magnustorm picks up 3. Skewmon into the backline, but he is immediately put down towards that GA as Hans is going to respawn. It's a double for the Jarvan, but the rest of DK, they'll find the angles, and look at Showmaker just skipping around the battlefield, and they will kill them once again, and now start that walk over.
Yeah, they have the super minion wave here. No Infernal Soul needed. Double Mage Comp is going to work here for D+, as they will knock G2 out of the Esports World Cup in 2026 with a 2-0.
What an unbelievable performance in back-to-back games. Different styles, and just made it look so incredibly good. Showmaker's Zoe, we were transported back to when he was that world champion in 2020, when he was so dominant in 2021. It was off the back of champions like this, and since then, he has had games like this spread throughout. But man, I was not expecting it here on the EWC stage.
Everybody had a part to play. The scatters coming through from Smash on the Syndra, the sleeps from Showmaker, but Career getting the flash on the Hans in that critical mid-fight, constantly finding the right angles, and they got Hansama twice in those really important moments here to close out the game. G2 played a great game too. Obviously, game 1, not going to be their most favorite, not going to be memorable for anyone, but in game 2 they had a good showing, but D+ were just better on the day.
They were. I thought the early game went nicely, right? Lebrov finding so many of these angles, but afterwards found himself getting caught out. And it is very sad to say goodbye to G2, the team that was able to take down so many of the LCK teams throughout this year. I really did think that D+ was just going to be another name ticked off their list. But as it turns out, it's not to be the case, as we have Lucid alongside with Ian.
Thanks, guys. What a day for DK at EWC. I'm standing by with Lucid. Got some big fans out here, and G2, a tough opponent. You know, they took down your South Korean counterparts in T1, MSI. How did you prepare for them, knowing that they were so dangerous?
일단 루시 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 G2가 그만큼 강적이었는데 사실 MSI에서도 T1을 이제 꺾은 정적이 있는 만큼 굉장히 좀 두려운 상대였을 수도 있을 텐데 어떻게 좀 G2를 상대로 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
충분히 잘한다고 생각했지만 그래도 뭔가 저희가 연습하면서 저희가 잘하면 이길 수 있다라는 자신감이 좀 많았어가지고 그리고 G2가 그렇게 잘한다고 생각 안 했어서 그냥 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, knowing that they're a strong team, I mean, they have their powers, but I think if we can do what we can perform, if we have prepared a lot against them. So yeah, we were confident 100% that we could win. But that being said, I don't really feel that G2 is a very formidable opponent.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think we had a great shot to win if we just showed our full potential.
Well, you guys are definitely formidable opponents for anybody. However, at the start of this tournament, you had a tough loss to ag.al, and now you've just come off the back of 2 dominant best-of-3 wins. Do you feel like you're growing into this tournament?
사실 첫 경기 AJL 상대로 좀 패배를 하시면서 다소 좀 불안한 출발을 보였지만 그래도 이후 이제 2 경기를 이제 승리를 거두시면서 좀 이번 대회에서 좀 성장하고 계시는 것 같은데 본인 스스로는 좀 어떻게 느끼시는지 궁금합니다.
지금 파리 와서 적응을 잘하고 있다고 생각하고 있고 그리고 개인적으로 폼이 되게 좋다고 느껴서 우승까지도 할 수 있다고 느끼는데 앞으로 경기를 더 해봐야 할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, coming here in Paris, I feel that we're adapting pretty well. So that being said, maybe we should have a few matches to go. But yeah, I think we're gaining a lot of confidence that we can compete for the trophy.
Well, you'll find out if you can get revenge over ag.al a little bit later on. But for now, as you can see behind us, the final key will be crushed here in Paris tonight. Would you like to come with me to crush the key?
바로 키 부수러 가시겠습니까? Let's go.
Okay. We've seen some absolute banger key crushes over the last 2 days. Let's see how this one shapes up. Lucid, if you just take your position here in front of the key crusher. Paris, are we ready to crush the key? Here we go. This is it. Just come and stand right here for me as you watch the key crushed. The end of every journey at EWC sounds like this. G2's key crushed. Completely brutal. I call it beautiful brutality, to be honest. It's one of the key things, no pun intended, that makes this tournament so unique and so special. Lucid, we've got fans out here in front of you. Is there anything you'd like to say to everybody watching?
정말 많은 팬분들이 또 D+ 기아를 응원하러 와주셨는데 팬분들께 마지막 인사를 해주신다면 좀 어떤 말씀 해주실까요?
일단 호응이 너무 약간 강해서 너무 재밌는 것 같고, 그리고 호응 덕분에 좀 뭔가 도파민도 많이 돌고 이길 수 있는 원동력이 됐다고 느껴가지고 다음 경기에도 이기면 이런 호응 해주실 거라고 또 믿고 있기 때문에 또 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, there's a lot of dopamine flow in my blood right now because of the roaring crowd. I feel a lot of energy from here. So yeah, I'm definitely feeling of that. So yeah, I'm expecting a lot of fans will come here and cheer for us for the next game as well. And yeah, that's going to be a confidence boost as well. So thank you so much for supporting, and we'll see you on the next game.
Well, Paris, one more time, make some noise, faites du bruit for Lucid and DK. You'll be looking to find out who you'll be facing in the quarterfinals, as will everybody else. We'll be doing a live draw right here on stage very shortly. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Ian Chambers, as we will see you very soon for the draw show. Why are you looking at me like that, Ox?
I had to look. I had to make sure it was you and not Ian. Right
That's true. That's true. I do a good Ian Chambers impression, just like Lucid was doing a fantastic impression of what a world champion can look like. A great, great game here all over the place in the jungle.
I mean, he was playing his classics, the Vi and the Xin Zhao. We've had some stellar Xin Zhao performances from him domestically, but seeing him bring it out against G2 and just take over that late game fight.
It was not an easy fight, to be fair, because you have to play against the classic AD carry, which is going to outscale you. But I think Lucid and Career managed to reach to the AD carry, and I think that was crucial. And the team fight synergy between the D+ Kia players is just finally it's hitting there.
It took a little while, though, because this was a very close game. G2 with multiple opportunities here, and that unique dichotomy in the bot lane. It was the traditional AD carry, Lucian for Hansama, and he had multiple moments there to pull it back on in when we take a look at the damage that he did. But Smash and Showmaker and Lucid stepped up when it was needed.
Man, so much damage from the Xin Zhao. It's rare you see the jungler being the most damage in the game, in Pro at least, but this is not the first time Lucid's had a performance like this, but the team really had to come together on this one. Showmaker on the Zoe having some monstrous moments and being able to help shut down Caps in those late game team fights, because he was on a tear for a good portion of this game. And even look at the gold graph, it was all over the place, and for a lot of the time not in the favor of D+.
Yeah, and I loved this kind of matchup here if you are G2 going out like this, because you had two mages that were your primary damage dealers on the opposite sides, where if they stun you, you will die, but you do have a very mobile AD carry, a Lucian to move around and dance around it. If you were something that was like a Varus that was a lot more stationary, it'd feel tough. I felt like they got a pretty good look at it here with Did.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lucian is, again, the short-range AD carry who can't really play against Syndra. That's why Smash kind of flexed it into the bot lane. I think nowadays it's just really hard to play the classic AD carries on the bot lane because you don't have the power spike. You can't really reach to the point where you can actually outscale because they're going to just snowball and end the game.
And when you get slept and knocked on out, then the punish comes on in, which is what we have a highlight of in that mid lane at 29 minutes. A show of the power from Showmaker.
And Hans Sama evades the initial engage quite well from Korea and starts to pump out a good amount of damage in this fight. Actually looks like maybe G2 going to be able to take this one when he starts putting out the damage, but unfortunately Showmaker has something to say about it.
Oh yeah.
And the sleep that comes through.
And look at the HP bar. Like, if Hans Sama finishes this off with the calling, then I think they could win the fight, but they are all 1 HP, but they don't have enough damage to finish that off.
I think the problem is Hans Sama is doing what he feels he needs to. He's being on the front line, getting the damage down because you're a short-range AD carry, but that puts you a threat. The Syndra and the Zoe are so hard to deal with, and that's why I felt like this was such a difficult game for him to navigate, and the Syndra pick worked really well for D+.
Yeah, and as you said, there were multiple fights that they escaped on 1 HP, did D+, and here in the final fight, this was after a huge team fight already, basically in the same area.
Yeah, again, like this is the fight where Korea finds the way with his flash engage because Hans Sama had the GA, so he could actually 1v9 this fight. But here, again, Xin Zhao and Korea looks for the target, and Hans Sama couldn't do it.
This is where we lock in the bracket, the playoffs bracket. This is where it gets real serious, Lou.
That's real business indeed, and we have two very familiar faces here to help us with the draw. We have Jankos and we have Double Lift. Thank you for being with us.
Legends.
Boys, of course, in case you don't know them, legendary European jungler and of course a figure of American League of Legends. So it's a pleasure to have you here, of course. On est avec Jankos et Double Lift pour le draw. How are we feeling about this, boys? Since G2 are out, who do you see as maybe runner-up for the trophy?
I mean, at this point, I believe in KC, right? I'm still European. I hope they will do well.
Double Lift?
KC, last hope of the West. Gotta cheer for them.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Now, the way this is going to work, Lou, on your side, you've got the high seeds. On my side, we've got the low seeds. We're going to start off with Jankos drawing out those 4 consecutively.
Exactement, du coup on va commencer avec les seeds 1 qui seront placés dans le bracket. C'est Jankos qui va les tirer ici, un par un. And just a quick reminder of the rules, 2 teams coming from the same group cannot be paired for the first quarterfinal, nor can they be on the same side of the bracket. So let's get it. You ready? Yeah. Let's go for the first one.
A lot of pressure.
Okay, first one. First one is Hanwha Life Esports, HLE, on top of the brackets.
Wow.
Wow.
It's your MSI winner right there.
Pretty solid. Up next. Let me help you with that. Up next, ag.al, ag. Qui seront du coup la deuxième équipe dans ce bracket Seed 1.
They'll be feeling really confident this year.
Third up. There's not much suspense left. Who is it gonna be? Is it gen.g, 3rd position? So it's easy to guess who's the last one, but still. Jankos opening it to show us.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Of course, Billy Gaming. So good news, we have HLE and BLG on different sides of the bracket, so we could have a rematch. How does that sound?
Well, I mean, the last time these 2 teams met, right, in a BO3 at least, BLG was winning and then HLE won the series. I'm very excited. I think there is some MSI exhaustion setting in, and whichever team can take it, we will see.
That's gonna get crispy, effectivement. On pourrait avoir un rematch du coup de la finale du MSI en finale de l'EWC. Let's get it with the seed 2.
Yeah, Double Lift. A lot of responsibility here. You ready?
I'm ready. I just have to do a better job than him, and that's going to be easy.
I love that. Let's get it. Let's go.
Nah, he's waffling.
I'm scared.
I like you're taking your time here.
I'm scared. I'm scared. Wait, I don't... I really hyped myself up here, and now I'm getting nervous.
T1!
T1 as the first C2 team. So the matchup is gonna be HLE versus T1.
Wow.
We can welcome HLE, T1. Wow. That's an LCK matchup. How does that sound?
That sounds really exciting. I mean, Pace Gumayushi, oh, I can't wait for that.
We'll take that, right?
That's that's Guma going after the guy that took his job. So, it's a crazy matchup. It's a crazy matchup.
Can't wait. Let's
Matchup
move
de
on.
dingue. Effectivement, pour commencer, HLE face à T1.
What a start, Lou. What a start.
Everyone waiting.
JD Gaming.
JD Gaming as the second team to be picked. They are gonna be facing gen.g versus GD Gaming. Yeah.
Wow.
We're gonna have
Keaton's
both players
coming up
having on
here.
stage.
And Gala with a fist bump. JD Gaming with their work cut out for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, all these matchups are crazy because it's top 8 at the tourney, so that's an exciting one.
Should we keep going?
Yeah, let's keep doing it.
Let's keep doing it.
Que des top teams évidemment dans cette fin de bracket. Deuxième match, JDG face à gen.g.
Carmichael!
So it's gonna be ag.al versus Carmichael.
Listen to the crowd in here. That is a tasty quarterfinal.
I think I gave him the easiest matchup possible.
Wow.
I did.
Do you agree with him?
Absolutely. I think this is doable. I think Casey should be happy with this. We take it. As Western team, we take it.
With all due respect, obviously.
Of course, yes.
Well, we know who it is, but let's just do the honors anyway with the final team to be drawn out here. It's DK.
So final match-up, you got it, ça sera D+ Kia versus Billy Gaming, BLG.
Incredible stuff. We've got a lineup of a lifetime coming up in this quarterfinals bracket. Banger after banger after banger. Let's get some final thoughts from you guys. Firstly, I'm going to really put you on the spot. Who do you think's winning this entire thing?
I'm gonna be honest, it's probably HLE again. It's either them or BLG. It was the finals of MSI, but if you're a Casey fan, you owe me. I gave you the easiest matchup possible.
Well, do you agree with him or do you have something a bit more crispy for me? Who's winning it?
I hope KC will make it all the way to semis. It's possible. It's definitely possible. As for the whole thing, I'm gonna go with most likely HLE as well. I think they're still in shape after Versailles and they are very flexible in draft, so hard to beat.
Ouais, en effet, qui va gagner? Du côté, forcément, des deux, c'est un peu HLE. Les favoris reviennent du MSI, ils sont en forme. Mais on a envie de croire que Carmine Corp peuvent aller jusqu'en demi-finale et c'est tout ce qu'on leur souhaite.
The best in the world continue to compete for this trophy. We'll see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.